Chapter 24:11. All I know is that I'm related to a city, the Rebirth Demon Ancestral City. However, it's only been a few years, and I haven't found anything useful. The only thing I know is that I seem to have the surname Xueqi in the past, and that I've awakened a type of power. At this point, Kitten raised his right hand. An invisible force rotated on his palm, forming a vortex, a ring, and a complete reincarnation. This was an extremely ancient power, and it must have had a long history. But one thing was for sure, this was a type of reincarnation power, and it was extremely strong. At the rebirth calamity state, after passing through the 7 stars calamity, one would turn into the power of gods. After passing through the 8 trigrams calamity, one would turn into the power of all living beings. This was no longer the power of reincarnation. However, the power of reincarnation that Kitten had was comparable to the power of all living beings. But the funny thing is that I can't control this power at all. Right now, my body is just like a vessel. I can only store and release it, but I can't regenerate it. In other words, even though I might be able to fight against a powerful being in my best condition right now, as time goes on, my strength will decline. I can only rely on the original core to replenish my strength back to my perfect condition. However, original cores are extremely rare in this world. I'm already very lucky to be able to find a few of them. I see. Under such circumstances, the fact that he could take out an original core to save Lin Fan without hesitation showed how much he valued Lin Fan. Haha. Yours truly shall name this power as the original reincarnation power. How is it? Doesn't it look mighty and domineering? Do I think that you're too ashamed to show your face? He was smug once more. In reality, Long Chen was already satisfied to see that Lin Fan was still healthy. If we can get over this, I don't think I'll be too busy for the time being. By then, we'll head to the demon race together and get to the bottom of things for you. Long Chen said solemnly. You're trying to please me for no reason. Do you have any ulterior motives? Let me tell you this. If you dare to do anything bad to me, I'll tell the little beauty Lingxi about it. Go to hell. This cheap cat, if he didn't beat him up, his skin would itch. Looking at the entire Slaughter Dragon City from above, after such a long time of stalemate, everyone was a bit tired. Now, everyone was resting, but they didn't dare to leave. It had been a while since the beast race, merfolk race, and sorcerer race had attacked. The longer it was, the longer they had prepared, which was quite dangerous. Therefore, the 15 Dragon Emperors and Yangyu were also guessing that the reason why they hadn't attacked after such a long time was because they knew that the 5 dragon cities of the human race had built the Qiankuan shifting formation and that Yangyu could appear anywhere at any time. Now, Yangyu was hoping that the other side would attack. As long as the other side did not have too many people, she was confident that she could take down one of them. As long as she could take down one more, with Long Chen around, her side would have one more pinnacle master, and the other side would have one less. The distance between the two sides would get closer and closer. Over the past few days, the Sea God Emperor and the 2 holy sorcerers had blended in with them and participated in the deployment. In the northern starry sky, a gathering that none of the human race had expected was being held here. With 2 beautiful women as the center, all the top masters of the beast race, merfolk race, and sorcerer race had gathered here to recuperate. Of these 2 beautiful women, one was lively but sly. She was moody, and her eyes had a faint dark red color. If someone stared at her, they would definitely feel creeped out. The other one was as cold as steel, like a divine weapon. Her whole body was like an unsheathed weapon, with endless pressure and murderous intent. She rarely spoke, and most of the time, it was the other one who spoke. Looking closely, one would find that they actually looked exactly the same. These 2 were Yi Shui and Meng Hen from the Devil Star. After about 10 days of summoning and gathering, all the top masters had gathered by their side. Among them were the 16 great demon lords of the beast race. Some of them had appeared before, and some had not. Now they all stood here, respectfully in front of Yi Shui and Meng Hen. Then, the remaining 5 sea gods of the merfolk, as well as the 6 holy sorcerers who had come from afar, made up a total of 27 people. This was the pinnacle of power in the eternal god domain. More than half of the top masters were here. There were so many of them that they could easily wipe out the entire eternal god domain. My lord! Something completely unimaginable happened. These 27 top overlords of the eternal god domain all knelt to the ground in front of the 2 women. Their faces were filled with reverence and fanaticism, and they didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. They were all people who had been personally invaded by primeval trolls' will, So they were the most deeply poisoned. It looked like they were showing their will, but even they didn't know that they were being completely controlled by primeval troll. They called the two women my lord. As expected, the thing that Long Chen and the others were most worried about happened. Long Chen was worried that these 27 dragon emperors would be gathered together by a single core. If they were to attack separately, it would be difficult for them to deal a fatal blow to the human race. However, if all 27 of them were to gather together and attack a single dragon city, it would be terrifying. First of all, they had to get all the dragon emperors over. Even so, if 18 dragon emperors in Yangyu were to fight next to a dragon city, it would be extremely chaotic. Moreover, the martial artists of a dragon city, such as Slaughter Dragon City, could only provide 3 or 4 dragon emperors with the heavenly slaughter diagram at most. The other dragon emperors might only be able to fight at their original strength. If that was the case, it would be very difficult to fight 1 against 2. After all, they would no longer have the advantage. Moreover, for more than 20 opponents, a mere heavenly slaughter diagram should be very weak, unless all the elites of the 5 dragon cities and all the elites of the human race were transferred to Slaughter Dragon City. But this almost meant that they had to give up on the other dragon cities in a short period of time. Once something happened in the other dragon cities, it would be terrible. No matter what, when the 27 top experts gathered together, it would be the beginning of the biggest disaster. Everyone, you have heard what the eternal mythological beast said. Yang Yu of the human race only took less than 15 minutes to go from Life Dragon City to Fortune Dragon City. This means that the human race probably has the heaven and earth shifting formation of the spirit race, and it is even more profound. Judging from the fact that Yang Yu stayed in each of the 5 dragon cities for a day, they must have set up such a formation in all 5 dragon cities. In other words, we can either split our strength and attack the 5 dragon cities at the same time, or concentrate on 1 dragon city. Otherwise, they can always transfer the experts of the Dragon Emperor level to resist us. How could they set up such a formation at this time? The human race is so disgusting. It's just a last-ditch struggle. If it weren't for Yang Yu, they would have been destroyed long ago. So, we must not attack randomly. We should attack in an organized way. Hearing their discussion, Xueqi was very satisfied. She smiled and said, "In terms of battle, we have the absolute advantage, so you don't have to worry too much. I already have a plan. It's actually very simple. Can't they transfer the 15 dragon emperors to one place? Then we will attack one place. In a head-on collision, they will never be able to defeat us. In this way, if we break through 1 dragon city, it will be equivalent to breaking through 5 dragon cities, and we can get the 5 dragon balls at once." Alright, let's do it this way. The human race only knows how to be sneaky. They don't have the courage to fight us head-on. I want to see if they will be scared shitless when all of us attack together. Anyway, this time, if they don't hand over the 5 dragon balls, we will completely destroy the human race. Yes, let's have a final battle. Make their heaven and earth shifting formation useless. After so long, they still haven't destroyed the human race. It's really unjustifiable. Seeing that everyone was in high spirits, Xueqi and Meng Hen were very satisfied. "My lord, let's attack now and kill them all." Xueqi shook her head and said, "Not now but 10 days from now. I'll send someone to tell them that 10 days from now, the 27 of you will descend upon Slaughter Dragon City to carry out the final battle." 27. This number should be enough to scare them for 10 days. Once their fighting spirit is almost exhausted, we'll attack. In addition, there are still some of you who haven't recovered to your peak state. You can also use these 10 days to adjust yourselves. At that time, you must attack Slaughter Dragon City in one go and obtain the 5 Dragon Balls. My lord is wise. Everyone cheered. They were all full of endless expectations for the final battle. At this time, Long Chen and Kitten were chatting. They didn't know that in the northern starry sky, the greatest danger was about to come to the Slaughter Dragon City. Long Chen and the others hoped that they could capture 1 or 2 peak experts and wake them up, but it was impossible for them to realize their dream. A monster from the 8 trigrams calamity came to the sky above the Slaughter Sky map. This kind of thing was very common. Without a leader, many monsters would randomly come to the Slaughter Sky map, but they had never succeeded. All humans, listen up. He didn't attack but he spoke. Chapter 24:12. After so many days of peace, Long Chen and the others had long expected that something would happen. What they didn't expect was that the worst situation that they thought would happen actually happened. In the beginning, They had indeed felt that it would be difficult for the 27 pinnacle experts to gather together without a leader. After all, the primeval troll only affected them, not truly took over their bodies. It only made them change. Therefore, every pinnacle expert still had their innate nature. They were more proud than anyone else and would not submit to the management of others, unless someone who could discipline them appeared. And from the mouth of this demon, they could hear the word master. This meant that they now had a leader that they could trust. Regardless of who this leader was, at least if all 27 experts were to unite and attack one place, then even with the cosmos shifting formation, the decisive battle in 10 days would be incomparably difficult. In fact, there was a high possibility that the heavenly massacre diagram would be broken in such a chaotic battle. A mere heavenly massacre diagram would not be able to strengthen all 15 dragon emperors. From the beginning of the rebellion until now, the performance of the human race had been perfect. They had almost done everything they could. However, the 3 races together were equivalent to 2 of the human race. If not for the existence of Yang Yu, Long Chen, and Lingxi, who knew what the human race would be like now. But even so, they might not be able to withstand the combined attack of the 3 races. Remember, you only have 10 days to consider. If you do not want the entire human race to be destroyed, you can choose to send the 5 Dragon Balls to the northern starry sky within 10 days. Then, all the demons, marine species, and sorcerer tribe will immediately retreat from the Dragon God domain. However, within these 10 days, if they do not think it through, if they all want to try their luck, or if they all want to die, we, a total of 27 pinnacle experts, will completely crush this place. We will destroy everything that the human race has in the eternal God domain, and your race will be completely wiped out in the long river of history. Seeing that everyone was staring at him in a daze, the other party was very pleased and added. All of a sudden, Long Chen appeared beside him. The other party panicked. What do you want? When 2 countries cross swords, don't kill the envoys. Do you want to kill me? Who wants to kill you? Long Chen's 10,000 death claws pressed down on the other party's head. With a little bit of force, the other party cried out in pain, but the bloodthirsty look in his eyes gradually cleared up. What am I doing? She looked around with a lost and sorrowful expression. Now, do you still think that the human race will be destroyed by you? Long Chen said one last sentence to him before returning to Slaughter Dragon City. His voice was quite heavy, because it seemed that even if he wanted to add a few more helpers, it would be too late. The other side had 27 people gathered together, and no matter how heaven-defying Yang Yu was, he would not be able to snatch people from among them. Surrender and hand over the 5 great Dragon Balls to them. It is impossible for you to win. There is no such possibility. Admittedly, it is possible that the primeval troll will come out of the demon star, and everyone will be enslaved, but at least they will still be alive. But if you resist so stubbornly, you will really be exterminated. Although the demon had come to his senses, he knew very well how terrifying all of this was. Hence, he was still in such a desperate state of mind. His emotions even affected many humans. Get lost. Long Chen did not want to say another word to him. I don't want to say so much. I just hope that you will think more about it and give some young lives a way out. The demon said a few words and left with a sad heart. After he left, the 100 million people in Slaughter Dragon City, and even a total of 500 to 600 million people in Scandinavia, fell into deep thought. The day of the decisive battle would be in 10 days. Although the human race was in an unprecedented state, as the demon said, they were still in an absolute disadvantage. If they wanted to survive this disaster, it could only be said that it was very difficult. Originally, Long Chen thought that as long as he could snatch a few more people from the other side, he would have a little more time, and he would be able to increase the number of helpers on his side. In the end, they would be able to win easily. But the other side did not give them this opportunity. The decision to fight in 10 days directly forced the human race into the abyss of despair. There were a total of 27 peak powerhouses, 15 Dragon Emperor, 16 Great Demon Lords, 8 Holy Sorcerers, and 6 Sea Emperors. This was practically more than 90% of the peak powerhouses in the Eternal Sacred Territory. They were the cream of the crop among billions of lives, and perhaps even the strongest among the trillions of lives in the entire dragon sacrificial continent. Only a few dozen could be born out of a trillion. Only one would appear out of tens of billions. So many peak powerhouses gathered in one place for an unprecedented decisive battle. It could be said that, apart from the era of the gods, there had never been such a terrifying thing in the past millions of years. This era was destined to be an era of riots. People millions of years later would deeply remember today's chaotic war. If they really gathered together, they might even be able to destroy the entire northern territory of the Dragon God domain. If the heavenly massacre diagram was broken, then it could be said that in a short moment, the hundreds of millions of people here would instantly die. Surrounded by so many peak powerhouses, there were clearly not many people who could survive. Everyone would die. It did not matter if it was the human race, the demon race, or the other races. But they were controlled by the primeval troll, so they did not care whether they died or not. Obviously, this invitation to battle put the human race in an absolute disadvantage. This news quickly spread to the other dragon cities and the ears of the entire human race. With everyone gathered together, it was impossible to hide it. Even without the 3 dragon emperors informing the dragon emperor on the other side, the dragon emperors of the other 4 dragon cities had already received the news. Obviously, this news meant death and fear to the majority of the human race. Xueqi and Meng Hen's plan had the greatest effect. In these 10 days, they could really make most of the human race live a life worse than death, causing them to lose their fighting spirit before the real battle. In that case, it would be even easier to destroy the heavenly massacre diagram. There were only 10 days left. The 15 dragon emperors had to make the most stringent arrangements. Only then would they have the qualifications to resist. Surrendering and obediently handing over the 5 dragon balls was simply impossible. The 15 dragon emperors would not do that. They were not certain to die. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, they would fight for it with their lives. But for the time being, they could not save everyone who was panicking. It's over. Although we have held on for such a long time, when the 27 pinnacle experts come, the entire northern territory will be destroyed. We are no match for them in terms of top power. Sooner or later, we will all die. I think the dragon emperors will definitely not hand over the 5 dragon balls, especially Long Chen. He is not someone who will surrender so easily. If he does not surrender, all he will get in return is the death of us insignificant people. Don't talk too much. In the remaining 10 days, spend time with your family and friends. After 10 days, blood will flow like a river, and there will be hundreds of millions of corpses. What time do you have to complain or be sad? You can only blame your own bad luck for encountering such a world. The news quickly spread throughout the 5 dragon cities, causing panic throughout the human race. The other 4 dragon cities were a little less afraid. After all, the battlefield was the Slaughter Dragon City. But as long as the Slaughter Dragon City was destroyed, the other dragon cities would inevitably be destroyed. It was only a matter of time. In this way, facing this final battle became the biggest headache for Long Chen, Yang Yu, and the 15 dragon emperors. Now, they either used star talismans or came in person. They gathered in a palace to discuss together. As for how to inspire people, they could only wait until they had discussed the specific plan. At least, they were extremely tenacious. They knew that this was a battle that could not be compromised. Long Chen said, "Sure enough, the worst thing has happened. This matter also has something to do with me. I have a rough idea of who the Lord they are referring to is." Everyone looked over, waiting for Long Chen's answer. "It's the 2 from the Devil Star, Xueqi and Meng Hen. I let them recover before the Cave of Ancestral Dragon, but they are from the Devil Star. Even the Great Demon Lord, the Sea Emperor, and the Holy Sorcerer are controlled, so they must also be completely controlled. Moreover, they can carry out the will of the primeval troll. Therefore, they are the ones who gathered all the top experts together. For everyone, their combat power is almost negligible, but it is estimated that the 27 will listen to their orders. This battle is simply unavoidable. We can only fight and look for the final opportunity in the battle." Everyone knew how terrifying the primeval troll was. If he was released, it would not be as simple as death. Therefore, naturally they could only fight. Violent Blood Dragon Emperor said, "Fight and attack. This cannot be helped. We have to do it. However, one thing is, will they play some tricks? For example, they will attack our Slaughter Dragon City, but send 4 of them to attack the other dragon cities. They know that we will definitely gather all the dragon emperors and elites in the Slaughter Dragon City. Once one of their experts goes to the other dragon city, that dragon city will probably be finished. After all, if they attack, it will take us another 15 minutes to rush back. Moreover, our numbers are inferior to theirs." What he said was indeed a big problem. If the other side did this, it would definitely be more efficient. At least, the 4 top experts could pin down the 4 dragon emperors. Moreover, Most of the elites from other dragon cities would not be able to gather in the Slaughter Dragon City. Chapter 24:13. What Yang Yu said was indeed the best way to solve this problem. Although I don't think Xueqi and Dream Scar will do that and have the 27 of them attack together, it's still better to be safe. Aunt Yu, go over now and see if there are any gaps. If you can get rid of 1 or 2 opponents, bring them back and let me turn them into our helpers. Leave the 5 dragon cities to us. Yang Yu nodded. She was the only one who could do this. Yang Yu, be careful. You are our biggest hope now. The dragon emperors looked at her with sincerity in their eyes. Their gratitude towards Yang Yu came from the bottom of their hearts, especially towards Long Chen's family. They felt too guilty, but now they didn't care about anything and participated in this battle. Don't worry about it. Yang Yu looked at Long Chen affectionately one last time, then turned around and headed towards the northern starry sky. Long Chen wanted to tell him to be careful, but Yang Yu disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone was waiting for her news. If she could confirm that the 27 peak experts were all gathered together, then the 15 dragon emperors could start to deploy, and all of them would come to the Slaughter Dragon City. Then they would transfer the majority of the elites to the Slaughter Dragon City, and strengthen the Slaughter Heaven diagram to its strongest state. The other dragon cities would have some experts overseeing them. After about half a day, Yang Yu came with news. Just as Long Chen had expected, Yi Shui and Meng Hen were the ones who had gathered the 27 pinnacle experts. Similarly, the 27 pinnacle experts were all by their side. None of them moved. They were all recuperating, trying to recover to their peak state. Then, the 15 dragon emperors had basically all arrived at the Massacre Dragon City. Adding the Sea God Emperor, the Rock Wizard, and the Iron Wizard, there were a total of 18 peak powerhouses. Then, he spent another day adjusting the elite structure of the Slaughter Dragon City and strengthening the Slaughter Heavenly diagram to its strongest level. Even if they moved to attack other dragon cities midway, with their speed, the human race would be able to move all of them to other dragon cities to ensure that the battle would be foolproof. Such a strict arrangement indeed brought a certain amount of hope to the human race. Long Chen was also involved in this. The 15 Dragon Emperor carefully selected 50,000 of the most outstanding youths and asked Long Chen to lead them. Once they lost the war, Long Chen would have to take them away from this place and find a place to continue the legacy of the human tribe. At the same time, he would also give Long Chen the more than 100,000 essence blood of the mystical dragons that he had yet to inherit. His mission was to give the human race a new life. However, Long Chen refused. He wanted to participate in the battle. No matter who it was, they would not be able to change his mind. The 15 Dragon Emperors saw him as their greatest hope in the future. However, this was different from what he had imagined. He did not want to be a hope in the future, and he could not watch everything be consumed without doing anything. Since he was standing here, he had to shoulder the responsibility that he had to bear. He and the 15 Dragon Emperors were in a stalemate. Long Chen looked at them and said, "No one can be an exception, not even me. I have the ability to do so. At the very least, I can block one opponent and reduce the pressure on everyone. What you're doing is indeed reasonable. You're protecting the roots of the human race, but I don't want that person to be me, because I'm different. I came to this world to fight, and this is my most important battle. I can't be absent, and no one can stop me. The only thing I can promise you is that I won't die." In any matter, Long Chen would respect the requests of these 15 seniors. However, this matter was not up for discussion. The Eternal Dragon Emperor shook his head in pain and said, "We have already let your father down. Do you want us to let you down as well?" Long Chen said straightforwardly, "That is not the same. If you do not let me fight, and let me watch all this happen without being able to stop it, then that is truly letting me down. Everyone's fate and pursuit are different. What I pursue is never to retreat. That is not me." After a long struggle, the 15 Dragon Emperors finally made a decision. "You have 2 lives. You must promise us that if you die once, you will immediately take the other young people and the rest of our inherited essence blood and leave." This was their last concession. If Long Chen did not agree, they could only decide to imprison him. All right. Long Chen could only promise that he would not die. He had never died before anyway, so he did not know what it felt like. In the end, the most elite young people and many of the most precious things of the entire human clan still went to Long Chen's holy kingdom. In fact, As long as Long Chen wanted to leave and was not stopped by too many people, there would basically be no problem. They were just afraid that he would not leave. Now, the entire Slaughter Dragon City was working hard for the final battle. Those who were sad, worried, and afraid had all been transferred to other dragon cities. The 100 million people who stayed, no matter in what aspect, were all elites. Even so, in the face of this battle, which had a very low chance of winning, many people were very scared. Even if they looked calm on the surface, they could not hide the fear, trembling, and nervousness in their hearts. It was crowded, and there was not even space to sit down. It was densely packed with people. But every time they looked at each other, they showed a bitter smile. Because they could not think of any other smile to express their feelings at this time. Only some places did not have so many people. Long Chen, Lingxi, and Kitten sat on the roof of the central palace, looking down at the crowd below. Aya, these little rascals. How can they be so dejected? It's just 20-odd old fools. With little master here, they can be taken care of in minutes. Kitten pouted and said disdainfully, Kitten, you dare to say such things. Weren't you the one who ran for your life in the past? Lingxi said, Ah, is that so? How can there be such a thing? I'm so wise and strong. Just some big demon lord, Poseidon. I can take care of them easily. With this boring guy around, the atmosphere of the final battle was not so serious. After chatting for a long time, Lingxi suddenly said to Long Chen, Chen, when the time comes, use the 3 lifetimes emotion silk. We will fight together. I can help. There are many wondrous immortal Lord Realm techniques. In fact, Long Chen was just a little weaker than the Dragon Emperors. No, Auntie, you said to rest and recuperate. Long Chen looked ahead and shook his head lightly. Do you remember what you said to the Dragon Emperors? Lingxi said angrily. What? Long Chen did not expect her to be so resistant. You have your own pursuits. Your pursuits are to fight, to protect, and to have a clear conscience. But I also have my own pursuits. I will also work tirelessly for my pursuits. I can also give a lot. This is my life. Her ethereal eyes looked at Long Chen with unprecedented seriousness. Then what is your goal? Long Chen roughly understood that when he gained the respect of others, he should also respect the people around him, and not rely on his own will to influence everything. That would be unfair to Lingxi. Protect you. Lingxi gritted her teeth and said these 3 words. Long Chen was a little speechless. He did not know what to say. He had always been the one protecting Lingxi. He had never expected her to protect him. But she had always thought this way. In her heart, he was very important. I'm sorry. Long Chen knew that he was wrong. He should have given Lingxi a chance. Although he had a greater responsibility, he had no choice. In the face of danger, not everyone had so many choices. Aya, my dear mother. Haha, can you two not be so vulgar? Isn't it just a fight? Don't make it sound like you're going to be separated forever. When that day comes, I'll follow behind you two and look for an opening. At least I'll be able to help a little, right? Okay. Now, Kitten was a person who knew his own limits. Long Chen actually trusted him very much. For example, Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi did not have much sense of propriety. They did not have the thought of protecting themselves. Once things could not be saved, they would be like Long Chen. They would give up their lives. But Kitten was not such a person. He would do everything possible to protect himself. This was the premise. Under this premise, he would attack the opponent. With people he loved fighting side by side with him, Long Chen suddenly felt a kind of strength that made him feel full. It made him feel that for the final battle, he would have no regrets. Looking back, the 15 Dragon Emperors were all making arrangements and encouraging everyone. Everyone roared their oaths together, and the heroic spirit of battle filled the sky. It turned out that the situation was not as bad as they had imagined. Battle is our only choice. Because we are the descendants of the divine dragons. We were once the greatest rulers of this land. This is our world. We only have one choice, and that is to fight to the death. Because we can only die, we cannot be slaves or puppets. There are many things in this world that are more important than life, and that is our pride, our self-esteem, and our glory. Remember, the eternal sacred realm is also a part of the dragon sacrificial continent. This was once the world ruled by the dragons, and it is also the world ruled by us. Although everything is not the same as before, the blood of dragons still flows in our veins. That is our greatest pride. Therefore, in a few days, no matter what the result is, we will do our best not to let the monster race, witch race, and oceanic race understand, but to let the primeval troll understand that it is impossible to obtain the 5 dragon balls. This dragon sacrificial continent is not a world that they, who have been imprisoned for millions of years, can possess. A desolate wind blew all the way from the northern starry sky to the Massacre Dragon City. Through the Massacre Sky diagram, everyone could smell the scent of blood. Unknowingly, the 15 Dragon Emperors, the Neptune Emperor, the Rock Shaman, and the Iron Shaman were already sitting on the Massacre Sky diagram, waiting for the arrival of the final battle. Chapter 24:14. 10 days were actually very short, or it could be said that in the blink of an eye, the appointed time was getting closer and closer. This period of time was an endless torment for any human. It was the same for the 15 Dragon Emperors. They had to shoulder a lot more than ordinary people. How many lives were now in their hands? They were the ones who were really going to participate in the battle. Whether the human clan could persevere or not, in fact, depended on them. Once they failed, they would be sinners for all eternity. Even if no one judged them, they would judge themselves in their hearts. There were not many people who could use the most majestic willpower to face this battle without hesitation. Most people gritted their teeth and persevered here. Last time was also the battle in the Massacre Dragon City. The 6 top experts of the other side fought against the 3 Dragon Emperors of the human clan and persevered to the end. Long Chen brought them great courage and made them understand that no matter who it was, there was no other way out except to fight and die. Last time, the Massacre Dragon City was almost lost, and Long Chen almost died on the spot. But then Yongyu came and saved everything. This time it was basically 2 against 1. Although Yongyu was added, the situation was actually not optimistic. After all, the other side was not a fool. Their only goal was not to kill as many Dragon Emperors, but to break the Heavenly Massacre map. Slaughter was the only way to force the 15 Dragon Emperors to hand over the 5 Dragon Balls. Therefore, in fact, everyone was under great pressure, because they were connected to the Heavenly Massacre map. Everyone had to contribute their own strength to save their own lives. In the past few days, Long Chen had been walking among them. His personal strength was very insignificant in this battle. No one could turn the tide. Even if he could wake up the top experts of the other side, it must be in a peaceful environment, and the other side must be completely controlled. Therefore, the effect he could play was not great. But he hoped that his heart could bring strength to everyone. He wanted everyone to understand him, to fight, not just for himself. Now, he was the core of the new generation of the entire human clan, the object of worship of billions of people. His words and actions, everything he said, had great influence. Anyway, there is still a lot of time. Let me chat with you for a while. First, let me tell you about me. I think everyone knows what I am capable of and what potential I have. At this time, almost all the people in the Massacre Dragon City focused their eyes on him. These were the strongest elites of the human clan. Facing them, Long Chen felt some pressure, but he was used to it. He couldn't shout or shout. He only wanted to use this chatting method to talk about himself. Previously, what the 15 Dragon Emperors wanted me to do was to bring the young elites of the human tribe and the treasures that would allow us to inherit the essence blood in the future and leave this place. They wanted me to become the hope of the human tribe's rebirth. It seemed that everyone thought that I should do this. After all, I'm still young and my value shouldn't be buried in this battle. This was the truth. No one thought that Long Chen would go out and fight against those peak experts who ruled over the world. If he died in battle, it would be too much of a pity. At this point, Long Chen's eyes were like torches as he said, however, I refused. If I really had to give a reason, I think it would be that people must be brave when they are alive. Maybe everyone thinks that among many characters and qualities, bravery and courage seem to be insignificant, but I don't think so. This is the most important thing in my life. Relying on bravery, I have come all the way from a lowly creature on the dragon sacrificial continent to where I am now. Of course, a big factor is my good luck and having a good father, but I deeply understand that if it wasn't for my character, no matter how good everything is, I would still not be able to leave the dragon sacrificial continent. Perhaps I would have died in some corner and my everything would become someone else's. Death is a possibility, and everyone is afraid of it. However, if no one can become a god, then no one will be able to avoid it. Now we have no way out. Either we die or we fight. No one will choose to commit suicide. Therefore, Our only choice is to fight with unwavering determination. However, fighting is not an easy thing, unless we bring out all of our courage and use it to fight. Bravery, not pride. In fact, the situation is not that terrible. At least for now, we still have at least half of hope. If we are really defeated, then I can guarantee you that I, Long Chen, will definitely die in front of you. For many people, the last sentence was actually enough. There were billions of people in the human race. Who would die the most pitiful? Undoubtedly, at this time, Long Chen was already close to the peak of the whole world. However, he said that he would definitely die in front of everyone. As long as he didn't die, everyone would be fine. Thinking back to the last battle in the Slaughter Dragon City, in order to protect the Slaughter Heavenly Diagram, Long Chen went to fight against the Sea God Emperor alone. This proved his courage. That was enough. Now that he was the leader, he only needed to set an example and he would be able to lead everyone. The quiet massacre Dragon City suddenly burst into an uproar. Seeing Long Chen, for some reason, everyone's hearts burned with passion. It was as if there was a ball of fire burning within them. They were witnessing the birth of a new emperor. Now, to everyone, his original name was no longer important. Slaughter Dragon Emperor. Everyone was calling out to him like this. This was the recognition of the whole human race before the final battle. In the end, even the 15 Dragon Emperors called him that. Until today, Long Chen was no different from the Slaughter Dragon Emperor, except that his strength had not yet reached the standard. For Long Chen, that realm was actually something that could be achieved in about a year. He had already used his courage, boldness, and spirit to convince everyone. He, who should have led the young experts away at this time, used his life to swear that if the human race was defeated, then he would die fighting here. The 15 Dragon Emperors were all old. They did not have as many supporters as Long Chen did. This was the difference between Long Chen and his father. For everyone, the Eternal Dragon Emperor was mysterious, ethereal, and untouchable. However, Long Chen was so close to them. He was a righteous, responsible, and tenacious hot-blooded young man. This battle was also destined to be his real battle to be crowned emperor. Winner takes all. Everyone felt their blood boiling when they saw him. He was a legend that rose up in a few years. He had a heaven-defying father, which might make everyone envious and jealous, but Long Chen had used his own actions and character to tell them that, in addition to those, he also had something that made people respect him the most, and that was his determination to not give up until he died. The Slaughter Dragon City was majestic. Even the entire human race was in high spirits. The 15 Dragon Emperors were also affected. They revealed relaxed smiles on their faces. If he can survive this young man will definitely become the most terrifying person in the world. He will be even more amazing than the Eternal Dragon Emperor, the Rock Shaman said enviously. Yes, you humans are too lucky. So lucky that it makes people jealous. We, the Sorcerer race, have never had such a heaven-defying genius. The Iron Shaman also sighed. Only the Ocean God Emperor stared at Long Chen, who was like the center of the crowd. He did not say anything. An image replayed in his mind. It was the moment when he almost killed Long Chen with the ocean-steadying godly needle. If I can finish him off in the 3 Lives Secret Realm, how will this world change? Naturally, no one could answer his inner question. When there were only 3 days left, Yang Yu sent news that they had already started advancing towards the Slaughter Dragon City. 27 experts had come together. At that moment, everyone was excited. Their blood was boiling. When there were only 2 days left, Yang Yu had already returned. This was because their opponents had also arrived. Everyone looked into the distance. In the horizon, there were close to 30 people rushing towards them. Because of their advance, the earth trembled, the rivers flowed in reverse, and even the sun, moon, and stars were on the verge of collapsing. Close to 30 people, but they affected the entire world. 16 great demon lords, 5 ocean emperors, and 6 holy shamans. There was a total of 27 apex experts that only appeared in 10 billion lives. They did not need to speak or move, but they were enough to shake people to their core. The great demon lords, ocean emperors, and holy shamans all revealed cruel smiles. They stopped some distance away from the Slaughter Dragon City. The 27 people were protecting 2 girls who looked almost the same. They were Yi Shui and Meng Hen. At that moment, all the humans stood up. They had already thought it through. No matter what the outcome was, there was no need to think about anything. Fear only came from imagining something that might happen in the future, But it might not actually happen. Everyone only needed to use their courage and determination to instill it into the slaughter heavenly diagram to block everything. Yang Yu, the 15 Dragon Emperor, the Ocean God Emperor, and the 2 holy shamans all stood proudly. This was a moment that would be remembered in history countless years later. The apex experts of the entire dragon sacrificial realm gathered together, preparing for battle. What's the hurry? There are still 2 days. At this moment, Xueqi's sweet laughter resounded through the night sky. Chapter 24:15. They had come early because they wanted everyone to accept their oppression and be tortured. Even if they had the courage to fight, they would be discouraged if they persisted in this atmosphere for 2 days straight. As the saying goes, the first spurt of energy, the second decline, and the third exhaustion. Previously, there had only been 6 experts, but the impact had nearly caused the Slaughter Dragon City to collapse. In fact, without the heavenly massacre diagram, any peak expert could have torn the Slaughter Dragon City apart. But now, there were 27 of them. Facing this level of oppression was not something an ordinary person could bear. What Xueqi and Meng Hen wanted to see was their expressions becoming more and more flustered and their confidence becoming lower and lower. 2 days? Hee. Even if you have the courage to not hand over the 5 Dragon Balls, the 27 of us will make you collapse. Xueqi sneered inwardly. Her gaze swept across everyone. Under the heavenly massacre diagram, she saw a special person. That person made her scalp tingle, and even felt a little afraid. Especially his eyes. Xueqi had never imagined that there would be someone in the human race who could make her afraid. Who is he? For a moment, she had already lost that part of her memory. Although she did not know who he was, Xueqi subconsciously avoided his gaze. No need to wait for 2 days. In the heavenly massacre diagram, Long Chen looked coldly at the 2 demon star women. He suddenly roared, shaking the entire Slaughter Dragon City. The 5 great Dragon Balls are the sacred objects of the human race. You devil star beasts have no right to touch them with your filthy hands. Don't think that you can scare us by staying here for 2 days. Let's fight. Let's see what kind of storm 27 puppets controlled by the primordial giant demon can cause. Let's fight. From the moment they arrived, everyone was ready to fight. They had already adjusted themselves to their best condition. This was the time to be full of courage and fighting spirit. If they did not fight now, then when would they wait? Let's fight. From a few people's roars, it evolved into thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. After that, everyone was roaring in anger. The entire Slaughter Dragon City was like a gigantic beast, letting out roars that pierced through the heavens and earth. These countless roars could even be heard in the entire Dragon God domain. The clouds in the sky rolled. The yellow soil on the ground shook. The stars trembled, and the heavens and earth trembled. No calamity could stop their determination to win. Long Chen was right. Weren't they just a bunch of controlled puppets? The will of a primeval troll that had descended into the eternal god realm was not something that could defy the heavens. Passion, surging, infectious. When there was only battle and slaughter in everyone's eyes, the power that erupted from them was terrifying. They were all hot-blooded men and women, descendants of the former rulers of this world. Above the massacre heavenly diagram, the 15 Dragon Emperors had fiery gazes. They had long been prepared. When the opponent appeared, they had already gone all out. They didn't need to wait for 2 days. They didn't need the opponent to give them a chance. What they needed now was to fight. Fight. The wind and clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The battle of hundreds of thousands of peak experts was about to begin. Xueqi had 2 failures. The first was that she had seen the terrifying Long Chen. The second was that she had underestimated the determination of the human race. She had thought that they could suppress the human race for 2 days and make them lose their courage in front of the strong enemy. But she had done it. At this time, the human race had reacted with unprecedented ferocity. Everyone had faced death with equanimity. The one who had lost part of her courage was her. Only they had thought that the battle would begin in 2 days. They were the ones who weren't prepared. Fortunately, they were surrounded by controlled puppets. They wouldn't be too emotional. Xueqi and Meng Hen could only order them, fight. They don't need us to give them a chance. Then, we don't need to be polite. Let's tear everyone apart. First, let's tear Massacre Dragon City apart. Before this, Xueqi had already arranged a battle plan for them. They knew how terrifying Yongyu was. Therefore they had sent 6 experts to deal with Yongyu. They wanted to completely restrict Yongyu and kill her. It was very difficult to dodge and counterattack when 6 experts attacked together. After all, every peak expert was a terrifying figure. There were 21 experts left. 18 of them would fight against the current 18 experts of the human race. Since the slaughtering sky map couldn't support all the dragon emperors, the 18 peak experts could at least hold them up. In the battle between them, no one could do anything to the other. Then, there were 3 peak experts left. That was equivalent to 3 dragon emperors. They would attack Slaughter Dragon City with everything they had. They would do everything they could to tear Slaughter Dragon City apart in the shortest time possible. That way, no matter what the human race's experts did, they would still be victorious. That was because the lives of so many humans were in their hands. Once the slaughtering sky map was broken, the human race would definitely collapse. If that's the case, let's follow the battle plan. Xueqi and Meng Hen held hands and left after saying that. In fact, their task was only to organize the battle. Now, there was nothing for them to do. Even if they were killed, the huge attack would not stop because of that. After receiving the order, the 27 peak experts transformed into their original forms. In the process, they let out earth-shattering roars that could even suppress the sounds of the entire Massacre Dragon City. Rumble. The ground caved in for hundreds of meters, and the entire northern territory cracked open. Clouds rolled in the sky and covered the sun. The day had instantly turned into night. War. Burning. Many giant beasts appeared around the Slaughter Dragon City. The 16 Grand Demon Lords were all demonic beasts that covered the sky. There were also 5 Ocean Emperors who had shown their original forms in front of Long Chen. There were also the 6 Warlocks. 27 ruthless pinnacle powerhouses surrounded the Slaughter Dragon City. At this time, the Slaughter Dragon City was like a toy in front of them. Kill. At that moment, both sides roared at the same time. Everyone in the Slaughter Dragon City was holding hands. They gathered all of their power into the Slaughter Heaven diagram to protect themselves. In that instant, the entire Slaughter Heaven diagram lit up. Over 100 million dragon heads burst out with super powerful power, creating an intense tremor that caused all of the land around the Slaughter Dragon City to turn into powder. Massacre Dragon City was surrounded by the slaughtering sky map and hovered above the ground. This was a battle between dragons and beasts. At that moment, the 15 dragon emperors of the human race transformed into ultimate mystical dragons and soared into the sky at the same time. At the side, the Sea God Emperor, the Rock Sorcerer, and the Iron Sorcerer were not idling around either. Although they could not kill their own people, they could at least contribute their power to hold them back. The one that everyone was looking forward to the most was undoubtedly Yongyu. This time, Yongyu did not take out her Wuji Dao treasure. Facing so many opponents, she chose to transform into a dragon. She was a supreme mystical dragon, and her name was Dark Dragon. Just like the enslaved dragon and the dark dragon, all the supreme mystical dragons and the ancestral dragon syndicate dragons only had 2 words in their names. The word dark was enough to describe this mystical dragon. The supreme mystical dragon in front of Long Chen and the rest was not huge, but it was definitely the most beautiful mystical dragon that Long Chen had ever seen. Every part of her was perfect. This was a mystical dragon that looked like a dark green gemstone. It shone in the night sky and gave off a misty glow. It was empty and silent like the stars in the night sky. It was transparent and radiated a gentle light. Its scales were like the clearest crystal, its claws like the brightest glass, and its eyes like the purest gemstones. Beautiful and noble were synonyms for the dark dragon. However, even so, it was synonymous with massacre. The dark dragon was the syndicate dragon of time and the eternal dragon, the great void cosmic dragon. This was a gift that Long Qinglan had given to Yongyu, and it was even more precious than the sky deity sword, the Silver River. Yongyu had always said that Long Qinglan didn't love her at all, but whether it was the essence blood of the unparalleled divine dragon or the Milky Way of the heavenly deity, they were the most precious things he had besides the things he had inherited from Long Chen. Long Chen was an exception, because Long Qinglan wanted to use him to accomplish something very important. To Yongyu, this was probably a very touching moment. She displayed the most precious thing that Long Qinglan had given her in front of everyone at this moment to welcome this historic war. The battle had begun. To the human experts, they could only do their best to block their opponents so that they could not attack the massacre diagram. If they could defeat their opponents, that would naturally be the best thing. If they could not defeat their opponents, they had to at least make them unable to do anything. Thus, once the battle began, there were 6 top experts carefully selected by Xueqi to fight against Yang Yu alone. Among them was the first great demon lord of the 4 demon ancestral cities. There were also 2 insect sorcerer and cloud sorcerer of the sorcerer tribe. They had great attainments in binding and other attacks. At the beginning, they were worried that Yang Yu would defeat them one by one, so they quickly surrounded him. The others also stared at one of their opponents. In an instant, they collided with each other in the sky above the Slaughter Dragon City. Perhaps it was done by one of their own, but the Slaughter Sky diagram was shaken and sent flying at the very beginning. The Massacre Dragon City instantly moved hundreds of thousands of meters away, barely leaving the battle range of the opponents. The Dragon Emperors calculated and knew that they had to send at least 3 people to block the 2 opponents. They were very desperate. At the beginning, the Violent Blood Dragon Emperor, the Eternal Dragon Emperor, and the Dragon Emperor of Tianyun blocked 2 opponents respectively, which led to the whole battle to stabilize. Although they did not have the support of the massacre diagram, they gritted their teeth and could at least hold on. After all, they had 2 lives, so they were not afraid. Even if they died, they still had a chance to be reborn. Chapter 24:16. It was the first time that such an earth-shattering and world-shaking battle had taken place since ancient times. All the top experts in the world had gathered here and started fighting. In such a short time, the humans in the Massacre Dragon City could no longer see what was happening outside. Those divine dragons, demonic beasts, sea tribes, and sorcerers flew across the sky and the earth. The deafening sounds of the battle lingered in the ears. The entire world was even exploding. The earth was completely destroyed, the sky was completely torn apart, and the space was shattered. The world that everyone could see was nothing more than the overwhelming smoke and dust caused by the cracking of the earth and the sky that was cracked into a boundless network. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The Massacre Dragon City was originally fixed on the Blood Sea. However, it had been shifted to some unknown place after being hit previously. Judging from the direction, it should be in the northern starry sky. Now, everyone on the Massacre Dragon City seemed to be on a boat, traveling with the Massacre Dragon City. The entire world had become a sea in the midst of a storm. Boom, boom, boom. The surroundings were shaking intensely. If it wasn't for everyone holding hands and standing on top of the Slaughter Dragon City, they would have been swaying from side to side. Long Chen was still in the Heavenly Massacre map. He knew that there would be some people who had escaped to the Heavenly Massacre map. According to the plan of the 15 Dragon Emperors, Long Chen could support the Heavenly Massacre map with everyone else at the beginning. However, if there were too many enemies and the Heavenly Massacre map couldn't hold them off, then everyone would give the Heavenly Massacre map to Long Chen. This would allow Long Chen's strength to increase greatly and cause chaos outside the Heavenly Massacre map. In addition, he had the 3 lives love thread. Once he was injured, he could escape back into the Heavenly Massacre map. Therefore, he was actually not very dangerous. Long Chen was very capable. Beside him was Kitten, who was still fooling around in the face of this great disaster, and Lingxi, who was holding his hand and looking a little nervous. Below them were millions and millions of their compatriots who stood together with them. Through the thick dust on the ground, Long Chen could see the progress of the battle. Yang Yu had transformed into a supreme divine dragon, and at the same time, she was controlling the deity sword, the Milky Way. She was temporarily in a deadlock with the strongest group of experts on the other side. Under the siege of the opponents, it was very difficult for her to truly defeat them. She needed time and a stronger willpower. Meanwhile, the other Dragon Emperors, including the Sea God Emperor, were fighting fiercely with their opponents. The 9 Phoenixes, the Heavenly Hound, the Woeful Beast, the Primordial Thunder Beast, the Demonic Wind Beast, the Luwu Beast, the Eternal Life Godly Beast and the Warlocks. However, the Slaughter Dragon City was quite a distance away from them. Although the Slaughter Sky map still supported them to a certain extent, the improvement was not obvious because they were too scattered. At this juncture, 3 opponents broke through the encirclement of the Dragon Emperors and rushed towards the Slaughter Dragon City. Long Chen's responsibility was not only to protect the Heavenly Massacre map. He also had to be a good leader and unite everyone. The enemies are coming. Everyone, get ready. Even the Sea God Emperor could not break through the Heavenly Massacre map. We are the elites of the human race. There are more than 20 seniors who have passed the 9 Palace Tribulation. These 3 are only at the advanced stage of the 9 Palace Tribulation. It's impossible for them to break through the heavenly massacre map. Brothers and sisters, let's show them that the human race is not as weak as they think. Even though all the dragon emperors had gone out to fight, with Long Chen here, they still had a pillar of support, confidence, and courage. With all of these they would have strength. Fight. What they needed to do was to use their strongest willpower to release their strength and accept the challenge from the enemies. The ones who came to attack were the heavenly hound of the demon race, the tyrant god emperor of the sea race, and a giant beast from the demon race. Long Chen did not know who it was, but as a great demon lord, it was definitely similar to the others. Ba Shen Huang was a deep-sea giant turtle with the most terrifying power. It was a heavyweight opponent. Its huge body was a huge challenge for the heavenly massacre map. A 9-palace tribulation warrior next to him said that the last demon was called Evil Spirit Beast. It was an expert on the spiritual level and was proficient in primordial spirit attacks. It was the most frightening demon in the entire demon race. It could even control millions of demons, which was very similar to the primeval troll. But even so, the Evil Spirit Beast was still controlled by the primeval troll. 3 experts attacked. Ba Shen Huang was a deep-sea giant turtle, but he was not slow at all. In fact, he was terrifyingly fast. He spun in the starry sky, and the turtle shell, which was so hard that most Dao treasures could not break, spun and formed countless balls that were more terrifying than meteorites. They rushed towards the Massacre Dragon City. The Massacre Dragon City could only resist. They could not dodge. After all, the Massacre Dragon City was just a city. Long Chen could only watch helplessly as the other party smashed towards him. To be honest, if he went out to resist, he would definitely be crushed by the other party. Therefore, he chose to release all his power together with everyone else in order to maintain the heavenly massacre diagram. At this time, everyone used their power at the same time under his command. The moment the Ba Shen Huang rushed over, the heavenly massacre map was activated to an unprecedented state. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound. The entire Massacre Dragon City was like a ball that was sent flying. It kept rolling and finally smashed into the ground. Under this impact, the people of the Massacre Dragon City swayed left and right. Almost everyone fell to the ground. Fortunately, no one was injured. Soon, everyone stood up. The heavenly massacre map was also fine. Although they had suffered a relatively heavy impact, they had to admit that they had successfully blocked it. Even the direct impact of a peak expert was not that terrifying. Stand up. They can't break us. Long Chen's voice had the magic of a king. Although they had fallen, they stood up one after another. At this time, the deep-sea giant turtle appeared in front of everyone. On the left, there was a heavenly hound that lived in the shadows. On the right, there was a strange black demonic beast that was shrouded in black mist. From its vague appearance, it looked like a bat. This was the evil spiritual beast. As expected, even its appearance was slightly similar to the primeval troll that Long Chen had seen before. The evil spiritual beast's cry was very terrifying. It could affect people's minds. Hearing the introduction of the old man, Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. The heavenly massacre map could not completely block the sound. Therefore, if the evil spiritual beast attacked, some people might not be able to withstand it. It's really interesting. Do you really think I can't break it? The second Ocean King, Ba Shen Huang's thunderous laughter had been weakened by the heavenly massacre map by about 90%. Come at me together. The great demon lord Heavenly Hound snorted. Sure. Ba Shen Huang answered directly. Then, together with the Heavenly Hound, they attacked directly. Deep Sea Death Ray. Ba Shen Huang's eyes were sharp. He opened his mouth slightly as if he was holding a gem in his mouth. A dazzling black light burst out. The black light was like a sharp blade that burst out in an instant. It formed countless light thorns that covered the sky and earth, shooting towards the Slaughter Dragon City like arrows. On the other side, the black shadow of the Heavenly Hound was also moving. He swept past the periphery of the Slaughter Dragon City and moved rapidly. For a moment, his shadow covered the sky and earth. This was a creature that looked like a wolf and a dog. Its mouth was scarlet. In its eyes, the Slaughter Dragon City was like a moon. The reason why it was called the Heavenly Hound was because of its powerful devouring ability. Buzz! Boundless black mist was spat out from its mouth. Everywhere it went, whether it was the mountains, the trees, the sun, the moon, or the rivers, they all melted into black powder that scattered in the air. A gust of wind swept the powder into its mouth. The black mist and the deep-sea death ray of Ba Shen Huang brought unprecedented danger to everyone from two directions. Long Chen, hang in there. We're thinking of a way. At this time, Yang Yu and the others had pinned all their hopes on Long Chen. He had to take on this important task. This was his destiny, his mission. There was no need for Long Chen to speak. Just by looking at his eyes, everyone knew what they had to do. They had to defend the city and create opportunities for the Dragon Emperor's team, leaving them at their wits' end. The Slaughter Dragon City, which had gathered all the elites of the human clan, was not a place that could be easily breached. We've talked so much about dying before, but now everyone understands that we won't die. What we want is a complete victory. The two peak experts' attacks were vented on the Slaughter Sky map when Long Chen and the others were at their peak. At that moment, everyone's eyes widened. They saw that the heavenly slaughter diagram had already been engulfed by the other party's power. They saw that everyone was surrounded, but they didn't feel dispirited. Because, although there was pressure, at least they sensed that when everyone faced it with unimaginable passion and hot-bloodedness, the two opponents still couldn't break through the heavenly slaughter diagram. Boom! Boom! The light and the mist should have been able to kill 99% of the people here, but now it was blocked by the Slaughter Sky map. Although it was a great shock to everyone, it did not hurt them at all. This gave everyone great courage. The courage to win. It turned out that it was not as one-sided as everyone had imagined. They had succeeded. Although it was just the beginning, it was a beginning that gave them infinite hope and courage. Next, they continued to fight. Under the attack of the two peak experts, the Slaughter Dragon City was swaying left and right, but it was never breached. Let me do it. At this time, the evil spirit beast at the side finally said in a faint voice. Sina has released a very fun software called Micron. Madman has established a Dragon Blood God of War alliance in Micron. The alliance is a group, similar to a group chat on QQ, but there is no limit on the number of people. The chat room can have tens of thousands of people. At the same time, you can post updates for other dragon friends to see. I'm also here. If you are interested, hurry up and download Micron. Then click on the group to search for Dragon Blood God of War and join the alliance. Chapter 24:17. If it was just Emperor Ba Shan and Tengu attacking, Long Chen estimated that with so many experts and elites present, even if they went all out and unleashed their ultimate divine abilities, they might not be able to break through the Slaughter Dragon City within a day. The Slaughter Sky map was their main target. As long as the Slaughter Sky map was not broken, no matter how the battle outside was, the human clan would not lose, nor would they suffer any losses. After all, in this kind of one-on-one situation, the experts of the three clans could not do anything to the 15 Dragon Emperors. Although Yang Yu did not win, it would be quite difficult for these people to hurt her. Therefore, the turning point of the battle would always be on the side of the Slaughter Dragon City led by Long Chen. If it was only Ba Shen Huang and Tiango, there would naturally be no problem. However, after listening to the introductions of the surrounding elders, Long Chen understood that there was definitely a reason why Xueqi had arranged for this evil spirit beast to be here. It was different from Ba Shen Emperor and Tian Go, and its attacks were similarly mysterious and unpredictable. Within the black mist, the appearance of the evil spirit beast gradually appeared. It turned out to be a purple bat with two heads. From its appearance, it could be seen that the two heads were not of the same size. Instead, one was larger than the other, and one was smaller than the other. Slaughter Sky map. Hee, it can stop everyone, but it can't stop us. Don't you think so, my dear? A woman's voice came from the bigger head below, which was giggling. The voice penetrated the Slaughter Sky map and spread into the Slaughter Dragon City. Although it was a lot weaker, the disgusting voice still made everyone feel a little uncomfortable. Yes, to us, the Slaughter Sky map is nothing. We originally gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it, and even made this kind of useless resistance. Therefore, at this time we have no choice but to follow the order and give you so many people. Death. This was the head on the top, which was smaller, but had exceptionally sharp eyes. Although it was only one body, it had two minds and two primordial spirits. This was one of the top bloodlines of the demon clan, the evil spirit beast. To most demon beasts, they were nightmares. In reality, this body was controlled by the magnetic head below. It possessed tyrannical physical attacks, and was not much weaker than great demon lords like the Tengu. As for the male head above, it was more proficient in primeval troll techniques, such as manipulation, sound, primordial spirit attacks, and so on. They were specially sent by Xueqi to attack the massacre heavenly diagram, which was the key to this battle. Currently, the 15 Dragon Emperor and the others were all in an emergency battle. They wanted to finish off the other party and come back to help. In reality, everyone knew a thing or two about the evil spirit beast. It was only at this time, when the purple-headed bat appeared in front of everyone, that everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. Oh no! When he saw the change in the male evil spirit beast's eyes, he knew that he had come prepared and was specially here to destroy the heavenly slaughter diagram. Since they had such a plan, there was definitely a high possibility of success. Moreover, at this moment, the heavenly hound and the tyrant god emperor both had expectant expressions on their faces. It was obvious that they were waiting for the evil spirit beast to attack before launching another attack. They were ready. Long Chen was still in the heavenly slaughter diagram and could not resist for a short period of time. Everyone, defend. At this moment, the evil spirit beast charged forward. The female evil spirit beast controlled a pair of blade-like wings. The edges of the wings burst with purple sword light, and they slashed toward the heavenly slaughter diagram. At the same time, the male evil spirit beast took a deep breath. His eyes were playful. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar. This was an extremely sharp roar. It was so sharp that it seemed to have become a blade, piercing through everything. It even spread throughout the entire dragon god domain. The other 4 dragon cities could basically hear this terrifying roar. Slaughter Dragon City, which was under the evil spirit beast's attack, suffered the greatest impact. Although they did their best to block more than 90% of the sound with the heavenly slaughter diagram, the remaining 10% of the sound penetrated. For most of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists, this was simply a disaster. Puff! Countless people directly vomited blood and fell to the ground. Although there were no deaths or injuries, they suffered some injuries. Almost half of the entire Slaughter Dragon City collapsed. The remaining half, under the piercing sound, also felt quite uncomfortable. They could not use their power to transmit their power to the heavenly slaughter diagram at all. It was precisely because of the existence of the evil spirit beast that the great demon lord alone brought heavy damage to the entire Slaughter Dragon City. This was not just a problem of injuries, but a serious blow to their confidence. Under the destructive sound attack of the male evil spirit beast and the attack of the female evil spirit beast's wings, the heavenly slaughter diagram was almost torn apart this time. The entire heavenly slaughter diagram was almost completely destroyed. This was a terrifying reversal. Almost all the humans were stunned. The 15 dragon emperors had never thought that this evil spirit beast, which had always been low-key, would actually have such special power. This was the strongest line of defense. If everyone could not stand up, then the entire line of defense would collapse. At this moment, the evil spirit beast was already preparing for the next attack. Tyrant God Emperor and Heavenly Hound were also preparing to continue attacking. If there were no other changes, the Slaughter Dragon City would be broken, and countless humans would die. Today's battle was almost about to end. Long Chen swept a glance over, and many people lost their confidence. At this critical moment, he did his best to use his fire of life to sweep the entire city and help as many people as he could. Everyone felt that their injuries were healing very quickly. This was the magical effect of the fire of life. Under the descent of the fire of life, everyone could see Long Chen more clearly. What they saw was that Long Chen was now looking at the sky. His scorching eyes were looking at the evil spirit beast. Such passion, such hatred, such ruthlessness. This was the anger that he had hidden for a long time, and today it exploded. From the moment he returned from the Sea God region, his heart was full of depression. He saw the sky covered with corpses and a sea of blood. He saw his home being destroyed, and he saw everyone leaving their homes to come to this place. What he wanted was nothing more than world peace. However, the primeval troll changed everything. He brought chaos to the world. Wasn't the evil spirit beast in front of them a part of the primeval troll? In fact, all of their opponents were part of the primeval troll, and they were now just puppets. They brought despair to the human race time and time again. Long Chen did not dare to say how deeply he loved this race. He only knew that when they encountered a disaster, any expert had to stand up and bear this responsibility. This was also his father's expectation of him. Therefore, everyone saw the look in his eyes that was unafraid of death. Then, everyone saw that he held the hand of the woman beside him without hesitation. Without the slightest hesitation,
He rushed out of the slaughter heavenly diagram when the opponent was preparing to continue attacking.
His target was the terrifying evil spirit beast. Stand up. I'll block it. After the flame of life swept over, Long Chen's voice reverberated in everyone's ears. It was unimaginable how powerful this voice was. Even though they knew that the most precious thing about Long Chen now was not his combat power but his future potential, they still trusted him completely and placed all their hopes on him. That's right. As long as Long Chen could block the evil spirit beast, now that they had more or less recovered, Ba Shen Huang and the Heavenly Hound could do nothing to the slaughter heavenly diagram. Stand up. Stand up. Fight. Fight. In an instant, everyone seemed to have awakened. They roared crazily and channeled all their power into the heavenly massacre diagram. The dim heavenly massacre diagram lit up once again with the support of their frenzied efforts. After that, everyone shed tears, their hearts filled with hot blood as they watched that man fight. It was just like last time, he fought against the Sea God Emperor without any hesitation, and in exchange, he was almost killed. He was brave, but could he really stop the evil spirit beast? The previous crisis of the slaughter heavenly diagram had frightened all the human powerhouses who were fighting. Fortunately, at this time, Long Chen had still resolutely decided to leave the protection of the slaughter heavenly diagram and contribute all his life and blood to block the evil spirit beast's path. The most precious thing was that Lingxi had actually come out with him. They held hands, a pair of lovers, brave and fearless. That scene inspired who knew how many people, and it was deeply imprinted in many people's minds. They didn't know whether Long Chen could survive. They only knew that if the slaughter heavenly diagram was still broken while Long Chen was blocking the evil spirit beast, they would have let Long Chen down. So it's you, little thing. The female evil spirit beast couldn't help but laugh. How interesting. You two want to deal with us? Since you two are a pair, I'll give you one last warning. Get out of the way, or you'll die. The tyrant god emperor and the heavenly hound didn't think that Long Chen could block the evil spirit beast. They only cared about attacking the slaughter heavenly diagram. In any case, they thought that after suffering a heavy blow, these humans' abilities were more or less the same. However, what made them speechless was that these guys were actually very tough, so tough that it made them furious. Evil spirit beast, stop fooling around. Don't forget your mission. The heavenly hound turned around and roared. The evil spirit beast wasn't stronger than them. It just happened to restrain the slaughter heavenly diagram. All right, I'll send them to the next world. The female evil spirit beast's huge body directly charged over, completely disregarding Long Chen. Little she. At this time, Long Chen had already connected with her through the 3 lifetimes love thread. From now on they were one body. The connection between them was even closer than the male and female evil spirit beasts. Lingxi's eyes were also filled with hatred. The stars shifting technique. One more long-winded sentence. Sina has released a very fun software called Micron. Madman has established a dragon-blooded god of war alliance in Micron. If everyone is interested, hurry up and download Micron, then click on the group to search for Dragon-Blooded God of War and join this alliance. Everyone can chat and post together. It should be quite interesting, right? I'm the leader. If you perform well, I can also be set as an administrator. First come, first served. Hurry up. I hope there will be more beauties joining. Chapter 24:18. The Big Dipper technique performed by Long Chen, who was close to a peak expert, was certainly not simple at all. Moreover, the evil spirit beast had never taken Long Chen seriously. The only person who had suffered from the life and death calamity 3 times was Neptune Emperor, but he was sober now. When the evil spirit beast attacked, a circular formation appeared in front of them. They crashed into the vortex of the formation and disappeared in the blink of an eye. For a moment, everyone was incomparably shocked. Unexpectedly, before the battle started, Lingxi directly got rid of the evil spirit beast. Although it was certainly not very far, at least the evil spirit beast could not threaten the Massacre Dragon City for the time being. A roar came from afar. Obviously, the evil spirit beast was returning angrily. The people of the Massacre Dragon City cheered, and they had a greater fighting spirit. This was a cheer for Long Chen and Neptune Emperor. In a sense, at least this time they had saved the entire human tribe. Without them, the Massacre Dragon elder brother Chen would have been defeated by now, and everyone would have died. Massacre Dragon Emperor. Massacre Dragon Emperor. The entire Slaughter Dragon City was cheering for Long Chen. As they cheered, they contributed their power. No one wanted to rest. They were using their greatest power to resist the tyrant god sovereign and the heavenly hound. Of course, the evil spirit beast would return. Therefore, the situation was still critical. At this time, Long Chen once again made a bold and crazy decision. In fact, at this time, the power of the entire Massacre Sky Map had been instilled into him. It was the gathering of everyone's strength. Long Chen found that he had received an unprecedented increase. His strength was now infinitely close to the level of the Dragon Emperor. Especially with Lingxi's care and help, it was even more majestic. At this moment, he was the strongest he had ever been in his life. Now, each Dragon Emperor was only dealing with one opponent. They did not need the power of the Massacre Sky Map. It was Long Chen who needed the Massacre Sky Map.
Under the instilling of this kind of power together with Lingxi, they had truly reached a level where they could resist a peak expert.
Of course, there was also the elusive kitten who had already come out. Long Chen and Lingxi didn't say anything else. With the heavenly slaughter diagram providing them with the most powerful supply, they had endless power and weren't afraid of exhaustion or exhaustion at all. In the distance, the male and female evil spirit beasts were already charging toward them in rage. Long Chen had reached the limit where the heavenly massacre diagram could provide him with the greatest amount of power. He was waiting for the evil spirit beast to arrive.
Now, he was holding Lingxi's hand in one hand and the violent god-slaying sword in the other.
Similarly, Lingxi also wielded the butterfly illusory sword. They looked at each other and saw the determination and willpower in each other's eyes. That kind of deep emotion was boiling hot at this moment. Kill! Long Chen almost roared. The evil spirit beast was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it traveled thousands of miles and returned in an instant. The 15 Dragon Emperors felt that Long Chen's power had skyrocketed under the effects of the heavenly massacre diagram and the 3 lives threads. They had new hope. It was very likely that Long Chen's actions would bring a new turning point to the entire human race. The outcome would depend on this battle between him and the evil spirit beast. Everyone was looking forward to it and waiting. In the endless sandstorm, the 2 young lives were shouldering an extremely important mission. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The evil spirit beast had been transported out. This was a humiliation, so they were especially furious. The moment they returned, they attacked together. The male evil spirit beast couldn't help but attack with sound. This was outside the heavenly massacre diagram. If they weren't capable enough, the 2 young people would very likely die in battle under the all-pervasive sound of the other party. However, Long Chen had unimaginable willpower.
He was waiting until the other party opened its mouth and was about to make a sound.
Then, he used the god-slaying sword's Eye of Hell. The Eye of Hell wasn't ordinary. The god-slaying sword was also mysterious. In the eyes of the evil spirit beast, the terrifying green eyes that appeared behind Long Chen were filled with deep fear. The male evil spirit beast was directly frightened and didn't even launch an attack. 3 life and death tribulations. The Eye of Hell. Next would be the 3 life and death tribulations. At least for now, this attack that he and Lingxi launched together was his most fatal attack. Previously, the Sea God Emperor had been injured by this attack, let alone Long Chen, who had the support of the heavenly massacre diagram. The 3 lives threads. The twin swords amalgamation. Only when one's love and emotions were deep enough could he launch the most perfect attack. As the sword stabbed out, the 2 swords intertwined and layers of sword shadows appeared. It seemed slow but couldn't be resisted at all. Under the influence of the Eye of Hell, the evil spirit beast didn't even have time to dodge and was directly hit by Long Chen. Next, they let out cries of pain, not cries of attack. What Long Chen could confirm was that the 3 lifetimes death calamity minced their internal organs, pierced through their spines and bones, and even shook their primordial spirits, directly causing them serious injuries. This was the consequence of carelessness and not taking Long Chen seriously at all. A great demon lord was actually injured by Long Chen. This was simply a miracle. But this was indeed the truth, even if he couldn't imagine it. The first thing that the evil spirit beast thought of was to escape. It might have injured its spiritual world, causing the will of the primeval troll inside to be injured. It was very confused for a moment, so it actually flapped its huge wings and directly turned around to escape. Once it was too far away, Long Chen would lose the power of the heavenly massacre diagram. Moreover, there was a certain element of luck in defeating the evil spirit beast, so he absolutely couldn't give chase at this time. Every 3 lifetimes death calamity could almost suck them dry. Luckily, the 3 lifetimes death calamity recovered very quickly, and with the heavenly massacre diagram, after stabilizing for a while, the two of them regained their battle strength. Luckily, after using the 3 lifetimes death calamity, Ba Shenhuang and the heavenly hound didn't attack him. Otherwise, he would have been killed by them. The evil spirit beast escaped. At least from now on, until the evil spirit beast recovered and returned, there was almost no pressure on the heavenly massacre diagram. Long Chen quickly returned to the heavenly massacre diagram. When he returned, he received the cheers of the entire human race. It was hard to imagine that he had actually accomplished such a thing. This was a grand miracle. This was also the birth of a hero. From that moment on, many of the elders began to blindly worship this young man. In fact, even Long Qinglan back then, apart from intimidating the other races, he had never turned the tide and pulled the entire human race out of the gates of hell. They truly regarded Long Chen as their faith and the absolute leader. Once the evil spirit beast left, everyone had a rare moment of relaxation. In the beginning, everyone was very afraid of all the peak powerhouses, worried that they would break the heavenly massacre diagram. But now, Ba Shenhuang and the heavenly hound's repeated attacks caused a very violent tremor, but everyone was confident that they could hold them off for at least a day. Moreover, with Long Chen around, what was there to be afraid of? In fact, the Dragon Emperor and the others were also very relaxed. In a one-on-one battle, they were of equal strength and understood each other. It was very difficult to produce a true victor. Even if they were injured, it was difficult to truly defeat them. Therefore, this battle was temporarily in a stalemate. However, as long as it wasn't over, no one would be relieved because of this. Now that the Heavenly Hound and Ba Shenhuang already knew Long Chen's means, it wouldn't be so easy to defeat them in the same way. Long Chen simply didn't go out and supported the Heavenly Massacre diagram with the others. With his participation, it was even more impossible for the other party to break through. Everyone, give up. It's already impossible for you to succeed. Among the Dragon Emperor, someone laughed coldly. It's still too early to make a conclusion. The evil spirit beast's injuries are too severe, and he will soon return. As long as he isn't careless, you humans won't have any chance. The 3 races still didn't compromise at all. They were even willing to stay in a stalemate and wait for the evil spirit beast's return. Among the Dragon Emperors, the Eternal Dragon Emperor became fiercer as he fought. After all, he was the first Dragon Emperor and had stronger abilities. Long Chen also made him very proud. Then let's wait and see. Pitiful people controlled by the primeval troll. One day, Long Chen will awaken you one by one. At that time, this old man wants to see what kind of expression you'll have. He was very proud. After all, the 2 great monsters of the human race, Long Qinglan and Long Chen, were both his descendants. Of course, this was also a kind of pride. Because of Long Chen's outstanding performance, the pressure on the Dragon Emperor's side was immediately reduced a lot. The Eternal Dragon Emperor's opponent was Lu Wu, who was extremely good at close combat. Beside him, the Sea God Emperor and the 9 Phoenixes were engaged in a fierce battle. The Sea God Emperor was the first Sea Emperor of the Sea race. His cultivation was also very strong, but he wasn't in the best environment, so he couldn't crush the 9 Phoenixes. While fighting, the Sea God Emperor kept watching the movements of the Slaughter Dragon City. So young but really heaven-defying. Unfortunately, all of you underestimate me. Silver Moon Fong. That's right. I have indeed awakened. Moreover, I am very clear-headed. Therefore, I know even better what I should do. He laughed sinisterly as he fought and conversed with his opponent at the same time. I will use my own actions to gain your trust. My respected primeval troll, what should I call you? He couldn't help but laugh grimly. No one can stop them from coming out, so why bother to resist needlessly? I am sober, and I am also the first to surrender. So, they must need a subordinate. From the moment he woke up until now, he had been thinking non-stop. He saw that the human race refused to hand over the 5 Dragon Balls, and he deeply knew the terror of the primeval troll. They were real gods, and not a few people could be subdued. What a terrifying existence they were. Unexpectedly, someone would think of fighting them. If it was the Sea race, the Sea God Emperor would definitely offer the 5 Dragon Balls with both hands. So, he stared at the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Chapter 24:19. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was not Yang Yu. Yang Yu could face the attacks of 6 pinnacle experts and remain undefeated, but he could not even fight 3 experts of the same level. When Long Chen returned to the Heavenly Diagram of Massacre, the Heavenly Diagram of Massacre only provided a small portion of the Eternal Dragon Emperor's power. Previously, the Cruel Blood Dragon Emperor and the others had occupied 1/3 of the Heavenly Diagram of Massacre's power, but they still found it difficult to fight against 2 opponents, let alone 3 now. This was actually only one of the small factors. The biggest factor was that no one could have imagined that such a change would occur. This was beyond everyone's expectations. The Eternal Dragon Emperor naturally did not know that Neptune Emperor, who was focused on dealing with the enemy, would go behind him and attack him. This was simply a sneak attack. A fatal sneak attack. In addition, the 9 phoenixes, who were originally restrained by Neptune Emperor, were actually prepared. The moment they seized the opportunity, they also attacked the Eternal Dragon Emperor, who was surrounded. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. In fact, Long Chen did not even notice the commotion here. He only looked over when he heard some exclamations. He happened to see the Sea God Emperor suddenly change sides and launch a sneak attack on the Eternal Dragon Emperor. It was so sudden that the Eternal Dragon Emperor was still fighting with Luwu Beast. Even Luwu Beast itself did not know that such a change would occur, but it was very good at seizing opportunities. Azure Ray. Neptune Emperor just happened to be behind the Eternal Dragon Emperor. The Azure Ray suddenly attacked, and the Eternal Dragon Emperor was still entangled by Luwu Beast. For a moment, he could not resist at all, nor could he dodge. It could be said that no one except Yang Yu could dodge the attack of 3 pinnacle experts in this situation. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was no exception. He was directly hit by Neptune Emperor's Azure Ray. Although this was not a fatal attack, it could directly turn a small part of the Eternal Dragon Emperor's body into ice and bind it, creating an opportunity for the other 2. The change happened in the blink of an eye. The 9 Phoenix and the Sea God Emperor had discussed it, so they were even more prepared. When the Azure Light Beam landed on the Eternal Dragon Emperor's dragon body, her attack also landed. 9 Supreme Heavenly Flames. In her body, there were a total of 9 kinds of beast flames inherited from immemorial divine beasts. In order to cultivate these 9 kinds of flames, 9 Phoenix, like the sun-devouring demon wolf, devoured countless flames throughout her life to feed the 9 extreme sky flames. At 9 Phoenix's level, the 9 extreme sky flames had reached a level where it could destroy the world. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was frozen by the sudden and unexpected azure light. How could he resist? The 9 extreme sky flames pierced into his body like a sharp sword, instantly splitting into 9 types and rushing towards every part of his body, covering all his flesh, blood, bones, veins, and the Eternal Dragon Emperor's world tree in her scorching 9 extreme sky flames. It was so tragic. In the end, the Luwu Beast delivered the final blow. In truth, the dual attack of the Azure Light Beam and the 9 extreme sky flames had been perfectly coordinated. Hitting the Eternal Dragon Emperor from all sides, the Dragon Emperor was almost completely crippled, especially by the 9 extreme sky flames that had pierced into his body. Roar! Long Chen saw the old dragon howl in pain with his own eyes. Then the Luwu Beast's long claws pierced through the Eternal Dragon Emperor's head, tearing it apart. His Yuan spirit was destroyed. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was dead. Everyone watching felt as if their heads had been smashed by a sledgehammer. Long Chen's head felt like it was splitting, and his eyes turned completely red. From start to finish, no one had died. He had never imagined that an expert on the same level as the Dragon Emperor would be killed in an instant. He had died outside of everyone's expectations. Furthermore, this person was very important to Long Qinglan. He could be considered Long Chen's grandfather and was his family. How did it feel to have his kin killed on the spot, and he had witnessed it all? Long Chen could not think about it. He only knew that his head was filled with blood, and his body was no longer under his control. He trembled with anger and hatred. In his eyes, the Eternal Dragon Emperor's body had been reduced to dust. He saw Poseidon Emperor hovering in the air, not laughing, but smiling wickedly, revealing his sharp teeth. That was the smile that Long Chen hated the most. He had clearly woken up. Why had he suddenly attacked the Eternal Dragon Emperor? Was he being controlled again? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the other Dragon Emperors could not react. The one who had attacked and killed the Eternal Dragon Emperor was Poseidon Emperor. How was this possible? Hadn't Long Chen already woken him up? Only Long Chen knew what was going on.
The Sea God Emperor's eyes were extremely clear.
At this moment, he had no intention of returning to the control of the primordial demon.
Everything he had done was from the bottom of his heart. He had made this decision and was very clear-headed.
He had killed the Eternal Dragon Emperor with absolute clarity. Of course, the Eternal Dragon Emperor would come back to life. However, this meant that the other party had suddenly gained 2 more powerhouses. Long Chen had finally defeated the evil spirit beast with great difficulty.
Even if the Eternal Dragon Emperor came back to life, the 3 of them could attack together again, and then they could really kill the Eternal Dragon Emperor.
He actually did such a thing. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. He had witnessed the Eternal Dragon Emperor's death, which directly created a terrible hatred in him. Even before the Eternal Dragon Emperor died, he did not know what had happened. Long Chen did not care about anything else.
He directly flashed past the 2 peak experts who were still attacking the Slaughter Dragon City, and came to Poseidon Emperor.
Protect yourself.
This was the last thing he said to everyone.
Yes. Everyone was 100% obedient to his words. With such a change, at this time, only Long Chen could come up and solve this deadlock. Of course, Lingxi was also by his side. Although Kitten appeared and disappeared mysteriously, he was also there. Surrounded by Poseidon Emperor, Luwu Beast, and 9 Phoenix, the Eternal Dragon Emperor came back to life. He had completely recovered and used his second life.
But the problem was that even if he was not ambushed this time, now that he was surrounded, it was very likely that he would be killed again in a short time.
But he did not understand.
The feeling of death just now was still vivid in his mind.
It was so terrifying. Poseidon Emperor, Inuea, what are you doing?
He saw that Poseidon Emperor was awake, and an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
I am doing things for my future master. Yes, he is primeval troll. Even if he does not control me now, I feel that I should stand on his side. Poseidon Emperor chuckled. This strange idea of his angered everyone, especially the Rock Shaman and Iron Shaman. Back then, it was Poseidon Emperor who had persuaded them to fight together. They did not expect this guy to choose to betray them at this time. Who would have thought that Poseidon Emperor would have such a terrifying idea? At this time, the Rock Shaman and Iron Shaman were fighting with their brothers and sisters. Seeing that victory was in sight, they did not have the slightest intention of betraying Poseidon Emperor. What did you say?
The Eternal Dragon Emperor was stunned.
Do you still not understand? Don't you get it? You laughable fools. Don't you know how strong a primeval ogre devil is? With a single roar, he can control 30 experts of our level, and cause chaos in the Eternal God domain. You humans are the victims. Although your counterattack has been very successful, at least so far. Ha ha. Can humans fight gods? So what if you win this time? As long as the primeval ogre devil exists, you'll be killed eventually. If he really goes crazy, the human race will be wiped out. You really are fools. If I had the 5 dragon pearls, I'd send them to the Devil Star right now. At this point, he laughed cruelly and looked at the Eternal Dragon Emperor with disdain. However, the result is more or less the same. I withdrew from your stupid team at the right time and also made a great contribution. That evil spirit beast did not live up to expectations, so it's up to me to turn the situation around. You humans are really a hindrance. Dying twice. But this time, Eternal Ghost, you will really die. As for me, even if I am enslaved by Primeval Troll, even if the entire Eternal Sacred Realm becomes Primeval Troll's livestock farm, so what? They will definitely need a manager who will submit to them. 2 beautiful ladies. Am I right? Poseidon Emperor looked at Xueqi and Meng Hen. That's right. You have indeed brought about a turning point. When my Devil's Star takes over the Eternal Sacred Realm, you will definitely be rewarded. Xueqi said with a smile. Look at how wise I am and how foolish you are. Just obediently accept your death. Starting from you, Eternal Dragon Emperor, for every one of you who dies, my team will have 1 more person. It's 3 against 1 now, but when you die, it will be 4 against 1, and then 5 against 1. Eventually, all of you will die, won't you? Poseidon Emperor couldn't stop laughing. There was no one who didn't hate this traitor to the extreme. Under this kind of chaos, the other peak experts were only being controlled. Only Poseidon Emperor was a true traitor. He betrayed the entire Eternal Sacred Realm. He made all the Dragon Emperor, the Rock Shaman, and the Iron Shaman tremble in anger. Perhaps in Poseidon Emperor's eyes, He made such a choice because of a powerless young man. That person was Long Chen.
Are you done talking?
Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him. Poseidon Emperor's huge body turned and looked back. That's right, it was Long Chen. He actually had the guts to come here. Chapter 24:20. A puppet that was controlled would not be too hateful, but a real traitor would make people really angry. Especially because of his betrayal, the human race had once again fallen into a stalemate. As long as the Eternal Dragon Emperor died again, it would be quite difficult to deal with them. Fortunately, at this time, Long Chen stood up and faced Neptune Emperor again. As long as he could share a little of the burden for the Eternal Dragon Emperor, the Eternal Dragon Emperor would not be killed, even though it would be very difficult for him to fight against Luwu Beast and the Nine Phoenix. At this time, all the power of the slaughtering sky map was instilled into Long Chen and the Eternal Dragon Emperor, besides resisting the attacks of the Tyrant God Emperor and the Heavenly Hound. The other Dragon Emperors were basically fighting normally. This was the power that the other Dragon Emperors had given up. With the support, whether it was Long Chen or the Eternal Dragon Emperor, the power in their bodies was more majestic. Of course, they were also more angry. For Long Chen, anger was also a kind of power. There was no one who did not hate this Neptune Emperor to the bone. Everything he said was so shameless. If you want to be loyal to the primeval troll, wait until you are in hell, then do it. Every word that Long Chen said hid great anger. This battle was already inevitable. He was not only bearing his own anger, but also the anger of more than half of the human race in the slaughtering Dragon City. Now they were instilling all their power into him, hoping that he could kill this guy. Kill him. In the slaughtering Dragon City, countless people were shouting for Long Chen. It was already a miracle that Long Chen could seriously injure the evil spirit beast before, but everyone believed that with the support of the slaughtering sky map, he could definitely do better. This was everyone's trust in him. At this time, the Eternal Dragon Emperor had accepted the power of the Heavenly Massacre Diagram and was already fighting with Luwu and the Nine Phoenixes. Although it was difficult, it would not be easy for the other party to kill him without being ambushed. After all, the Eternal Dragon Emperor was not to be trifled with. The battle was getting more and more intense. In the beginning, everyone fought carefully, but after the Eternal Dragon Emperor died once, it ignited the flames of rage and madness in everyone's hearts. In their hearts, Long Chen was undoubtedly the most important person. They were really worried that Long Chen would lose. Neptune Emperor knew that if he wanted to kill Long Chen, he had to do it as soon as possible. When he saw that Long Chen and Lingxi were still in human form, he transformed into his human form. He was a very burly man, and he held the peaked-out treasure of the sea race, the godly sea-pacifying needle. His entire person had a domineering impact. He looked at Long Chen with a sinister smile and said, "First of all, if I kill this woman of yours, will you be heartbroken?" Naturally, he did not understand why Lingxi was standing here. Long Chen suddenly smiled coldly. He knew that almost everyone was watching this battle, and they had high hopes for him, even providing him with power. He knew that he could not lose. With so many people's hopes on him, even if Long Chen had to risk his life, he had to reverse the situation. He could not let Neptune Emperor deal with the Eternal Dragon Emperor. He said, "Since you are awake, there is no harm in telling you one thing. Do you know where the Three Lives love thread is now?"
Yes.
Neptune Emperor's body trembled. He looked at Long Chen in a daze, and his heart began to loosen. Under Long Chen's control, the Three Lives love thread between him and Lingxi flashed, letting Neptune Emperor see it. In the end, the one who obtained it was me. It has many magical uses that you cannot imagine. For example, it allows us to share each other's power, such as killing you. As for Lu Ji, why did she not come out of the Three Lives secret realm? Because she was killed by me. At this point, the Three Lives love thread concealed itself, and disappeared without a trace. Neptune Emperor was stunned for a long time, then gritted his teeth and said, "The final winner was you. Damn it." Long Chen said, "My abomination is not even 1/10 of yours. Despicable traitor, since you chose to betray the eternal God realm, you should be prepared to die." Then let's see who will die. In the end, Neptune Emperor let out a roar. He was not as complacent as before. He had lost his mind. He could not accept that so many sea race experts had entered the Three Lives secret realm with Long Chen, but in the end, the best thing had been taken away by Long Chen.
At the beginning of the last sentence, the battle that everyone was watching had begun.
Long Chen had to entangle this opponent.
Even if he could not defeat him, he could not let him go and let him attack others.
Now, Tyrant God Emperor and Heavenly Hound were still persisting in destroying the slaughtering sky diagram. Once they realized that they could not break it in a short time, they would very likely come back. At that time, the Dragon Emperor and the others would be in danger. Therefore, if he could not turn the tide, the situation would be very dangerous. Fortunately, the entire human race was standing behind him, providing him with an endless supply of strength. This gave him boundless confidence and fighting spirit. An even greater source of strength came from Ling Shi. This woman who was deeply in love with him was now standing in front of him, brimming with confidence. Long Chen definitely could not allow her to suffer even the slightest bit of harm. Of course, Neptune Emperor had the godly sea stabilizing needle in his hand. His first attack was aimed at Lingxi. That sky-raising rod made everyone worried. It was as if it could smash Lingxi into a meat patty at any time. Isn't it just a dead woman? Haha, even if you love each other, there will be a day when you become enemies. Trust me. Neptune Emperor could not help but laugh coldly. Facing such an attack, Lingxi was not flustered. After a long period of training, she already had superb fighting ability. Her Immortal Lord Realm technique was already extremely powerful. She formed a seal with one hand, and the speed at which her fingers changed was even faster than Neptune Emperor using the godly sea stabilizing needle. Long Chen was very confident in her Afterimage Divine technique. This was an Immortal Lord Realm technique that he had never seen before. When Lingxi completed it quickly, Long Chen knew that she was behind him. However, in her original position, she seemed to still be standing there. This was a kind of transfiguration technique. What was fast was not speed but transformation. With the Afterimage Divine technique, Lingxi had already shifted behind Long Chen. In her original position, there was still a clear image of her. It had the effect of passing off the fake as the real one. At that moment, everyone watched as Lingxi was ripped apart by the godly sea steadying needle in a split second. In that instant, Neptune Emperor laughed heartily. Everyone's heart sank. It could be said that Lingxi's Qian Kuan teleportation design had saved the human race. Such a lovely, goddess-like woman had died just like that. However, their sadness only lasted for a moment. Because they saw Lingxi appear behind Long Chen, safe and sound. To be honest, with this Afterimage Divine art, Long Chen was already very at ease with letting Lingxi fight alone. Because no matter what, it would be very difficult for her to be hit by the opponent. This kind of transformation speed even surpassed the spatial power of Di Jun Divine City's teleportation. What's going on? Neptune Emperor had seen Lingxi being torn apart by him with his own eyes. Damn it! His shocked expression made everyone burst out laughing. Although Neptune Emperor was in a predicament, but Long Chen did not think that this guy was easy to deal with. If he got violent, he would be terrifying. The real battle had just begun. Long Chen knew that the threads of 3 lifetimes was his killing move. Neptune Emperor knew that the two of them had such power, so he would be very cautious. Therefore, Long Chen would only use it when he had absolute confidence. Before that opportunity came, he and Lingxi could only fight to the death with this pinnacle expert. Long Chen relied on strong attacks, while Lingxi would use some Immortal Lord Realm techniques from the side. She could often bring the dead back to life, and give Long Chen the upper hand. She was the best support. For example, when Neptune Emperor used the Vast Ocean Emperor Fist to kill both Long Chen and Lingxi, Lingxi could use the Revolving Star Passage technique to move the opponent's attack and person away. Although it was not far, it had completely resolved the danger. Long Chen used the Massacring Sword art to clash with the opponent's godly sea steadying needle. With his current strength, the Massacring Sword art could still explode with terrifying power. This was because the Massacring Sword art had a total of 10,000 swords, and Long Chen's limit should be about 8,000 swords. He was almost at the pinnacle of the Massacring Sword art. He completed the first 6,000 swords with frightening speed, and condensed 6,000 bursts of sword chi that covered the sky and ground. They flew towards Neptune Emperor. This was the power of anger. Although he was not as strong as a pinnacle expert now, with the support of the slaughtering diagram, he was almost there. To the Sea God Emperor, the most troublesome thing to deal with wasn't Long Chen's Massacring Sword art, but Lingxi's Immortal Lord Realm techniques that appeared from time to time. This made it seem as though each of his attacks were hitting thin air. The feeling of having power but being unable to use it made him so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. At this moment, he was so angry that he was shaking. It was especially so for Long Chen's massacring sword art. The further he went, the more powerful it became. 7,800th sword. That resplendent sword Qi struck. The gray sword light was filled with negative energy. It pierced towards Neptune Emperor, but was blocked by the opponent's godly sea steadying needle. However, even so, Neptune Emperor was forced back. Next, 20 consecutive swords were unleashed, and Neptune Emperor was forced back again and again. Tempest of Ages. The last sword was executed under the Tempest of Ages. The Tempest of Ages' time disorder power instantly tore through Neptune Emperor's skin, and blood splattered everywhere. Shadow Bind. At this moment, Lingxi cooperated and used an Immortal Lord Realm technique. The Shadow Bind was a little like Tengu's attack, but more exquisite. Under the Shadow Bind, Neptune Emperor was entangled by the shadows. Even though it was only for a moment, Long Chen's sword slashed directly on Neptune Emperor's shoulder, chopping off his arm. This was tacit understanding. When Lingxi used Immortal Lord Realm techniques to support Long Chen in battle, she could often achieve such a miraculous effect. Chapter 24-21. Almost everyone saw his arm fly away. The dignified number 1 Sea Emperor was actually injured by the cooperation of 2 youngsters. Although it wasn't fatal, it was still embarrassing enough. Ha ha ha. The Sea God Emperor instantly broke free from the Shadow Bind. His severed arm also quickly grew back. He couldn't help but laugh. His expression became very fierce. Long Chen, be careful. He might consume his lifespan to use the merfolk secret technique. This was Yang Yu's reminder. With her reminder, Long Chen didn't say anything and directly summoned Lingxi to his side. Sure enough, the current Sea God Emperor was no longer the same. His body was actually burning with blue flames. It looked like fire, but also like water. What could be noticed was that his body's strength was constantly increasing, reaching a very terrifying degree. It's worth it to use 200 years of my lifespan to exchange for your lives. After saying this, the Sea God Emperor's gaze turned cold. He moved. In his right hand, he condensed a fist. It was a fist that seemed to have gathered all the power in his body. There was a strange blue flame burning on it. This was a fist that was even more brilliant than the vast Sea Divine Fist. It contained a higher level of heavenly Tao power. It was an attack that the Sea God Emperor had paid the price of 200 years of his life for. When this fist condensed, the remaining ground was directly crushed by the huge might. At this time, everyone had already rushed out of the northern starry sky. Even the Slaughter Dragon City had been moved here. It could be seen how fierce this battle was. Under this fist, the starry sky was torn apart. Pieces of land collapsed and turned into endless soil that scattered in the starry sky. The northern territory of the Slaughter Dragon City was almost completely torn apart. In the contrast of the blue flames, the Sea God Emperor's expression was very gloomy. Suddenly, he grinned, revealing his sharp teeth, revealing a trace of an evil smile. This was the most disgusting smile that Long Chen hated. Die! The Sea God Emperor gently pushed out his fist. In that instant, Long Chen saw the entire world turn into a sea. The boiling seawater set off an endless storm. Little Shi, use your afterimage divine art to dodge. I'll block it. This time, the revolving star passage technique was unable to move the other party. It could be seen that in order to kill Long Chen and the others, the Sea God Emperor had put in a lot of effort. No, we can resist together. I can do it. Lingxi was adamantly against it. Long Chen's thought was that he didn't know if he would die or not, but at least he had to ensure Lingxi's survival. He couldn't let her suffer this level of attack. However, he knew that Lingxi would never agree to it. What he was worried about was what Yang Yu said. He couldn't let anything happen to the child in Lingxi's belly. However, at this juncture, the 2 adults were always more important than the empty soul in her arms. Therefore, Long Chen didn't force her. He knew that if she lost herself, even if she kept the child, she wouldn't be happy. The punch was coming. Everyone knew how terrifying the Sea God Emperor was this time. At this time, the Eternal Dragon Emperor transferred all the power that the Heavenly Massacre Diagram had sent to him to Long Chen. The entire Heavenly Massacre Diagram's power was given to Long Chen. In all of this, the love threads of 3 lifetimes were the most closely connected. Their power was recovering rapidly, reaching the most perfect cycle. Because at this time they were of one mind. They were of one mind, as though they were one. Because of this, they could unleash unprecedented power. In that instant, Long Chen used the flames of life to surround the two, and then used time reversal. He used the greatest power of the Void Universe Dragon to counter the other party's attack with time reversal. Great Heaven Boundary. As for Lingxi, she also used an Immortal Lord Realm technique. Her defense was behind Long Chen. This was a dark red boundary. Although it looked simple, it was the highest level that Lingxi could use with her Immortal Lord Realm technique. Sea God Emperor's earth-shattering fist first collided with Long Chen's space-time reversal power. With such a huge attack, Long Chen was naturally unable to reverse the opponent, but he could complete the effect of reducing it. In that instant, Long Chen was dizzy from the impact. His blood was boiling, and his organs were shaken. However, if such a huge force collided with the Great Heaven Boundary, Lingxi would still be seriously injured. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and persevered. In that instant, all the images flashed before his eyes. In the Three Lives Secret Realm, he had almost been killed by the other party. Just now, because of his sudden appearance, the Eternal Dragon Emperor had died in his hands. And everything he had said was so disgusting. What right did such a scum have to defeat him? Long Chen was proud. Even if he had to die, he wanted to die at the hands of someone he respected. In his eyes, the Sea God Emperor was just a pile of dog shit. Reversal. In that instant, he had the greatest control over time. He couldn't completely reverse the other party's attack, but he had at least reduced the power by more than half, and blocked the mighty rock punch. In the blink of an eye, the punch had already landed on the Great Heaven Barrier. Wang. Lingxi's body was shattered, and her face was pale. However, she was held by Long Chen. Under the burning of his flame of life, the two's injuries were negligible. Unless the Sea God Emperor could kill them instantly, with the existence of his flame of life, he couldn't even be seriously injured. In the instant that the Great Heaven Boundary shattered, the power of the punch also ran out. At that moment, Long Chen stood in front of Lingxi. He had endured the power alone, but in reality, it wasn't a big deal. Under the burning of his flame of life, he recovered very quickly. The Sea God Emperor had 200 years of life, but he hadn't been able to injure these two young people. When the Sea God Emperor saw that they were unharmed, that was the real blow. At that moment, his smile completely froze, and his whole person was in a daze. At that moment, seeing that Long Chen and Lingxi were unharmed, everyone cheered. They knew that Long Chen would be so heaven-defying. Of course, this was also because they had provided power to the Massacre Sky diagram. It was the power of hundreds of millions of people that gave Long Chen the foundation to block the punch. This battle was rather exciting. Long Chen had suffered such a blow, and his body was indeed a little tired. However, he believed that the Sea God Emperor had suffered an even greater blow. This was a very good opportunity to counterattack. However, because of the appearance of a certain person, Long Chen had a greater opportunity. At that moment, a mischievous young man seized the best opportunity and suddenly appeared behind the Sea God Emperor. This was absolutely out of everyone's expectations. "Boss, it's up to you." Before this, Kitten's voice rang in Long Chen's ears. He had hidden for so long, and he had finally appeared at this moment. Perhaps he had been waiting for the Sea God Emperor to be at his most sluggish. Actually, Long Chen also felt that this was an opportunity. However, this opportunity wasn't very certain. There was only one chance to use the 3 lifetimes death calamity. He was worried that after using it, there wouldn't be another chance in the future. Just at that moment, Kitten appeared. He had his original core and his primordial samsara power. The moment Kitten suddenly appeared, white ribbons appeared on his 10 fingers. They were formed by his primordial samsara power. He grasped the best moment and rapidly wrapped the white ribbons around the Sea God Emperor. In an instant, the most sluggish Sea God Emperor was tied up. Before this, Long Chen trusted Kitten very much. The moment Kitten appeared, he knew that the opportunity to use the 3 lifetimes death calamity had arrived. Kill. He didn't need to explain to Lingxi at all. The two of them were of one mind. However, when Long Chen made the first move, Lingxi also made the first move. The two of them instantly flew in front of the Sea God Emperor's eyes and used the 3 lifetimes death calamity. The ribbons that appeared silently on his body made the Sea God Emperor dumbfounded once again. What is this? He had just used up 200 years of his life, so he was still a little tired. The first time he struggled, he actually couldn't break free. At this moment, the most terrifying 3 lifetimes death calamity was already in front of him. How is this possible? The Sea God Emperor didn't expect that he would have such a moment of despair. This moment came so suddenly. When he failed to break free the first time, he was scared out of his wits. The second time he tried his best, he still couldn't break free. At this moment, he had already lost all his chances. Because the 3 lifetimes death calamity had already pierced his chest. The third time he struggled, he succeeded. Kitten was sent flying. He had also reached his limit. After all, the Sea God Emperor was too strong for him. However, at this moment, the power of the 3 lifetimes death calamity couldn't be resisted at all. It directly wreaked havoc in the Sea God Emperor's body. The last time he was hit by the 3 lifetimes death calamity, he didn't suffer such heavy injuries. The inside of his body was almost destroyed. He couldn't even lift his arms. His primordial spirit suffered an even more intense impact, causing the world to spin around him for a moment. He felt dizzy. And in this dizzying situation, he could only squint his eyes. He saw something. A huge divine dragon with 2 colors, gold and black. The most dazzling thing was the sword of judgment on its forehead. Under this sword, the Sea God Emperor seemed so humble. He realized that it was Long Chen. "No, I can't die," the Sea God Emperor cried. He never thought that he might die. But now it felt so real. What was going on? The guy who suddenly appeared just now, who was he? If it wasn't for him, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to defeat him at all. The Sea God Emperor was incomparably desperate. He couldn't help but cry and tremble. In fact, no one would have thought of this reversal. Even the people of Massacre Dragon City were still a little stunned. When they saw Kitten, they naturally knew that he was the one who caused this absolute reversal. Just like the sneak attack by the Sea God Emperor on the Eternal Dragon Emperor, he killed the Eternal Dragon Emperor cleanly. This time, Long Chen transformed into a dragon. The sword of judgment pierced through the heavily injured Sea God Emperor and tore him into pieces. Chapter 24-22. Eternal Dragon Emperor was an ultimate divine dragon. He was blessed by the heavens and had 2 lives. However, the Sea God Emperor didn't have this ability. When he used 200 years of his lifespan, he still wasn't able to defeat Long Chen. Instead, he gave the kitten an opportunity to use all of its strength to bind him. He was already destined to die. Long Chen finally used the triple life and death calamity and sword and saber god's prison to kill him cleanly. The whole process happened in a split second. If it was someone else, Long Chen might have scruples and definitely wouldn't use this method to kill. However, Neptune Emperor was different. He wasn't controlled, but his heart had rebelled. People like him would be despised by everyone. Therefore, if this calamity was over and all the pinnacle experts regained their consciousness, the Sea Clan wouldn't find trouble with Long Chen because of Neptune Emperor's death. On the other hand, those who were controlled by Primeval Troll didn't deserve to die. It was also because of this that Yongyu would be in a dilemma when fighting. If she could use a killing move, she might have already killed him instead of being entangled. When Neptune Emperor disappeared, the entire battlefield was silent for a period of time. The pinnacle experts on the other side could still clearly feel Neptune Emperor's death. This was the first pinnacle expert to die since the start of the Eternal Rebellion. He actually died in the hands of Long Chen. This was really unbelievable. Of course, it wasn't just Long Chen. This time, it was because the dormant kitten found an excellent opportunity to kill him. Haha, I'm still the best. This grandson dared to betray everyone in front of me. He really didn't put me in his eyes. This is a lesson. He put his hands on his waist and laughed loudly. He looked like a villain who had achieved success. However, everyone still worshipped Long Chen. This was because it was his 2 attacks that directly caused Neptune Emperor's death. The triple life and sword and saber god's prison ended his life. He didn't show any mercy. Now that everyone was looking at this young man, they couldn't imagine that he actually had such ability. Until Long Chen swiftly returned to the Slaughter Heaven diagram to rest, everyone was still unable to react. Everyone, give your power to the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Because now, among the 15 Dragon Emperors, only the Eternal Dragon Emperor was facing 2 opponents,
and he had already lost one life. Right now, his words carried enormous weight, and he could mobilize everyone. Yes! Everyone couldn't help but shout excitedly. With him around, Ba Shenhuang and Tiango were so angry that they became muddle-headed. There were many times when they almost tore the slaughter heaven diagram apart. However, no one knew where these people got their courage from, but they were never afraid. Every time they were on the verge of death, they would stand up again. If this continued, they would practically have to give up on the slaughter heaven diagram. But no matter what, tearing the slaughter heavenly diagram was the fastest way to obtain victory. Even more valuable than killing the Dragon Emperor. Because once the slaughter heaven diagram was broken, these hundreds of millions of people would die. With the lives of these hundreds of millions of people in control, there was no need to worry that the Dragon Emperors wouldn't hand over the 5 Dragon Balls. The battle had reached a more intense stage. Although they were now in the starry sky, the surroundings were still full of smoke and dust. This used to be the land of the eternal celestial territory, but now it had become dust in the starry sky. The divine dragon race, the monster race, the sea clan, the warlocks, and countless other powerful beings were fighting beside the massacre dragon city. Emperor Ba Shen and Heavenly Hound had learned from Emperor Neptune and risked their lives, but they still couldn't tear apart the human race's massacre map. The battle had also fallen into a stalemate. However, it was still very dangerous for the Eternal Dragon Emperor to fight 1 against 2. Once he was defeated, he would die. The reason why Long Chen returned to the Slaughter Dragon City was naturally to recover his power. Using the 3 life and death calamity had consumed too much of his power. However, with the connection of the 3 lives thread, the 2 of them could recover together, and very soon they would be able to climb back to their peak state. Boss, why don't we fight again? Kitten suddenly said sneakily. How do we fight? After the huge contribution just now, Long Chen trusted Kitten very much. Think about it. When you awaken the last Iron Sorcerer, didn't you already use a very short amount of time? Your willpower now is already strong enough. Long Chen was stunned. You want me to destroy the opponent's primeval troll willpower in the battle and awaken the opponent? I can't do that, right? After all, it would take at least a quarter of an hour. Even if you and Little She worked together, you wouldn't be able to restrain a peak expert for such a long time. With that time, it would be easy to kill him. Of course, although he said that, the opponent was also innocent. For the time being, he couldn't be killed. Kitten said painfully, Don't worry, I'm here to help you. Of course, I won't give you any bad ideas. Right now, neither of you can win. If this goes on, the problem won't be solved, and it won't be good for either of you. Once the 2 who attacked the Slaughter Dragon City also went to fight the Dragon Emperor, then you will be in danger. What I mean is, I plan to contribute a few of my original cores so that when you fight against the primeval troll willpower, you can instantly improve and defeat the opponent as fast as possible. Long Chen was taken aback. This guy used to be quite stingy. Are you really willing to take out your good stuff? Long Chen asked seriously. Kitten said angrily, Io, what kind of boss are you? I've finally made up my mind, and you actually doubt me? Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. I only have 4 left, and I have to keep at least 1. I wanted to contribute the other 3, but if you don't want to, then forget it. Long Chen laughed and said, All right, just try it. If it succeeds, I won't mistreat you in the future. If I can have more in the future, I won't forget about it. Think about how many things I gave to you in the past, and I let you eat them all. Kitten suddenly smiled slyly and said, Haha, do you really think I'm so generous? I've been waiting for you to say that. You better say it when you have more original cores at least. At least you have to give me 30. As expected, he was thinking about Long Chen. He knew that Long Chen wouldn't stop at the current level, and he would definitely have more things in the future. So now that he took out 3 original cores, it could be considered an investment. Although Long Chen really wanted to beat him up, he couldn't deny that this was the Kitten that Long Chen knew. If that's the case, let's do it. Of the 3 original cores, Kitten probably needed 1 to restrain the other party. If Long Chen swallowed 2, and with his current strength, he could probably take the risk to awaken a big demon lord. The current situation would be much better if he had an additional helper. Perhaps the remaining power of the original core could even be used to attack the next demon lord. Kitten placed the 2 original cores on Long Chen. Little She. Long Chen also held her hand. I will help too. After all,
There are many immortal Lord Realm techniques to restrain. Alright. Long Chen was ready to go again. In this battle, he had been a great help. The two disasters caused by the evil spirit beasts and Emperor of the Sea God had basically been resolved by his efforts. This made the Dragon Emperor and the others feel ashamed. At first, they had wanted Long Chen to take the young people away first. However, the other party had the advantage in numbers, and without enough opportunities, it was very difficult to seriously injure them. But if they wanted to kill them, it was actually easier. Therefore, if they did not kill them, the other party would continue to pester them. Kitten hid again, coming and going without a trace. Long Chen traveled 1,000 miles in a breath, and was now beside the Eternal Dragon Emperor. At this time, the Eternal Dragon Emperor was fighting Lu Wu Beast and Nine Phoenix. When Long Chen appeared again, Nine Phoenix suddenly turned back, her eyes burning with 9 different flames staring at Long Chen. Nine Phoenix did not attack again, giving the Eternal Dragon Emperor a chance to rest. At this time, everyone once again transferred the power of the Heavenly Massacre Scroll to Long Chen. That was the power of 100 million elites. Long Chen could defeat the evil spirit beasts and kill Emperor of the Sea God. Half of the credit was from the power of the Heavenly Massacre Scroll. Otherwise, given his current level, the death calamity of 3 lifetimes would not have reached such a terrifying level. When Long Chen appeared, the battle was completely balanced. Everyone, I will try to awaken Nine Phoenix. Whether I succeed or not, please do not panic. This was just a test between him and Kitten. In truth, he did not know if there was a chance of success. Nine Phoenix was not a fool, and would not allow him to control her for such a long time. She was an unparalleled savage bird. Within her body, there were 9 different kinds of terrifying flames. Now she let out an earth-shattering shriek, flapping her flaming wings, and rushed towards Long Chen. In a flash, she was millions of miles away. According to the plan, this time, Long Chen would fight head-on with an expert of this level. The god-slaying sword was constantly evolving, and now there was a second chance to use the Eye of Hell. Just now, Long Chen had already obtained Emperor of the Sea God's godly sea-calming needle, which could probably increase the god-slaying sword to 900 Dao patterns. It was just that Long Chen did not have the time to destroy the godly sea-calming needle, and the Sea Clan would definitely want to take it back. When Nine Phoenix rushed over, he brought Lingxi with him, and the two of them moved almost at the same time. It was like the first time they faced the evil spirit beasts. Of course, the evil spirit beasts completely looked down on Long Chen, but Nine Phoenix was different now. She was fully prepared. Her movements were extremely fast. Before she got close to Long Chen, she had already spat out the 9 extreme heavenly flames. Those 9 types of flames were like steel needles, condensed together, and pierced towards Long Chen. Eye of Hell. The god-slaying sword was used again, and it also brought about an impact to Nine Phoenix. However, this time, Nine Phoenix was not affected as much. At most, the position of the flaming steel needles that contained the 9 extreme heavenly flames was slightly off. However, because of this, 9 extreme heavenly flames did not really hit Long Chen. At the same time, Long Chen and Lingxi used the tribulation of 3 lives and deaths together. This was the 3rd time in a year that they had used it together. The tribulation of 3 lives and deaths and the radiance of the 9 extreme heavenly flames intersected. However, Nine Phoenix's body was huge, and it was impossible to dodge. Chapter 24-23. The 9 extreme sky flames were the 9 flames that had seriously injured the Eternal Dragon Emperor and killed him by the Luwu beast. These 9 flames had 9 different attributes and 9 different colors. At this moment, the 9 extreme sky flames transformed into 9 raging flames that rushed toward Long Chen and Lingxi. Opposite them, the 9 Phoenix had already been hit by the 3 life and death calamities. With the support of the diagram of massacre, the 3 life and death calamities' power had reached a level that even the Dragon Emperor feared. The 9 Phoenix had been hit head-on this time and was naturally seriously injured. Of course, it was not as serious as the evil spirit beast and the Sea God Emperor. Moreover, the 9 Phoenix had a rather powerful regenerative ability. Given a quarter of an hour, she would probably be able to recover. Although it was not as good as Long Chen's Fire of Life, to be able to recover to this extent, she was almost among the top 5 in the Eternal God realm. This time, things did not go smoothly. At least, Long Chen was now covered by the 9 extreme sky flames. However, he and Lingxi continued to charge forward. We can't waste this opportunity. This was a great opportunity for the 9 Phoenix to be injured. Although the 9 extreme sky flames had been tricked, it still brought them a fatal crisis. However, their tacit understanding was astonishing. Without any discussion, they found a breakthrough point. Space-time reversal. Stellar transposition. First, Lingxi transferred a portion of the 9 extreme sky flames that had crashed toward them. She had only completed a portion. After all, after using the 3 life and death calamities, their strength was almost depleted. As soon as she transferred that portion, they crashed into it. The scorching flames around them surged up, almost burning them into charcoal. Fortunately, Long Chen used space-time reversal to send another portion of the flames flying. They found a way out and rushed out of the flames. At this time, their bodies were red because they had been burned and injured. However, the 2 of them were now covered in the fire of life. The parts of their bodies that had died, thanks to their strong vitality, began to regenerate. Everyone was scared out of their wits. To outsiders, Long Chen and Lingxi were already surrounded by the 9 extreme sky flames. No one expected them to be able to rush out so quickly. By this time, Lingxi was already exhausted. But Long Chen could not retreat. Although he was tired, the injured 9 Phoenix was already in front of him. Although he did not have the power to kill her now, he had the power to wake her up. The divine bird in the flames screeched in pain. Long Chen let Lingxi return to the divine kingdom and rushed forward alone, causing waves of noise. In fact, he was not alone. When the 9 Phoenix was hit by the 3 life and death calamities, Kitten appeared on her head. He had already consumed the origin core and made all the preparations. Primordial reincarnation force erupted from his finger and formed a white ribbon that was 1,000 meters long. It completely wrapped around the 9 Phoenix's head, which had just been hit by the triple life and death calamity. Courting death. Although 9 Phoenix was injured, a dying camel was still bigger than a horse. How could he let Kitten have his way? However, 9 Phoenix soon discovered that this guy was very difficult to deal with. If he was not injured, he could tear him apart. But now, it would probably take a lot of effort. After all, compared to just now, Kitten had consumed 1 origin core. 9 Phoenix was not worried. She could tell at a glance that the charging Long Chen did not have the ability to kill her. But she was wrong. In fact, Long Chen did not want to kill her. He directly swallowed the 2 origin cores. The origin cores quickly emitted from his body. He did not have the primordial reincarnation force that Kitten had, so the origin cores gave him a strong spiritual will. Originally, he had been able to crush the primeval troll's will. This time, he was even more tyrannical. At this moment, he transformed into the ancient blood spiritual dragon. While Kitten was controlling him, the 10,000 death claws pierced into 9 Phoenix's head. At that moment, 9 Phoenix suddenly let out a shrill scream. Long Chen directly invaded her spiritual world. His other dragon claws and his entire body were tightly wrapped around the 9 Phoenix's body. Even though the 9 Phoenix's entire body was burning with the 9 extreme sky flame, causing Long Chen to feel pain, he did not retreat even half a step. Now the Kitten was also enduring the 9 extreme sky flame with him, so he did not have much time. Fortunately, the 9 extreme sky flames burning on the heavily injured 9 Phoenix's body was still as strong as before. Instead, Long Chen was constantly using the fire of life to protect himself and Kitten. At least for now, the speed at which the 9 extreme sky flames burned was about the same as the speed at which the fire of life allowed Long Chen to recover. There was not much time. Now, because of the 2 origin cores, his spiritual will had been unprecedentedly expanded. He was unprecedentedly strong. He entered a world of flames. The blood-colored divine dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, which scared the primeval troll's will out. "It's you again. No, why are you so strong?" The primeval troll was a little horrified. Long Chen did not say a word and directly pounced forward. Now that the plan was halfway to success, it was the most critical moment. Now, time was his and Kitten's lives, especially Kitten, who was more fragile than him. If they did not succeed quickly, this little thing would probably die. Similarly, he also shouldered a huge responsibility. The responsibility to save the common people. Everyone's expectations and wishes were placed on him. Now everyone saw that Long Chen used his divine dragon body to tightly wrap around 9 Phoenix. But the 9 extreme sky flames in the midst of 9 Phoenix's screams were also quite terrifying. If not for the fire of life, Long Chen would have been burned to death. This was a stalemate. Who would emerge victorious would depend on who was more persistent. At this time, Long Chen gathered all his strength and vented all his resentment on the primeval troll. After all, he was the real initiator. The primeval troll tried several times but failed to blast Long Chen out. This made him afraid. You will not have a good ending if you offend me. Let me tell you, I'm angry. Just wait for me to appear personally and kill all of you. The primeval troll said angrily. Every time Long Chen came in, he wanted to kill him. This anger made him lose his patience. Perhaps he had some other extreme methods, but Long Chen could not care less. There was only one belief in his eyes, and that was to tear the other party into pieces as fast as possible. In the end he succeeded. He forgot how much time had passed. He only knew that the other party was constantly shouting. Long Chen directly filtered everything he said and did not waste any time, turning the other party into pieces. He quickly retreated and left the 9 Phoenix. Now, there were burn marks all over his body, and he was very weak. Fortunately, the fragment of the will of the primeval troll had greatly nourished him. At this time, whether it was his spiritual will or other aspects, he had reached a peak level. This time, he estimated that it would take at most a few dozen breaths. After a few dozen breaths, he succeeded. Seeing him move, Kitten had already returned to his side. At this time, he was also panting. If not for Long Chen's fire of life, he would have been charred now. Everyone was anxiously observing the state of the 9 Phoenix. Would she be like the Rock Wizard and Iron Wizard, or the Sea God Emperor? When this peerless savage bird opened her eyes again, Long Chen saw tears in her eyes. She looked around blankly and finally saw Long Chen. She shook her head and said, "I'm sorry. It's useless to say that. Let's resist together. Now that you have awakened, our chances of victory are greater." Long Chen transformed into his human form. Although his body was weak, his primordial spirit's willpower was very strong. At this time, the power of the numerous massacre diagrams was supplied to him, allowing him to recover quickly. Long Chen used the fire of life to restore the 9 Phoenix to her most perfect combat state. Don't worry, I will not make the same mistake as the Sea God Emperor. The 9 Phoenix, have my principles. This time, I am willing to fight with everyone who is awake. The Sea God Emperor's betrayal was actually because of Long Chen. He had once wanted to kill Long Chen. Although Long Chen did not hold it against him, he still felt very pressured. However, the 9 Phoenix was different. She had a good reputation in the demon race. Although she was fierce, she was very principled. She was an extraordinary woman. Many thanks. After completing this, Long Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. The others also heaved a sigh of relief. Next, let's work together and see if we can awaken more great demon lords, sea emperors, and holy sorcerers so that they can join our ranks. Long Chen said. If he had the help of the 9 Phoenix, with his current mental state, the chances of success would be higher. Now, every Dragon Emperor had an opponent. If the Tyrant God Emperor and the Heavenly Hound still did not return, it would be a 2-on-1 battle. All right, I will do my best to help you, the 9 Phoenix said seriously. Long Chen was already prepared. While the Tyrant God Emperor and the Heavenly Hound had not given up on their seemingly broken massacre diagrams, he, the 9 Phoenix, and Kitten prepared to attack the Luwu beast. The Eternal Dragon Emperor could also help them. This was a great opportunity. However, at this moment, an accident happened. While Long Chen was attacking, he suddenly stopped. What's wrong, boss? Long Chen, you. The 9 Phoenix's expression changed. Long Chen was also very surprised. Perhaps because he had defeated the primeval troll again, his will had become stronger. At this critical moment, he actually triggered something. He said in shock, "My 7-star tribulation is coming soon." Hearing this, the 15 Dragon Emperors were stunned. This was too coincidental. Now was the time when Long Chen needed to turn defeat into victory, and the 7-star tribulation had actually come at this dangerous moment. Above the 7-star tribulation, just passing the tribulation was already quite dangerous. You can only pass the tribulation first. I will protect you. The 9 Phoenix was the closest to him and had already felt the strong tribulation aura on his body. Thank you. Long Chen calmed down. Since the 7-star tribulation had arrived, then he would wholeheartedly pass the tribulation. This might not be a disaster. If he could successfully pass it, then his strength would skyrocket, reaching the level where he could face the Dragon Emperor head-on. At that time, his spiritual will would skyrocket again, and he could even instantly wake up an opponent at the level of a great demon lord. As long as he could pass it safely. Chapter 24-24. Even Long Chen himself did not expect that his 7-star tribulation would happen after he awakened the 9 Phoenix and swallowed the primeval troll's fragment. Now was the time when he was needed. Although the power of Heaven Street was terrifying during the tribulation, without Long Chen, the battle could only be in a stalemate. Long Chen was the only one who could awaken the peak experts one by one. Moreover, the 7-star tribulation was an important tribulation. It was nothing to the top experts present, but Long Chen's tribulation had always been terrifying. The previous 6 paths tribulation was similar to the 9 halls tribulation. This time, the arrival of the 7-star ancient god would definitely bring him greater danger. Of course, there were benefits. If Long Chen could survive this tribulation without any accidents, his strength would definitely increase. By then, with his ability, he would definitely be able to produce a terrifying effect and even directly lead to the victory of the entire battle. Therefore, Yang Yu said, before Long Chen completes his tribulation, we will guard him with all our strength and not give them any chance. Yes. Everyone knew the importance of Long Chen's tribulation this time. Therefore, they were all ready. Even the 9 Phoenix did not participate in the battle. Instead, she stayed by Long Chen's side to guard against any accidents. Now, the only danger was at the side of the Heavenly Massacre diagram. Emperor Ba Shan and the Heavenly Hound treated this place as their only hope and attacked it with all their might. As for the elites of the human race, they had also placed all their hopes on Long Chen. Every battle was destined to be a contest of willpower. Whoever could last until the end would be the winner. Looking at the current situation, they believed that the hundreds of millions of human elites could restrain Ba Shan Huang and the Heavenly Hound. They only needed to restrain them. The reason why the 9 Phoenix did not attack was to protect Long Chen. On the other hand, it was because they were worried that the previously injured evil spiritual beast would return. He would definitely return, but it was just a matter of when. When everyone was ready, Long Chen was already ready. Boss, I will go back to the Heavenly Massacre diagram first. Kitten couldn't help here, so he went back. Only Long Chen and Lingxi were left. Transcending the tribulation was a matter for one person, so Lingxi could not help. Everything depended on Long Chen. Big brother Chen, everyone is waiting for your victory. I am the same. I believe that since you managed to create a miracle in the past, you will definitely be able to do it again. No matter what, Lingxi would always support Long Chen 100%. Although I don't know what will descend, you don't have to worry. Long Chen could roughly feel the terrifying coercion coming from the depths of the starry sky. This tribulation was much more terrifying than his previous 6 Dao tribulations. If he could survive it, he would definitely be able to crush a pinnacle expert like the Dragon Emperor and even become the 3rd strongest in the world. He would be second only to Ling Huang and Yang Yu. If it was a huge leap, it showed how difficult this tribulation was. From the 7 stars tribulation onwards, his 8 tribulations and 9 palaces tribulations were all aiming to kill him. Just when his world was at its quietest, it came. Long Chen was currently in the starry sky, but under everyone's watchful eyes, he suddenly disappeared, leaving only a cloud of blood mist. It was a kind of location. When Long Chen survived the 7 stars tribulation, he would return. If he failed, he would never be able to return. The reason why the 9 phoenixes were protecting Long Chen was because of the special nature of the 7 stars tribulation. This blood mist could not be destroyed by others. Once someone moved, it was likely that they would die from the backlash of the heavenly tribulation. However, regardless of whether Long Chen survived the 7 stars tribulation or not, he would never be able to return. Now that the great demon lord, the Sea Emperor, and the holy sorcerers were controlled by the primeval troll, it was inevitable that some people would risk their lives just to kill Long Chen. After Long Chen left, the battle became even more intense. The human race used their passion and perseverance to launch an unprecedented counterattack. They wanted to at least hold on while Long Chen disappeared and wait for his return. No matter who it was, no matter if they were strong or weak, they all participated in the battle at this time. They had the same beliefs and expectations. Long Chen did not expect that the situation would develop to this extent. He had become everyone's last hope. Although it was pressure, it was also motivation for him. If he did not return alive, his life's pursuit and everything he had would be destroyed. The human race would also fall into an irrecoverable situation because of him. Therefore, he could only live. No matter what kind of tribulation he faced, there was only one word in his heart, and that was to kill. He didn't have a good impression of the 18 tribulations. Although they gave people power, they also caused countless deaths. Throughout the history of the eternal life God domain, more than half of the people who had died because of the 18 tribulations. Everyone wanted to become a god, but no one had ever succeeded. Long Qinglan also wanted to become a god, but he failed in the end. Long Chen was his hope. Now, he was in a very unfamiliar starry sky. He did not know how far this place was from the dragon sacrificial continent. He could not even see the existence of any continents in the surroundings. There were only stars that were the size of the top 10 planets in the Chaos Star territory. However, these stars were empty. It was only after arriving here that Long Chen truly realized just how huge this entire world was. In the past, he thought that the dragon sacrificial continent was the entire world. Now, he realized that he was wrong. The starry sky was the entire world. At least from this place, he could not see the dragon sacrificial continent. He suddenly remembered that when he entered the battlefield of the gods, the martial god's tomb, he had been transferred to a starry sky from the murals. It was also a similar place. However, at that time, a strange beast that was as huge as a continent had appeared. The reason why he could see its full appearance was that Long Chen was actually very far away from this giant beast. It was just like when he looked down at the dragon sacrificial continent when he was about to reach the eternal life sacred domain. Of course, there was no giant beast here, only countless empty stars. However, Long Chen knew that the 7-star tribulation was about to descend. He could already feel that fatal aura. This kind of terrifying pressure that came from a god was much more frightening than primeval troll. Of course, Long Chen had not seen the real primeval troll, but he was sure that this was the power of a god. The 7-star tribulation came from an ancient 7-star ancient god. No one knew who these 7-star ancient gods were. They never appeared. Only when a warrior reached the 6 paths of reincarnation tribulation realm and was about to cross over to the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm would they appear. Everyone would suddenly arrive in a vast starry sky and see these emotionless 7-star ancient gods. These were 7 true gods with godlike powers. However, they seemed to have no will or thoughts. They only knew how to kill. In fact, compared to the great demon lords who were currently fighting fiercely, these ancient 7-star ancient gods were more like puppets. Puppets carrying out missions. Therefore, people believed that they were not true gods. They were just a part of the rules of heaven and earth. They were not even living beings, but were the rules themselves. Just like the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth and the 9th Heaven Lightning Beast in the Nirvana Tribulation. Now, when Long Chen looked up, he could see that in this boundless starry sky, there were 7 incomparably bright stars above his head. Their light covered all the other stars. These were the ancient 7-star ancient gods. Their light grew brighter and brighter, and the direction they were heading towards was, of course, Long Chen. In the end, Long Chen could not even open his eyes. His entire body was drowned in this incomparably hot light. At this moment, he truly realized that this tribulation might really kill him. In fact, whether or not he was an ultimate divine dragon, if everything in the world was destroyed by the 18 major tribulations, he would not be able to be reborn. He would die immediately. The 18 major tribulations were above everything else. What Long Chen was facing now was the 3rd last tribulation. He was deeply shocked. The pressure that these 7 gods gave him was too terrifying. Other people's 7-star ancient god tribulations definitely wouldn't be as terrifying as his. When he felt the light around him dim slightly, but the pressure was even more terrifying. He could not help but want to kneel down. He opened his eyes. He looked around and saw that the 7 gods had surrounded him. Each of them was about tens of thousands of meters away from Long Chen. Each of them was more than 1,000 meters tall. Their bodies shone with intense starlight. These were the gods. Long Chen looked carefully. He saw that each god looked different, but they were all relatively handsome or beautiful. Their skin looked like the purest jade, without any impurities. It was as pure as Yong Yu's nether dragon. Their bodies shone with light, and they looked like crystalline gems. Whether it was their headgear, clothing or boots, they were all very luxurious and complex. They seemed to exude a vast power. They were like tiny pendants, and they gave Long Chen the feeling that even an unbounded Tao treasure could not compare. There were about 4 men and 3 women among the 7-star ancient gods. The men were heroic, and the women were devastatingly beautiful. Every detail was perfect. Their glass-like eyes stared at Long Chen. As expected, there was no fluctuation in their emotions. But the terrifying thing was that their eyes made Long Chen's scalp go numb and a chill run down his spine. The almost suffocating pressure came from their eyes. Every single one of them possessed boundless power. It felt as though they could easily kill any dragon emperor with a single thought. However, since they were so powerful, it was obvious that they wouldn't use their full strength when attacking Long Chen. Otherwise, any one of them would be able to tear Long Chen apart. Without any warning, the 7-star tribulation began. The 7-star ancient gods attacked together. With a flick of their hands, beams of starlight shot out like swords. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Long Chen, bringing him a near-fatal crisis. The battle began. Chapter 24-25. Long Chen didn't know how long this calamity's attack would last. He only knew that even if it was a god, he didn't need to be scared. He just needed to treat it as an ordinary opponent and fight it. That way he could reduce some of the pressure. Otherwise, every time he thought that a god was trying to kill him, he would be scared to death. How could he succeed? Just like the 7 starlights that came from 7 different directions. They looked the same, but they were all different. The power they contained was different, but all of them could bring fatal danger to Long Chen. The power was so strong that the first attack was almost the same as the Dragon Emperor's attack. How could he endure it? Long Chen didn't think so much. He transformed into a dragon in an instant. If he didn't transform into a real dragon, he wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of battle. The first one he transformed into was the Void Dragon. That way, he could use the power of time to its greatest extent. Space-time reversal. When the surrounding 7 rays of starlight attacked him mercilessly, Long Chen chose to reverse time and space. This was his first attempt. At the same time, he understood that if he were to be surrounded and attacked by his opponents like this, he could only wait for death. Perhaps when many people were fighting against a 7-star ancient god, they would only silently endure and be afraid. However, Long Chen was not such a person. He had his own ideas. The first time he entered the battlefield of the gods, it had turned into a divine palace of bones. When he fought against the god generals inside, Long Chen roughly understood that his ancestral dragon mystique was even above the rules of the gods. Enemies that the Dragon Emperor couldn't deal with, he could deal with. The most terrifying part of this 7-star ancient god starlight attack was the rule power. For an ordinary person, the nomological power they encountered was definitely minuscule. However, Long Chen was different. The intensity of his 7 astral tribulation had already surpassed the 9 astral tribulation. Therefore, the nomological power even accounted for half of the attacks he endured. If he didn't have the ancestral dragon mystique, he would definitely die in the first round. Because the rule power was something that even the Dragon Emperor and the others couldn't withstand. These were all his guesses. When space-time reversal actually blocked the 7 starlight attacks and gave him a chance to escape, Long Chen finally confirmed that the opponent's attack indeed contained a rather terrifying nomological power. Fortunately, this was not the true power of a god. With so many 7-star ancient gods, if any one of them really wanted to kill him, they would only need to make one move. After evading an attack with space-time reversal, Long Chen chose to flee. Of course, this was his movement. He knew that he couldn't allow himself to be surrounded and beaten up again. He transformed into the primordial spiritual blood dragon and flashed across the starry sky. However, the other party's speed was even faster. This time, not only did they chase, but they also started to fight. In the blink of an eye, those terrifying attacks landed on Long Chen again and again. On the left, countless stars condensed and formed a palm that was as wide as the entire Slaughter Dragon City. The palm that blotted out the sky descended from the sky and smashed towards Long Chen's head with incomparable speed. 10,000 Death Claw. Long Chen could be considered to have gone mad. The star palm was so huge that he couldn't escape at all. Hence, He made a prompt decision to use the 10,000 Deathclaw to collide with the star palm. Due to the terrifying damage, he was covered in blood and almost fainted. However, he still relied on his strong willpower to tear a path out of the debris of the stars and rush out. He knew that although the 7-star ancient gods were powerful, there were so many people waiting for his return that he couldn't die here. This was the responsibility that he had to bear as a man. I can't die. I definitely can't die. It was this willpower that drove him to act like a madman. Over the years, he hadn't seen any kind of crisis. Although he was facing the most terrifying opponent this time, he wasn't afraid. In fact, he had already forgotten that he had a very important thing with him, and that was the god's spiritual liquid. Of course, his reincarnation test had long been different. This time, the power of the 7-star test had already surpassed the power of the 9-palace test. It was hard to say whether he could survive it. After all, the god's spiritual liquid was designed for ordinary people. However, he didn't think about the god's spiritual liquid at all. This was his willpower to face the difficulties head-on. Hence, he never thought of retreating. Even if there was a possibility that the god's spiritual liquid could help him survive this test, he wouldn't use it. Once he used it, it would mean that he had given in. He couldn't give in. Now that the fire of life had surrounded him, he wouldn't die as long as he didn't die instantly. This was his greatest trump card. Of course, the 7-star ancient god was not to be trifled with. When Long Chen had just escaped from the star palm, even more attacks that covered the sky and covered the earth were directed at him. Indeed, no matter which attack it was, there was a terrifying rule power that only gods could use. Just as Long Chen rushed out of the star palm, a 1,000-meter-tall 7-star ancient god instantly appeared in front of him. He reached out and clenched his fist. Just as Long Chen appeared, the shining fist that almost blinded Long Chen was blasted towards his head. The fist contained the rule power that made Long Chen afraid. However, Long Chen wasn't intimidated. He instantly transformed into the Divine Way heart-refining dragon and performed the divine prison of sabers and swords. Millions of sabers and swords flew out and collided with the opponent's fist. At this moment, Long Chen retreated rapidly. The divine prison of sabers and swords blocked the opponent's fist, but it was completely torn apart. Of course, Long Chen also escaped another disaster. If he had collided with the fist head-on, he would definitely have been severely injured. Every 7-star ancient god brought about a fatal attack. Long Chen kept trying to break out of the encirclement, but he didn't succeed even once. He moved around under the attacks of the 7 ancient gods and changed between the 4 ancestor dragons. He escaped from disaster after disaster, but he was now riddled with injuries. Every 7-star ancient god was extremely cold and emotionless. They only knew how to attack continuously, and every attack was a fatal one. If he didn't have a strong will and an undefeatable belief, Long Chen would have lost a long time ago. However, he still persisted because there were so many people who needed him. He knew how important he was. If he were to die, how many people would feel despair? At the very least, Lingxi would disregard everything and follow him out of this world. Therefore, even though he was riddled with injuries, he didn't frown. Instead, he burst out in the most frenzied manner and even launched a counterattack. He even forced a few 7-star ancient gods to retreat. In terms of fighting strength alone, every 7-star ancient god was almost the same as the Dragon Emperor. This was definitely a calamity that wanted to kill Long Chen. If it wasn't for the ancestor dragon's mystique that was above the god's rules, he would have been slaughtered and the battle wouldn't have lasted until now. This was a never-ending battle, and no one knew when it would end. Usually, this was an unimaginable test for those undergoing the calamity. However, Long Chen had long forgotten about everything. He didn't care how much time passed. His only belief wasn't to persevere, but to defeat them. That was the difference between him and everyone else. When he transformed into the primordial blood spiritual dragon, that was the appearance that matched his current state of mind. He fought head-on with a 7-star ancient god, constantly switching between the ancestor dragon's mystiques. The combination of various mystiques produced a huge effect. The eyes of the 7-star ancient god in front of him suddenly exploded with destructive starlight. It was simply impossible to defend against it. Long Chen rushed toward him. He still had a chance to dodge, but he didn't. His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared. His body was directly hit by the starlight, and his flesh was split open. Blood spurted out. It was a great pain, but for the sake of victory, he endured it. He used the last of his strength to rush in front of the 7-star ancient god. The 10,000 death claws directly slashed the 7-star ancient god's face, tearing a large amount of flesh. Buzz! Suddenly, the 7-star ancient god turned into dust and disappeared before his eyes. As long as they were attacked, they would disappear? Long Chen couldn't help but laugh coldly. After being ravaged for almost half an hour, his chance finally came. During this half an hour, he had almost lost his life countless times. It was the fire of life that allowed him to persevere. He had suffered countless injuries, but he had clenched his teeth and persevered. He had been waiting for this moment. From the beginning to the end, he had not obediently endured the attacks. Instead, he had continuously counterattacked. This was his style. Next, it's you. Long Chen had his eyes on a 1,000-meter-tall, perfect goddess. Her appearance could simply intoxicate everyone. However, in front of Long Chen, she was simply a prey. Long Chen could endure being almost killed by the opponent, but the opponent could only endure one attack from him. Long Chen's 10,000 death claws tore the 7-star ancient gods' faces time and time again, tearing their almost perfect faces into a bloody mess. Hee. In the end, his entire body was covered in injuries and he was panting heavily. However, his opponents were getting fewer and fewer, and his desperate fighting style was getting better and better. Perhaps even if the 7-star ancient god was conscious, he could only admit defeat when faced with an opponent like Long Chen who did not care about his own life. He was different from the others. In countless years, he was the first person to defeat all the 7-star ancient gods. The others were all enduring. When the time was up, they would be considered to have won. In the end, when the last 7-star ancient god dissipated under the 10,000 death claws, Long Chen finally won. At that moment, he felt as if it was a lifetime ago. If he had not persevered, if he had not risked his life, he would have been long dead. However, he did not heave a sigh of relief. This victory had not been easy. The 7-star ancient gods were also very strange. The future 8 tribulations and 9 halls tribulations would definitely be even more difficult. Today, he had almost sacrificed his life to barely pass this hurdle. At this moment, the starry sky suddenly rotated, as if the entire world was being compressed. Then, a mysterious power entered Long Chen's body. Chapter 24-26. Generally speaking, when a warrior killed by a 7-star ancient god transformed into a 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm, one of the biggest changes was to accept a seed of divine power from a 7-star ancient god. Then, the ascension power seed took root and sprouted, transforming the 6 paths reincarnation power in his body into ascension power. It caused a leap in the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm. Generally speaking, a 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm warrior could crush a 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm warrior mainly because of this kind of divine power. As the name suggested, it was the power that led to the god spirit. When Long Chen was still in the Chaos Star territory, he could only fight against opponents like Chaos Kunwu. He wasn't a match for a 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm warrior with the power of God. However, it was because he had inherited the primordial divine power from the primordial god that he was able to compete with the power of God later on. Of course, the primordial divine power had basically lost its effectiveness. The seed of ascension power had fused deeply with his 6 paths reincarnation power and started a great transformation, turning all of the reincarnation power into ascension power. Compared to the reincarnation power, the godhood power was much stronger. From the 6 Tao calamity to the 7-star calamity, it meant that a warrior had ended the cycle of reincarnation and began to embark on the path to becoming a god. Therefore, from the 7-star calamity onwards, it was no longer considered the reincarnation calamity realm. The 7 stars tribulation, the 8 trigrams tribulation, and the 9 halls tribulation were the first 3 tests of the final god tribulation. However, in order to make it easier to correspond with the nirvana tribulation realm, people still referred to the last 3 tribulations as the rebirth tribulation realm. But in reality, the meaning was already different. Moreover, it would be even more powerful, achieving a type of transformation effect. Long Chen was currently undergoing a transformation in terms of strength. At the same time, the 4 ancestral dragons' bodies were also growing at the same time, heading toward adulthood. However, Long Chen knew that even though he had inherited the ancestral dragon's blood essence, he still lacked something. He lacked something that could allow all dragon warriors to truly become true dragons. This was inferred from Primeval Troll's words. Unfortunately, Long Chen did not have the ability to make Primeval Troll tell the truth. However, he was not discouraged. It was precisely because he had a problem to solve and a goal that he was filled with fighting spirit. That was the direction he lived for. However, Long Chen felt that this divine power was a little strange. Was this the power bestowed by the heavens to lead to the gods? Although he didn't seem to be affected on the surface, he felt that something was wrong. It was as if his ancient blood spirit dragon body was rejecting it. However, he had indeed grasped an extremely surging power. That god conduit was transformed from his own power, so he could use it freely. But right at this moment, the Tai-Shur divine power left behind by the Tai-Shur god suddenly moved outside of Long Chen's control. When the ascendant power converted all the six paths reincarnation power into ascendant power, the Tai-Shur divine power pounced forward. The difference between them was like the difference between the size of a mouse and an elephant. But the God-connecting power didn't seem to have much of a resistance. The primordial divine power tore it apart and poured all of it into it. The moment the primordial divine power entered the God-connecting power, the power in his body underwent a new round of transformation. When the surging power flowed, rolled and fused in his body, it finally formed a brand new power. This power was stronger and surging than the God-connecting power and the Tai-Shur divine power. It was even more ferocious and explosive, raising Long Chen's strength to a whole new level. Moreover, this was a power that Long Chen was somewhat familiar with. It was primitive and vast, as if it came from the distant era of the divine dragon. It was incomparably barren, but it also contained the purest power, without the slightest impurity. This is the primordial samsara power? Who would have thought that after seeing this power in Kitten, the Tai-Shur divine power and the God-connecting power in his body would fuse and give birth to this power in the blink of an eye? Moreover, it was much stronger than Kitten's. Although they were both primordial samsara power, Kitten's power was more gentle, but Long Chen's power was indeed very strong. It wasn't white, but it changed color as Long Chen transformed his body. For Long Chen, this was a very unexpected gain. When he came to his senses, he was even a little ecstatic. He had finally succeeded. He had actually succeeded at the last moment. Although it was very difficult, he had indeed passed the 7-star tribulation and defeated a 7-star ancient god. His strength had been greatly improved. From now on, Long Chen could be sure that he truly stood at the peak of the eternal god realm. He was comparable to the Dragon Emperor, and even surpassed the Dragon Emperor. The only two people he wasn't sure about were probably Ling Huang and Yang Yu. But even so, he still stood at the peak. Long Qinglan's expectations for him were almost fulfilled. He finally had the power of a ruler. It was not an exaggeration to describe him at this moment as ecstatic. During this period of time in the Eternal Riot, everyone around him had been living in sorrow and war. Every time, it was a battle to the death. But before Long Chen, he didn't have the ability to completely reverse the situation and help everyone. He had many knots in his heart, and was very disappointed in himself. But now, the light of hope was finally so strong. On a spiritual level, he had also improved greatly. His will was now stronger than when he had taken the 2 cores. With his current spiritual will, he could almost instantly kill a primeval troll. Chen, congratulations. Lingxi was the one who had witnessed it all. Before this moment, she had been very worried. Only now did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. With the thread of 3 lifetimes, you can use even more power. You can also learn the later parts of the Immortal Lord Realm technique. Long Chen felt a great sense of accomplishment. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Lingxi couldn't help but laugh. With the thread of 3 lifetimes, Long Chen was strong, and so was she. At this time, the power that had brought Long Chen back descended. Long Chen was still a little worried. An hour had passed. What was the situation over there? The brutal battle continued. The truth was that the human race had held on. Emperor Ba Shan and Heavenly Hound finally realized that those hiding in Massacre Dragon City were too resilient. They did not know where their conviction came from. Each time they were about to succeed, the other party would stand up again. Even if they were on the brink of death, they still held on. This willpower was truly frightening. Therefore, under the orders of Yi Shui and Meng Hen, they gave up on the easiest method of success, and turned their bloodthirsty eyes to the Dragon Emperors. Worse still, the sinister spiritual beast had recovered from its injuries and returned. They had actually given up on Massacre Dragon City. This was unbelievable. After all, the human race elites were on the brink of defeat. The return of the sinister spiritual beast had brought them a new nightmare. At this time, 9 Phoenix had to leave Long Chen. He had to fight 3 opponents alone. Fortunately, the 9 Phoenix had gotten sufficient rest, while Emperor Ba Shan and Heavenly Hound were extremely tired and exhausted. The evil spiritual beast had not recovered much from its heavy injuries either, so the 9 Phoenix had relied on its superb speed to contend with them and actually managed to persevere. But this state would not last long. Emperor Ba Shan and Heavenly Hound only needed to rest for a while before they regained their strength to attack again. The sinister spiritual beast often took the opportunity to sneak attack the Massacre Sky map. With the sinister spiritual beast's ability, it had almost caused the Massacre Sky map to collapse several times. Even so, under the attack of the sinister spiritual beast's voice, everyone could not hold on for long. Fortunately, at this time, Yang Yu and the Dragon Emperors had seriously injured an opponent and returned to Massacre Dragon City. This temporarily resolved the crisis. Especially Yang Yu, the sinister spiritual beast fled again. This battle had entered a state of chaos. Everyone was completely exhausted. But under the control of Primeval Troll, the opponents became more and more frenzied. The color of their eyes became more and more intense. If this continued, with the sinister spiritual beast around, the Massacre Sky map might still collapse. How long has Long Chen been through the heavenly tribulation? Yang Yu was also panting. In fact, it was easier for her to kill someone. It was difficult to control the degree of serious injury. If it was light, the opponent would be fine. If it was heavy, the opponent would die. At least the 9 Phoenixes and the 2 holy sorcerers would not want their own people to die. More than an hour, will he? Yang Yu shook her head and said, impossible. If he can't even withstand the 7 stars tribulation, how can he withstand the 8 trigrams tribulation and 9 halls tribulation in the future? Everyone, hold on for a while. When Long Chen returns, it will be our victory. At this time, someone in Massacre Dragon City shouted. Everyone was greatly encouraged. No one attacked Massacre Dragon City. They supported the Dragon Emperors and replenished their strength. Although it was not a big deal, the opponent would not retreat at all. If they continued to fight, people would definitely die. After fighting again and again, everyone was extremely exhausted. Their blood and tears mixed together as they struggled to hold on. Their eyes looked in the direction where Long Chen disappeared as if they were on a pilgrimage. Everyone was praying for him. At this time, the sinister spiritual beast rushed in that direction. As long as it destroyed the things left behind by Long Chen would not be able to return. Of course, it would be punished by the reincarnation tribulation and would probably die. But now that it was controlled by the primeval troll, how could it care about its own death? Damn it! At this time, Yang Yu and the Dragon Emperors had to give up their opponents and chase after the sinister spiritual beast. The scene became chaotic again. Stop them. Yi Xue smiled and gave orders to the great demon lords. The great demon lords, the Sea Kings, and the holy sorcerers immediately stopped Yang Yu and the others, not letting them intercept the sinister spiritual beast. The sinister spiritual beast's 2 heads laughed coldly. The female sinister spiritual beast controlled her body and slashed at the blood mist with her blade-like wings. Chapter 24-27. It could be said that this was definitely the most frightening moment. The evil spirit beasts were too fast, and they were not afraid of death. The other great demon lords, the Sea Emperor, and the holy shamans were risking their lives. In this situation, Yang Yu was attacked by a few opponents, but she was still unable to break through. The evil spirit beast kept attacking the heavenly slaughter map. After all, he was the only one who could open the heavenly slaughter map quickly. No one expected that he would suddenly turn around and attack Long Chen. At that moment, everyone almost suffocated. When Long Chen suddenly appeared under the evil spirit beast's blade, they really did not know how lucky they were. As long as he appeared, it meant that Long Chen had succeeded. As powerful as the Dragon Emperor were, he only needed one look to roughly see that Long Chen was different from before. Powerful, primitive, domineering, and full of murderous intent. He had just defeated a 7-star ancient god and was in his most violent state. The willpower that he displayed instantly shocked everyone. Although Long Chen appeared under the evil spirit beast's blade, no one was worried. Instead, they were very excited to see what kind of shocking power Long Chen would display at this moment. To be honest, the evil spirit beast was also shocked by his appearance. When the male and female evil spirit beasts met Long Chen's domineering eyes, their hearts instantly trembled. This was a fatal sense of crisis. The evil spirit beast was very sensitive in this aspect. However, with Primeval Troll's order, they did not retreat even though they knew it was very dangerous. Instead, they attacked Long Chen. Don't think that you can fool us. Dang. Now that things had come to this, the male and female evil spirit beasts could only use such words to boost their courage. As soon as Long Chen came out, he felt this kind of murderous intent. He squinted his eyes and looked at the evil spirit beast's attacks. Their movements became very slow in Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen revealed a cold smile. He finally came back successfully. It felt like he was isolated from the world, but everything was going to end. He could finally rely on his own strength to solve the crisis of the human race. Hence, at this moment, a blood-red dragon appeared in his position. Blood-red dragon scales and bone spikes, a boundless killing aura, and the raging power of the 10,000 death claw gathered in its claws. Everyone saw with their own eyes that when the malevolent spirit beast's purple blade sliced through the starry sky and whizzed toward them, Long Chen merely stretched out his dragon claws and directly blocked it. He gripped the malevolent spirit beast's wings tightly and pulled with all his might. His physical strength, which surpassed that of a demon, directly restrained the malevolent spirit beast under his dragon claws. His claws pierced deep into the malevolent spirit beast's body and pulled on its bones. The male evil spirit beast opened its mouth wide, preparing to use that terrifying sound attack. At such a close distance, it was clear that Long Chen might not be able to withstand this attack. However, Long Chen's movements were even faster. Just as the male evil spirit beast opened its mouth, his 10,000 death claws directly pressed down on the male evil spirit beast's head, his 5 claws deeply piercing into it. Poohee! Everyone could clearly see the malevolent spirit beast's blood splattering everywhere. Below, the female evil spirit beast was extremely violent and struggled with all her might. Long Chen's other dragon claw released her wings, and at the critical moment, he pierced it into the female evil spirit beast's head. Both heads were under his control. This was absolute close-quarters combat. Under such circumstances, Long Chen's slender body swung, directly coiling the malevolent spirit beast in the center. His powerful strength directly locked the malevolent spirit beast in place, making it unable to move at all. This continuous scene was simply too shocking to watch. The other party was a Grand Demon Lord, one of the top 16 experts of the demon race, and also the most tyrannical existence in the entire Eternal Sacred Realm. Long Chen actually used just the strength of his physical body to subdue the other party. Even the 15 Dragon Emperors present could not do this. In this world, only Ling Huang and Yang Yu could crush a Grand Demon Lord like this. Although Long Chen had not caught up to them yet, in reality, he was almost there. As expected, the transformation brought about by a 7 stars tribulation was simply unimaginable. At this time, the Dragon Emperors had completely forgotten about the battle. They stared blankly at Long Chen. There was only one thought in their minds, and that was, the human race was saved. After going through such hardships, Long Chen's appearance and powerful counterattack made them cry tears of joy. The whole process lasted about 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths of time, Long Chen decisively released the evil spirit beast and used the fire of life to help it recover. During the recovery process, he said to the crowd, "Seniors, please don't let anyone go." Seeing this scene, the opponent would probably think of retreating. This time, they were already destined to fail. Hearing Long Chen's words, Yang Yu and the Dragon Emperors could not help but cheer in their hearts. However, they were even more excited. Just now, it was not them who had been pestering them. Now, even if they had to give up everything, they would hold them back. Brothers and sisters, attack. The Eternal Dragon Emperor's face was red, and he could not help but let out a roar. Under his fierce attack, his opponent, Lu Wu, could not move at all, let alone leave. Now, on the human race's side, even if they had to risk their lives, they had to stop the opponent. They had received a huge boost and had a boundless morale. Thanks, I'll help too. The evil spirit beast had already recovered. Long Chen had destroyed the primeval troll's will in their bodies, and his primordial spirit had received a lot of replenishment. If this continued, he would only become stronger and stronger. Primeval Troll. He looked at Xueqi and Meng Hen. They were now looking at Long Chen viciously, and their expressions were very ugly. Watch carefully. Long Chen only said 3 people, and his actions were swift and fierce. His first target was Ba Shen Huang. With the help of the 9 phoenixes, his attacks were even faster. Under the entanglement of the 9 phoenixes, Ba Shen Huang had no strength to defend against Long Chen. In a short time, he was awakened by Long Chen. You saw the death of Sea God Emperor, right? After all, he was the Sea Emperor of the Sea Race. Long Chen had to ask for his opinion. Ba Shen Huang smiled helplessly. He brought this upon himself. He can't blame anyone else. Also, from now on, I'm the #1 Sea Emperor. Hearing this, Long Chen was relieved. In truth, he did not have to worry at all. The situation today was already out of control. From the moment he returned from the 7 Stars Tribulation, the eternal celestial realm was bound to win. Only the primeval troll would lose. Next was Lu Wu. You're finally here. This guy has been pestering me for a long time. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was excited. With the cooperation of Long Chen, he quickly awakened Lu Wu. Lu Wu had once killed the Eternal Dragon Emperor, so he was very embarrassed. We'll settle our scores later. Let's wake everyone up first. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was reasonable. Every awakened one was equivalent to bringing 2 helpers. They joined the battle of the others. From now on, the opponents were completely suppressed. In order to prevent them from escaping, Long Chen had to speed up. Every time the will of the primeval troll saw him, it was terrified. Moreover, Long Chen could not be bothered to talk to it and attacked it directly. In a short time, another 2 great demon lords were awakened by Long Chen's claws. He specifically dealt with those who escaped quickly, such as the eternal celestial beasts and some of the warlocks. At this moment, the defeat of the opponents was irreversible. Xueqi and Meng Hen did not order them to retreat. Instead, they smiled coldly. Perhaps they knew that the rebellion created by the primeval troll had failed completely, so they did not want them to retreat. They were of no value to the primeval troll now. Long Chen had been paying attention to them. Could it be that these 2 still have some tricks up their sleeves, just like the immovable magic eyes previously? While Long Chen awakened the opponents, he was also paying attention to them. Very quickly, more and more great demon lords awakened amidst the crowd's cheers. They wouldn't choose to betray the human race like the Sea God Emperor. Perhaps they were lucky. At that time, the human race didn't have any hope of defeating the Sea God Emperor. But now, their victory was already very assured. In this rebellion, the human race created miracle after miracle. Gathering everyone in the 5 great dragon cities and using the 5 great divine maps to defend was one of the miraculous correct decisions. Lingxi creating the 5 great Xueqi teleportation formations was also a miracle. In the final battle, Long Chen defeated the evil spirit beasts that brought great trouble to the slaughtering sky map. Many people worked together to kill the Sea God Emperor, who had rebelled and taken over. In the end, he even survived the 7 Stars Tribulation in the midst of the battle and truly won the flag of victory. This was a huge miracle. In this final battle, he was destined to be the most dazzling star. In fact, his final strength had completely reached, and even surpassed, the level of the Dragon Emperor. If not for Yang Yu, he would already be the strongest person in the human race. The greatest glory belonged to Long Chen. There were a total of dozens of peak experts. More and more people were awakening. In the end, only a few people were still controlled. Everyone surrounded them to prevent them from escaping. Even 5 or 6 experts joined forces to attack one person. Without Long Chen doing anything, they had already imprisoned the person and were waiting for Long Chen to come over. They would then use the 10,000 death claws to tear the will of the primeval troll. This process was always accompanied by the explosive cheers of the human race. The other 4 great dragon cities also cheered after hearing the complete battle. Long Chen was a hero in the past, but now, he was a legend. All the dragon emperors, great beasts lords, ocean monarchs, and holy shamans were looking at him with complicated gazes. Their hearts were filled with astonishment, and the 15 dragon emperors even shed tears of excitement. They thought of Long Qinglan. Chapter 24-28. Long Chen had always been a miracle, and at this time, he had truly climbed to the peak of miracles. In the end, all the pinnacle powerhouses had awakened. The greatest crisis of the human race had been resolved, and the only loss was the deranged Neptune Emperor. The elites of Massacre City were cheering until their voices were hoarse, and countless people were shedding tears of excitement. In the starry sky, everyone surrounded Long Chen, their eyes filled with reverence. Long Chen's spiritual will was now so strong that it was invincible. He had devoured all the will that the primeval troll had left on the pinnacle powerhouses, and now he was unbelievably strong. Although he had no evil intentions, just a look from him could make opponents at the level of the Dragon Emperor tremble. All living beings treated him like a god. The pinnacle powerhouses finally heaved a sigh of relief. They were about to discuss how to get everyone out of the control of the primeval troll, but at this time, Long Chen left them and came before Xueqi and Meng Hen. Everyone couldn't help but look over. These two women had average combat power, but they were from the Demon Star, which was very special. They had organized the attack this time, and could be considered the main culprits. "It's your turn now." Long Chen came before them and said in a low voice. Xueqi smiled coldly and said, "Do you really think you've won? It's just that our patriarch has already given up on these people. I know you will wake us up, but let me warn you one last time. Be careful. The patriarch's attack is not over yet. I told you long ago that he is very terrifying. Now that you have successfully angered him, it's best not to be happy. Just wait for your death." At this point, Meng Hen pointed to the dragon god domain in the south. Long Chen followed their gaze and saw that the entire southern sky was now covered in blood red. Countless red shadows rushed up from the ground and condensed in the sky. "Do you see that? He's right there, hee. At this point, Xueqi couldn't help but laugh loudly. Long Chen had always felt a strong sense of danger in his heart. As expected, awakening these 30 pinnacle powerhouses was not the end. Instead, he had truly angered the primeval troll. When the others heard this, they all looked towards the south and frowned deeply. They all knew that the battle was not over yet. What followed might be the most difficult battle. Then let's fight to the death. Just as Long Chen's heart turned cold, Long Chen snorted coldly. The Deathclaw in human form could heal Xueqi and Dream Scar. When the two women recovered, they were stunned for a moment before saying, "Were we controlled again? What's going on?" Long Chen asked hurriedly. He was talking about the dragon god domain in the south. Xueqi and Meng Hen looked towards the south. Xueqi was stunned for a moment before her expression turned to one of extreme fear. She said, Primeval Troll split off a will doppelganger to head to the eternal god domain. 1/3 of it was used to control these 30 powerhouses, while the other 2/3 controlled the Yao, Oceanic, and Shamanic races. Now that 1/3 has been destroyed by you, he gathered the remaining 2/3 to form a new will doppelganger. He's probably going to fight for the 5 Dragon Balls. So he had gathered all the wills of the Oceanic, Yao, and Shamanic races together to form a new will doppelganger. This was undoubtedly very terrifying. When the 40 pinnacle powerhouses heard this, their faces paled. As expected, this was the true final battle. This was also a crazy method that Primeval Troll had no choice but to use. Now, everyone had to face Primeval Troll's will doppelganger. That was a will that controlled billions of living beings. Who knew how strong it was? For a moment, everyone was a little afraid. But Long Chen laughed. "So that's how it is. Doesn't that mean that we couldn't make all the Yao, Oceanic, and Shamanic races return to their original state? But now that Primeval Troll has formed a new will doppelganger, they've recovered, right? In other words, as long as we kill this will doppelganger, the eternal god domain will be at peace, right? Perfect. This problem could be solved in one go." Hearing Long Chen's words, everyone remembered. That's right, that should be the case. The pinnacle powerhouses looked at each other. They weren't cowards. They realized that the only way to solve this problem was to defeat the will doppelganger. They had some courage, and they had the responsibility to face it. Xueqi said, "That's impossible. Primeval Troll is so strong. Now that he's angry, you're no match for him. Hurry up and run. Run as far as you can. There's no hope for you." That's right. You don't know how terrifying Primeval Troll is. He didn't use his will doppelganger to steal your 5 Dragon Balls because he wanted to play with you and scare you. But now, he'll only kill you. He's the equivalent of a god. Mortals can't fight against a god. You're mortals and he's a god. Even the taciturn Dream Scar couldn't help but try to dissuade Xueqi. So run. Leave this place. Even if you have to wander the endless universe, it's fine, Xueqi said solemnly. As soon as she finished speaking, Long Chen opened up his divine kingdom and threw them in. Letting them go last time had led to them organizing such a dangerous attack. Now, he had to temporarily imprison them. Otherwise, no matter where they went, as long as Primeval Troll called, they would be controlled again. After taking care of them, Long Chen looked towards the south. The red light there was growing stronger and stronger. It gradually formed a bloody mouth. Perhaps when all the wills converged, Primeval Troll would attack. Now, it looked like it would take a while. Although Long Chen was young, he had unknowingly become the center of everyone's attention. After all, he was the one who had awakened them. Now, everyone was looking at him, waiting for his decision. There's no way out, everyone. It doesn't matter how difficult it is to deal with Primeval Troll's will avatar. It's our only hope of survival. It's the only hope of the eternal god domain. Narrowing his eyes, he looked over at the eternal life godly domain and said, Experts have responsibilities. I'm sure you all understand that better than I do. Humans, sea folk, shamans, and demon folk are all suffering in that place. There are billions of people there, more than 10 billion. They're your people, and your legacies have existed for millions upon millions of years. It doesn't matter how difficult this battle is, we only have one way out of it, and that is to defeat him. No one wanted their hometown, their people, and their compatriots to be trampled by outsiders. We've created so many miracles since the beginning of the Eternal God Rebellion. At least up until now, we've always been the victors, while Primeval Troll has always been the loser. We can understand it as a result of his anger and humiliation, but it's also the best chance for us. This is the only chance to save our people. As rulers, we can only kill for the sake of everything else. Actually, everyone understood. They just lacked the courage to do so. Now was the only chance to achieve peace and complete victory. No matter how strong the other party was, no one had the right to give up at this point. Moreover, no one wished for the eternal god domain to fall into eternal damnation. As long as one was strong, they would have a deep love for their homeland and their race. This was protection, dignity, and glory. Now, it was time to fight even if they had to give up their lives. Long Chen patted his chest and said loudly, I don't care if you have the courage or not, but I, Long Chen, swear that I will fight to the end, unless I die in battle. He was a young man. His life was more precious than anyone else's. He still had a lot of space, but many of the people present were nearing the end of their lifespans. At this moment, Long Chen's action of patting his heart and the passion in his eyes shocked everyone. It was such a determined look. I will accompany you to the end. Yang Yu's cold voice suddenly rang out. Haha, you're too unreasonable. Too unreasonable. Although this old man only has one life left, I've never thought of taking a step back. These were the words of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. At this point, everyone laughed. There was a huge change in their eyes. This change was to fight to the end. At this moment, a great demon lord said, This battle will definitely destroy a lot of people. Right now, the other party hasn't finished yet. Let's evacuate the people who are out of control. Let's set the location of the battle here. Everyone agreed. Right now, the most important thing was everyone's lives. The humans were fine. They were all in the 5 great dragon cities. Through the Qianquan shifting formation and the massacre diagram, the Dragon Emperor destroyed the Sea of Destiny, the Sea of Life, and the rest, moving the 5 great dragon cities to a safe place. The nearby Massacre Dragon City was also moved to the Demon God region. As for the Oceanids, the Witch race, and the Demon race, they sent out star talismans one by one, telling everyone who had awakened to leave the northern part of the Dragon God region as soon as possible. It would be best if they returned to the Demon God region, the Sea God region, and the Witch God region. Although they couldn't evacuate too far in a short time, they could lure the Primeval Troll to fight in the northern part of the Dragon God region. This time, a total of 44 super experts worked together to help the Eternal God region survive the final calamity. Now, all the Dragon Emperor, Great Demon Lord, Poseidon, and Holy Shaman were standing together. Before the Eternal Riot, this would have been an impossible scene. After all, in the thousands of years of history, there would always be friction, battles, and they would treat each other as enemies. But now, They only had one enemy. Everyone held their breath as they looked at the dragon god region. Starting from the mouth, the primeval troll's body had started to take shape. That's right, why hasn't the spirit emperor appeared yet? Chapter 24-29. Except for Ling Huang, there was no one in the Spirit Clan who could compete with the Dragon Emperor and the Great Demon Lords. In other words, the entire Spirit Clan was supported by Ling Huang alone. This had been the case for generations. The strength of each Ling Huang was far beyond the entire Spirit Clan, reaching the realm of half-step divine spirit that no one could reach. Basically, there was no big surprise. Moreover, each Ling Huang ruled for a very long time. More than the Dragon Emperor and the Great Demon Lords. What was magical was that after each Ling Huang died, a new Ling Huang would be born in a very short time. And the strength of the new Ling Huang was basically not much different from that of the old Ling Huang. This magical and even rule-breaking phenomenon was the deepest secret of the Spirit Clan. This was a kind of life substitution. Outsiders called it Spirit Master inheritance. Spirit Master and Spirit Master were the two terrible gods that the Spirit Clan believed in. Although there were only two of them, they were almost as powerful as Di Jun. This time, only the Spirit Clan was not affected by the eternal riot. The Dragon Emperor had asked for support from Ling Huang many times, but there was no news. Now it was the time of the final battle, but Ling Huang still did not appear. No matter who it was, they were very angry. Ling Huang had always been reclusive, but since he lost to the Eternal Dragon Emperor, his temper seemed a bit strange. This time, if he was willing to help in the Eternal Riot, he would definitely get a lot of benefits, at least a respectable reputation. But he chose to ignore everything. The Dragon Emperors had long been annoyed, but they just had no time to do anything about it. The Monster Clan and the Human Clan were afraid of the Spirit Clan, but in fact, the only one they were afraid of was Ling Huang. In terms of combat power, if 15 Dragon Emperors attacked together, Ling Huang would definitely not be a match for them. The only thing they were afraid of was a sneak attack. But now that the 5 major dragon cities had the Qian Kuan shifting formation, there was nothing to be afraid of. Under the arrangement of the peak powerhouses, the Demon Clan, the Sea Clan, and the Wizard Clan, who had broken free from the control of the primeval trolls while doppelgangers, quickly fled to a safe place. This time, they were not the target of the primeval troll, so they were safe. Now, including Long Chen and Yang Yu, a total of 46 people were waiting in the northern starry sky for the primeval troll's final attack. The 5 Dragon Balls he wants are here, and his enemy Long Chen is also here. He will definitely come. Everyone stared in that direction. It was impossible for them not to be nervous. Just as Xueqi had said, they were facing a god. That was a true sovereign. Perhaps he could casually kill experts of their level. But for survival and peace for the future, everyone had to give everything they had. This was the first time the eternal celestial realm had been so united. In Long Chen's vision, the entire eternal celestial realm had a blood-red shadow flying towards the north of the dragon god realm. In the sky there, an unimaginable giant beast had almost revealed its form. It was the same primeval troll that Long Chen had seen in everyone's consciousness. Thad. It had bat wings, divine dragon scales, beast claws, strong limbs, a thick body, a scorpion tail, a head like a praying mantis, sharp teeth, and a pair of blood-red eyes on both sides. It was quite frightening. Those blood-red eyes were like a sea of blood, and they emitted a demonic aura that was thousands of times more terrifying than that of Mo Xiaolang. Now, it was staring in Long Chen's direction, its eyes filled with evil and hatred. That's right, it was looking at Long Chen. If it was in the past, this gaze would have scared Long Chen. But now, Long Chen had already devoured 1/3 of the other's will, and the other only had 2/3 left. In terms of mental power confrontation, Long Chen was very good at it. The ancestral dragon was naturally many times more noble than the primeval troll, so right now, Long Chen might not lose to him. The other dragon emperors would definitely not be able to withstand it. But the primeval troll only targeted Long Chen. This monster that had devoured 1/3 of his will clone. Time seemed to pass very quickly, and there was no time for Long Chen and the rest to think. Now, there was no longer any blood-red light in the sky above the demon god region and the rest. All the blood-red and demonic aura had gathered in the north of the Dragon God region, and landed on the body of that giant beast. That was a giant beast that was even bigger than the divine dragons, demonic beasts, sea beasts, and warlocks that everyone present had transformed into. Its entire body was filled with crimson bloodlines that surged on its body like a river. Those sharp teeth, sharp claws, and the sharpest part of its poisonous tail were all shining with a shocking red light. This was not the true form of the primeval troll. If the true form descended, then everyone would die. Even Yang Yu and Long Chen would not be able to fight against the godlike primeval troll. Bas! In that instant, the will clone was formed. The primeval troll let out a terrifying roar. Under this roar, more than half of the northern territory of the Dragon God region collapsed, turning into dust and smoke that scattered into the endless starry sky. Some of the demonic beasts and oceanic beasts were also swept away. Although the collapse of the ground was terrifying, everyone should still be able to survive. After all, the primeval troll's real target was not them. Speed. The blood-red eyes instantly appeared in front of everyone from afar. The monstrous demonic aura and blood-red mist were released from the body of the primeval troll, enveloping him within. The combination of blood-red and black, unique to the primeval troll. Boom! Everywhere it went, the starry sky cracked into a net, and countless broken stars turned into dust. With a casual flap of its wings, large pieces of land collapsed. According to legend, the Chaos Galaxy used to be a part of the eternal celestial realm. After the great war of gods and demons, the primeval troll was defeated and sealed in the Demon Star. It seemed like this rumor was true. As expected, the primeval troll was truly huge. It was really huge. Even if Long Chen transformed into a divine dragon, it seemed like he was only as thick as the tail of the other party. Who knew how big the true form would be? Boom, boom, boom. Its body was compressed in the starry sky, and the experts could not help but retreat. They could not clash head-on with the other party's demonic aura. When the primeval troll appeared, the expressions of those who were ready for battle changed. They were not afraid, but the pressure was too great. It was impossible to say that they were not afraid. At this instant, except for Long Chen, everyone displayed their strongest state, including Yang Yu, who had transformed into an unparalleled divine dragon. This way, in front of the huge primeval troll, everyone was qualified to fight. 16 divine dragons. 16 demonic beasts. 5 sea beasts and 8 warlocks stood in front of the primeval troll, and their battle intent surged. Long Chen was standing closest to the primeval troll, and the tentacles on its head were much bigger than his. Ss. Although the primeval troll only made a sound, it was a huge impact to everyone. Everyone's courage dropped even further as they realized that they did not have much hope of winning this battle. At least, there would not be a good outcome if they fought against a god. At this moment, the primeval troll looked around, and its blood-red eyes that were filled with demonic aura caused everyone's scalp to go numb. It actually said, "I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Give me the 5 Dragon Balls. 2. All of you die, including all living beings in the eternal celestial realm. Then, I'll take the 5 Dragon Balls from you. Make your choice." His thoughts were clear, and he was not as crazy as they imagined. To be honest, the Grand Goblin Lord, the Ocean King, and the Holy Shaman were slightly shaken. If there were only 2 choices, everyone would choose the first one. After all, the lives of all living beings in the eternal celestial realm were in their hands. When they were the most shaken, Long Chen took a step forward and stared at the primeval troll with his golden eyes. He said loudly, "There's no need to ask. Our choice is that you die. As long as you die, the world will be at peace." He knew that some people would be afraid, so he used this method to cut off everyone's path of retreat. "I know you, brat. You can't make a decision yet, but I've changed my mind. The first choice is to give me the 5 Dragon Balls, and I'll kill this brat. There's no room for negotiation." Everyone's faces tensed up, but Long Chen laughed out loud. He said, "What a joke. You're just a will avatar. Do you think you're the main body? Let me tell you, in terms of intelligence, you're no match for us. I know you. If you were completely confident, you wouldn't have given us a choice. You hate me so much. You think you're so high and mighty, but you didn't make a move. Do you think we don't know that you're a paper tiger?" Everyone thought about it. This will avatar was from the primeval troll. With his ruthless personality, he would definitely make a move if he had the absolute advantage. The reason why he did that was because he wasn't completely confident. For a moment, everyone looked at each other. Long Chen's thoughts were clear, or else they might really be tricked by the other party. At the very least, it would cause internal strife. These words naturally angered the primeval troll. His blood-red eyes flared up, and the blood veins on his body shone with brilliant light. His claws spread wide, suffocating the onlookers. He was so enraged that he lost all reason. He threw his head back and let out a terrifying roar that the entire Eternal Dominion could probably hear. But it was only a roar. The experts could still hold on. Boom! The primeval troll made his move. He tore through space and swatted a giant demonic hand at Long Chen. Long Chen dodged quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he was out of range. He'd known that the other party would attack. But at this time, he suddenly changed direction and sped up. He passed by Long Chen, and in the blink of an eye, he pressed down on the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor behind Long Chen. In that moment, it was a close shave. To the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor, the other party was too sinister, and too sudden. The claws of the primeval troll gripped him like he was a small snake, and he almost tore the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor in half. Haha, I haven't tasted a mystical dragon in a million years. Chapter 24:30. Long Chen dodged, but the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor was caught. With the primeval troll's claws, he grabbed the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor's Burial of Heaven's Dragon. Perhaps if he used more strength, the Burial of Heaven's Dragon Emperor would be crushed into pieces. However, the primeval troll was much more terrifying than everyone imagined. He actually wanted to eat the divine dragon. If he was really eaten, then even if the Burial of Heaven's Dragon Emperor had 2 lives, it would be gone. The death of the Poseidon Emperor was a warning to everyone. Even if they were peak experts, they would still die in battle. The appearance of the primeval troll had already brought great fear to everyone, especially the great demon lord, the holy sorcerer, and the Poseidon Emperor. They had all been controlled before. The image of the primeval troll itself had brought them great pressure. Now that the other party had almost killed the Burial of Heaven's Dragon Emperor, it naturally gave everyone a great shock. Although it didn't make everyone lose their courage to fight, at least this would still fill their hearts with fear. In fact, this was human nature. Everyone was in awe of the gods. After all, everyone was just a mortal, and the primeval troll was a tyrannical existence comparable to the gods. However, when the Burial of Heaven's Dragon Emperor was caught and quickly sent into the mouth of the primeval troll, the other Dragon Emperor and Yang Yu did not hesitate. They all launched attacks to save the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor. They were all brothers for many years. No matter how strong the opponent was, they couldn't just watch him die at this time. However, they were not as fast as Long Chen. This attack was originally aimed at Long Chen from the beginning. When Long Chen dodged and the primeval troll went to grab the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor, Long Chen was practically next to the opponent's arm. His action was decisive and swift beyond everyone's imagination. Because he instantly let Lingxi appear, the two were very tacit, and almost at that moment, they launched the triple life and death calamity. Even at his current realm, the triple life and death calamity was still Long Chen's most tyrannical attack. This time, in order to save the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor, he did not dare to be careless. This was because he knew that once the primeval troll retracted this arm, the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor would be finished. The battle was ignited at this moment. More than 40 super experts were engaged in this unprecedented battle. And the first to attack was Long Chen's triple life and death calamity. Long Chen's body's expansion also led to the increase of Lingxi's strength. At this time, the two of them could use the triple life and death calamity easily. Whether it was speed or power, they were much stronger than before. In addition, he was originally next to the opponent's arm. So almost as soon as the primeval troll said that he wanted to eat the dragon god, Long Chen and Lingxi's triple life and death calamity slashed at the primeval troll's arm. Bang! A loud sound. At that moment, the primeval troll let out a cry of pain. His huge body was practically twitching. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that the arm that was holding the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor's arm was directly broken at the joint. Demonic chi and blood chi scattered all over the sky. The broken arm naturally lost its strength, allowing the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor to easily escape. The arm was chopped off at the beginning. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes turned red. Even Long Chen was able to do this without fear. As experts of the older generation, why couldn't they do the same? Accompanied by the primeval troll's scream, everyone was suddenly filled with strength. They could not help but thank Long Chen. It was precisely because of his existence that they could regain their true confidence. Long Chen suddenly remembered that this seemed to be the will clone of the primeval troll. Then, his existence in the space of the great demon lords and the others was no different. Since Long Chen could devour the one-third, why couldn't he do it now? Therefore, at this moment, he suddenly transformed into the ancient blood spiritual dragon and let Lingxi stand on his forehead. He quickly hugged the burning and disappearing arm of the primeval troll. He opened his mouth and swallowed a large number of will fragments, which were devoured by Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, the will fragments had already disappeared. Instead, they increased Long Chen's own strength and will. At least in terms of will, he was starting to have the upper hand. This was the reason why he was not afraid of the primeval troll in front of him at all. Kill. With Long Chen taking the lead, all the experts were filled with confidence. At this moment, everyone spread out and surrounded the primeval troll, attacking at the same time. Everyone, cover each other. Don't let him hurt anyone. Among them, someone shouted. This was a very reliable method. Against such a huge monster, everyone had to unite and help each other. Just like how Long Chen had saved the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor. At this moment, Long Chen looked back. It seemed like the broken arm of the primeval troll had already grown back, and was much fiercer than before. Long Chen and Lingxi were connected through the love thread of 3 lifetimes. Long Chen was in his mystical dragon form. He had transformed into the immortal Dao heart-refining dragon to participate in this battle, while Lingxi was beside his dragon horn, using the crucial immortal Lord Realm technique. Lingxi could now use the primordial reincarnation power of the Dragon Emperor. This showed how terrifying her immortal Lord Realm technique was. Many times, it played a crucial role in restraining the enemy. The primordial Great Devil was about to go crazy. He was like a lion surrounded by a pack of wolves. Of course, he was much stronger than any of the peak experts, but when dozens of experts attacked him at the same time, he was surrounded by enemies from all sides. Even his senses were restricted by various methods, and he couldn't even see his opponent. At any moment, dozens of attacks landed on his body, riddling him with holes. Long Chen knew that this guy would give everyone a choice from the start. He was afraid of them, and he could not fight back under the encirclement. This would show that he was bluffing. If this will avatar was really that strong, Long Chen believed that he would not have created the Eternal Riot, but would have attacked the 5 great dragon cities directly. He had made the right bet. However, the problem was that the primeval troll could not be killed at all. It was like the fire of life of Long Chen. Even if his huge wings were torn, he could recover in a very short time. After attacking for a while, the 40 or so top experts were exhausted because of the original battle. However, it seemed that they still could not cause any real damage to the primeval troll. At this time, everyone began to frown and secretly discuss with each other to see if there was a way to kill him. Everyone, hold on. Destroy this thing, and the world will be at peace. Yes, don't give up. It doesn't matter even if you die of exhaustion. Long Chen also activated the divine prison of swords and sabers a few times, almost passing through his opponent's body. However, he seemed to be fine. Have you realized? Foolish creatures. They should understand by now that you can't kill me at all, because I am immortal. Demons could have endless lives, let alone the primogenitor of the demons. Hearing this, everyone felt their hearts turn cold. At this time, the primeval troll launched a counterattack. It was the power of will, forming a powerful shock wave. It was the primordial spirit that was attacked, and there was no way to block it at all. At the first moment, other than Long Chen and Yang Yu, whose wills were strong enough, the other experts felt as if their heads had been hit by a heavy hammer. Everyone's mind went blank and they were stunned. Not only were their minds blank, even their faces were blank. This shockwave had a certain degree of damage to their spiritual wills. All of you, die obediently. There is no way for you to live. The eternal celestial realm will be occupied by my descendants. The primeval troll laughed loudly. He moved his arms and grabbed a great demon lord and a dragon emperor at almost the same time. The great demon lord was the 9 phoenix, and the dragon emperor was the eternal night dragon emperor. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor was a relatively important person to Long Chen. And you. Only Long Chen and Yang Yu could remain conscious at this time. At this critical moment, just as the primeval troll was about to send the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor and the 9 Phoenix into its mouth, Long Chen and Yang Yu appeared instantly. It's you again. The primeval troll was enraged. Shadow Bind. Lingxi stared at the huge pressure and used her Immortal Lord Realm technique, while Long Chen used his Eternal Instant Mystique. Both were effective and stopped the primeval troll for a moment. At this time, a silver sword light rushed over and chopped off the primeval troll's wrists. The 9 Phoenix and the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor flew out of the opponent's attack range. At this time, everyone had also woken up from the mental attack, and their hearts were filled with fear. Long Chen did not hold back either. He devoured the mental energy contained in the opponent's fists. At this time, everyone gathered together. They didn't dare to rashly attack. After all, a single attack from the will of the primordial Great Devil was enough to bring great danger to everyone. Right now, everyone was somewhat terrified. If it weren't for Long Chen and Yang Yu, they would have definitely lost 2 experts. What do we do? This guy can't be killed at all. We can't block his mental attack at all. If this goes on, we have no chance of winning. Could it be that the heavens want us dead? Although they did not want to give up on the battle, the reality was before them. Everyone was tired, but the primeval troll seemed unaffected. He was still as terrifying as ever. That actually he has weakened too. He is a doppelganger formed from his will. Long Chen, the more you devour, the weaker his will doppelganger becomes. Compared to before, he has already lost much of his strength. If you have the ability to devour him, you might win. At this time, Yi Shui spoke up from within the God Kingdom. For Long Chen, this was a turning point. He had not realized it at first, but after Yi Shui's explanation, he finally understood. Chapter 24:31. Thank you. The news that Yi Shui told him was very important. You've saved us twice. Consider it a small repayment. They were free, and that was what they pursued. Of course, they didn't want to be controlled by the primeval troll. Long Chen didn't say anything else. This was a critical moment, and he hurriedly told everyone about his new discovery. When they heard this news, the eyes of the despairing crowd instantly lit up. This was the last time they had found hope amidst their despair. For a moment, everyone was extremely excited, including Yang Yu. The battle of the Eternal Riot had lasted for too long. They had faced countless dangers. It was a miracle among miracles that they could last until now. Everyone cherished this miracle. When the last ray of light appeared, the shock and awe brought about by the primordial troll's willpower attack was completely gone. Let's go. Long Chen, you're in charge of keeping an eye on him. We'll kill him. Yes, we're all waiting for you to eat him. Everyone was still able to laugh in this situation. Whether it was the Dragon Emperor, the Great Demon Lord, or any other race, they all treated Long Chen as one of their own. Just like the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Although he was the strongest human, he was respected by the other 4 races. After all, he didn't invade other races just because he was strong. Long Chen had the same personality. Long Chen's rise was more of a deterrent. In the future, the demon race, oceanic race, and other races would definitely be polite to the human race. Now that everyone was working together, there was no need to worry about anything else. The 40 or so peak experts from the Eternal God domain attacked in a frenzy, trying to tear the primordial devil's flesh off its body. Among them, Yang Yu turned into her human form and used the heavenly deity sword Milky Way. Her attack power was the strongest, and she brought the most trouble to the primeval troll. They forcefully resisted the impact of their opponent's will. It was extremely difficult for them to fight such a battle. But at this time, the entire world, with the exception of the spirit race, was looking forward to their victory. Billions of people had placed their hopes on them, and they were all waiting in despair. Bearing the expectations of so many people, everyone present was prepared to die in battle. Primeval trolls' will doppelgangers were best at attacking with will, as well as physical strength. Although it was a will doppelganger, its physical body was not weaker than anyone else's.
It could be seen from the fact that it could grab hold of the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor with one hand and make him unable to move.
However, their suicidal attacks still achieved great results. Although some of them were injured in the process, they tore off pieces of flesh from the primeval troll's body. Long Chen walked among them.
Lingxi cooperated with the others in attacking, while he continued to devour the primeval troll's willpower to strengthen himself.
This was a huge drain on the primeval troll. When he realized what everyone was trying to do, he became even more furious. Damn dance! Don't drive me crazy. Otherwise, it won't do anyone any good. At this point, if they did not resist, they would die. If they resisted, they might survive. Everyone would make this choice.
So even though the primeval troll began to fight even more fiercely and viciously, it could not stop the determination of the crowd.
Can you feel it? His will attacks are no longer as strong as they were at the beginning. That's right. This proves that our method is effective. Just hold on a little longer. We'll definitely kill him. After the previous battle, everyone was actually exhausted to the point of collapsing against the primeval troll. This was especially so for the Eternal Dragon Emperor. He had already expended a lot of energy fighting against his previous opponents, and now his entire face was pale. Kill. This battle, from the beginning until now, had lasted for a full hour. There were many dangerous situations in the middle, and it was Yang Yu and Long Chen who saved the people at the crucial moment. At this time, the strong ones had no strength at all. Everyone was pale, and they were relying on their will to hold on. Many were heavily injured, but they were all saved by Long Chen's fire of life. With Long Chen here, they were basically immortal. Fortunately, their efforts had paid off. For example, the primeval troll had shrunk to half its original size. He only had 1/3 of his willpower left. Although the resistance of the Dragon Emperor's primordial spirits was very weak, on the verge of collapse, it was still difficult for the primeval troll to completely kill them with willpower. If it had been at the beginning, it might have been possible. Long Chen was different from the primordial great demon. Although he had devoured 2/3 of the primordial great demon's will, what he had displayed was the strength of his mind. He could not attack the primordial great demon's will. Now they were in a stalemate again, and everyone was in a very dangerous situation. Seeing that some of the pinnacle-level strong ones were about to die, the primeval troll had regained his pride, even though he was injured. Fighting me? You're overestimating yourselves. Let me tell you, if my real body was here, I could kill you all with a puff of air. Damn dance. Many in the eternal celestial realm were crying. Now, everyone's ability to tear shards of will from the primeval troll had decreased. It was basically impossible to succeed. Even Yang Yu was extremely tired. Are we really going to fail like this? Long Chen was unwilling to give up. If the Eternal Riot had 100 perils, everyone had already dealt with 99 of them. Only the last one was left, and it was also the most difficult one. How could they succeed? Chen, if I imprison him for 15 minutes, can you devour him completely? Lingxi suddenly asked. Long Chen said coldly, even if I can't devour him completely, he won't have much left. But it's impossible to imprison him for 15 minutes. Lingxi said, it's possible. As long as you lure him to the eternal celestial realm, I can use the earth to set up the earth vein heavenly dragon formation and imprison him. When that happens, the 40 or so strong ones will be able to seal him. I don't believe that 40 or so people can't seal him. Chen, this might be our only hope. Long Chen froze. Tell me the truth, Lingxi, he said seriously. If we succeed, what price will you have to pay? You'd better tell me, or I won't agree to it. Lingxi's eyes were a little red as she watched the primeval troll fight. She shook her head. It's probably equivalent to setting up 5 cosmos shifting formations in a row. But you're a lot stronger than you were back then. At most, you'll just be a little tired. Also, if you don't trust me and find that I can't hold on any longer, you can cut off the love thread of 3 lifetimes. That way, I won't have a source of power. All right, I trust you. Lingxi was right. This was their last hope. Everyone, I have one last way to kill him. Let's lure him to the eternal celestial realm and prepare the seals you're most skilled at. He hurriedly said to the experts who were fighting to the death. Everyone, I have one last way to kill him. Yang Yu narrowed his eyes. Chen, there are so many of our people in the eternal god domain. If we fight them, they'll be affected. Are you sure you want to do this? Everyone had the same doubts in their hearts. I'm sure. Please trust me this once. Let's just go to the northern territories of the Dragon God domain. Trust was the bridge. Long Chen trusted Lingxi, so everyone had to trust Long Chen without any hesitation. Only then could they complete the final step. All right. Many people agreed immediately when they saw the look in Long Chen's eyes. It had to be said that nothing good would come out of this if they continued to tangle with him. Of course, Long Chen's sudden idea was their last hope. First, they started with the first Dragon Emperor. He appeared to be in a panic during the battle, then suddenly retreated in the direction of the Eternal God Domain's Dragon God Domain. Damn it! He's actually running away! Someone cursed. However, as soon as the first person fled, the others hurriedly followed. More and more people fled, until even those who were cursing couldn't bear it anymore. Suddenly, the battle to the death turned into a situation where monkeys scatter when the tree falls. Everyone fled in the direction of the Eternal God Domain. Yang Yu and Long Chen were at the very back. They were the strongest, so they had the ability to temporarily hold off the enemy for a while. Primeval Troll laughed like crazy at the sight of Long Chen and Yang Yu's flustered and exasperated expressions. To be honest, these people gathered together, especially Long Chen, had brought him a lot of trouble. But in the end, the ant-like creatures couldn't overcome their fear, and all fled. Auntie Yu, there's nothing we can do. When Long Chen realized that everyone had fled, he couldn't help but look back. Although Yang Yu didn't want to give up, he still followed him. Right now, Primeval Troll didn't have much of an advantage in terms of speed. He couldn't wait for everyone to scatter. The current situation was exactly what he wanted, but he couldn't let go of the 5 Dragon Balls. But before he obtained the 5 Dragon Balls, there was one more thing he needed to do, and that was to kill Long Chen. From start to finish, Long Chen was the opponent he feared the most. If it weren't for this brat, he would have succeeded long ago, and he wouldn't have needed to condense this will clone. Towards Long Chen, he slowly developed a grudge. So when everyone scattered, he flapped his huge wings and chased after Long Chen. It's just as I expected. Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. Actually, the current Primeval Troll had very little effect on him. In terms of will, his opponent's attacks were ineffective against him, and in terms of physical strength, he was currently so weak that he couldn't do anything to Long Chen. So, facing Primeval Troll alone, Long Chen was the safest. Chapter 2432. More than 40 powerhouses rushed into the eternal celestial realm. It looked like they had scattered, but in reality, they hadn't gone far. The Primeval Troll stared at Long Chen. He was even faster than many Dragon Emperors, but he didn't pay attention to the expressions of the peak powerhouses. They looked like they were running, but in reality, they were all focused on the Primeval Troll's movements. Rumble. At this time, Long Chen and Yang Yu had entered the eternal celestial realm one after another. They had arrived at the northern part of the Dragon God realm. There were very few people here to begin with, and now it was almost completely destroyed. They had to travel for a while before they found a relatively stable land. The Earth Pulse Heavenly Dragon formation that Lingxi had used was actually using the power of the Earth in the entire eternal celestial realm. The eternal celestial realm had a pulse. It was like a living thing. First it had to have a support, and these support were the veins of the earth. Right now, what Lingxi wanted to use were these veins. So when they reached a stretch of mountains, Lingxi had already landed on the ground along Long Chen's dragon tail. However, the Primeval Troll didn't notice this detail. At this time, Yang Yu and Long Chen were in front of him. The other powerhouses only dared to look around, but no one dared to step forward. These hypocritical lowly beings. I thought you were so united. It turns out that when you're faced with death, you still scatter. He noticed the powerhouses who were still watching in the dark, but he didn't care. These people could only harm him very little. On the contrary, a single will attack from him was enough to finish them off. The ones he was truly afraid of were Yang Yu and Long Chen. When they reached this mountain range, Long Chen and Yang Yu were almost caught. At this time, they didn't continue to run, but instead fought with the Primeval Troll. At this time, everyone's heart was beating very fast. Firstly, the most important thing was that Long Chen and Yang Yu needed to hold him back. Secondly, Lingxi needed to succeed. Next, they needed Primeval Troll to be unable to break free. Lastly, they needed Long Chen to work hard. Any one of these 4 steps would be a disaster for everyone. If you dare to swallow 2/3 of my will avatar, I will make you return it. Don't even think about leaving. The primeval troll blocked his path. That huge demonic shadow caused the surrounding mountains to crumble. Give me a quarter of an hour. This was what Lingxi had told Long Chen. She needed at least half an hour to complete the Earth Vein Heavenly Dragon Array. Therefore, Long Chen and Yang, you have to hold him off for a quarter of an hour. They had to hold him back. Right now, every second was extremely important. It was related to the future of the entire eternal sacred realm. Everyone held their breath, their hearts racing. Most of them had never been this nervous in their entire lives. I don't think that's all there is to you. Without the 5 Dragon Balls, you'll never be able to leave the Devil Star. I'm guessing that you made this will avatar for 10 million years. If you fail this time, you'll have to prepare for another 10 million years. Right now, Long Chen was trying to think of a way to stall for time without batting an eyelid. When Long Chen said this, the primeval troll was enraged. He snorted coldly. You don't need to worry about that. What's important is that I will make you spit out everything you've swallowed. If you don't meddle in other people's business, I can spare your life. He was still a bit wary of Yang Yu. After all, most of the wounds on his body had been inflicted by Yang Yu. In the end, Long Chen had swallowed them. Yang Yu smiled. Do you know what my relationship with him is? Primeval Troll was silent for a moment. Then, he swept his gaze around and chuckled. So you're mother and son. No wonder. In that case, I have no choice but to kill you all. At this point, they had no choice but to act. Keep him busy. The 2 of them tried their best not to fight this guy head-on. After all, Yang Yu was also very tired. If she could recover to her peak condition, they would definitely be able to grind this primeval troll to death. However, they had expended too much energy this time. Each of them would need at least a month to fully recover. A fierce battle to the death broke out in the eternal sacred realm. Long Chen didn't dare to use too much power. After all, Lingxi was the one who needed the most power right now. So, Yang Yu was still the one holding on. The woman's face was pale. She was in human form now, and using the Milky Way could reduce her energy consumption. Primeval Troll was also at the end of his rope. Moreover, Yang Yu and Long Chen didn't want to fight him head-on. With his huge body, it was very difficult to fight him. There were a few times when he almost caught Yang Yu, but she immediately slipped away. I'm going to eat you. Primeval Troll suddenly abandoned Yang Yu and stabbed his scorpion-like tail at Long Chen. Rip. Wherever it went, a deep trench appeared in the ground. During the battle, the surrounding mountains shook. So, Primeval Troll and Long Chen didn't know that at this time, the entire eternal sacred realm was trembling. It was as if there was a heart beating. The blood vessels underground all had a pulse. This was the Earth Vein. It was hard to imagine that Lingxi could use an Immortal Lord Realm technique to cause such a huge commotion. Giving her the Immortal Lord Realm technique had been the right choice. It continued to beat, growing stronger and stronger. Everyone was extremely nervous. Long Chen calculated the time. It seemed like half an hour was almost up. Finally, they had held out until this moment. Everyone, pay attention. In fact, many demon lords, sea emperors, and holy shamans were hiding in the Dragon Emperor's God Kingdom. When they heard Long Chen's words, they were ready. Some used Dao treasures, some mystiques, and some secret techniques. They were all in order to cooperate with Lingxi and completely trap the primeval troll. Long Chen's reminder meant that the most important moment had arrived. Everyone held their breath, waiting for this moment. The arrival of this moment had taken a long time. Yang Yu couldn't care about anything else. She thrust her sword towards the primeval troll's eyes. The primeval troll laughed coldly and attacked with a will attack. Yang Yu paused for a moment, but the celestial deity sword's Milky Way still pierced through the other party's eyes. In that instant, the other party roared angrily and opened his mouth to devour Yang Yu. Long Chen passed through and brought Yang Yu away from the tiger's mouth. At this moment, Yang Yu's vision was a little blurry from the other party's will attack. Long Chen hurriedly let her rest in the God Kingdom. Leave it to me. It was about time. She had once again played a huge role today. It was time to rest. Yang Yu quickly closed her eyes. This was the first time he had seen this woman so heavily injured. Long Chen's heart was about to explode. At this moment, his entire body was burning with flames. His blood was boiling, and his eyes were red. He had a stomach full of anger and anger. He had to repay all of this to the primeval troll. The other party was crazy. At this moment, Long Chen was even crazier than him. Lure him over. Finally, after a period of fleeing, Lingxi's voice could be heard. Long Chen couldn't wait any longer. He swooped in the direction of Lingxi. In his vision, Lingxi was standing on a mountain peak. At this moment, she was about the same as Yang Yu. However, she was definitely tired. Seeing the two most important women to him pay such a price today, the anger in Long Chen's heart increased by another layer. It was completely at the peak. He couldn't help but want to tear everything apart to vent his anger. Primeval troll. Primeval troll. His vision was blood red. He quickly picked up Lingxi and rushed over the mountain peak. At this time, the primeval troll didn't care at all. He crashed heavily into the mountain peak. The mountain peak was like tofu to him, so he didn't care at all. Do it. At this time, Long Chen roared. He had Lingxi return to the God Kingdom to rest as well. She and Yang Yu could take care of each other. Now that they had succeeded, everything was up to Long Chen. Just as Long Chen shouted, the Earth Vein Heavenly Dragon Formation activated. In that instant, the entire Eternal Celestial Domain shook violently. The ground actually glowed with 9-colored light. All of the light spread towards the north of the Dragon God Domain at a terrifying speed. The entire Eternal Celestial Domain rippled in this direction. It was as though all the blood in the world was rushing towards this place. In an instant, it was incomparably powerful. Under the feet of the primeval troll, a huge formation instantly appeared. There were a total of 9 colors. The primeval troll was slightly stunned. The ground shook again, and 9 different colored divine dragons rushed out of the formation. In that instant, all of the divine dragons wrapped around the primeval troll. The colors instantly covered the primeval troll, pulling him into the formation. The light of each divine dragon was like iron chains, locking the primeval troll tightly in the formation. Roar! The primeval troll let out a roar and struggled with all his might. In an instant, the entire formation shook violently. If it was just Lingxi alone, she naturally wouldn't be able to trap the primeval troll for 15 minutes. Therefore, at that moment, the peak experts, who had rested for a while and were ready, instantly arrived. Starting from the first, more than 40 experts had simultaneously placed layers of seals on the primordial great demon. The primordial great demon's doppelganger now only had 1/3 of its power left. It was impossible for it to break free from the bindings. Seeing that the primeval troll couldn't even move, everyone couldn't contain their excitement. They loudly shouted Long Chen's name. Next, it was time for him to complete the final attack. In truth, Long Chen had been waiting for this opportunity for far too long. Finally it was time. Yang Yu had been injured, Lingxi had been exhausted, and the Eternal Life God Domain had suffered huge losses. It was all because of Yang Qi. Considering how much he hated Yang Qi, he had no choice but to kill him in the craziest way possible. And that was to eat him up. His primordial blood spirit dragon body quickly appeared on the primeval troll's body. The 10,000 death claws pierced deep into the other party's flesh. Chapter 24:33. The final step was completely up to Long Chen. If he succeeded, then the entire Eternal God Realm would succeed. If he failed, then the entire Eternal God Realm would probably never have a chance to defeat the primeval troll again. The 40 or so peak experts lay on the ground, exhausted, but they didn't relax at all. Their hearts and minds were focused on Long Chen and the primeval troll. Their faces were tense, and their hearts were racing. At this point, there was nothing they could do to help. In fact, every living being in the Eternal God Realm was waiting for the final result. There were also some sea folk and demon folk who hadn't been able to escape in time. With their help, news like this would spread throughout the entire Eternal God Realm in no time at all. Almost everyone knew that in the face of the instigator of the Eternal Riot, the primordial giant demon of the Devil Star, More than 40 peak experts in Long Chen were engaged in a desperate struggle. Now that everything had been completed, only Long Chen was left, the most important step. Almost everyone in the Eternal God realm was holding their breath, waiting for the news of success. They had endless faith in Long Chen. The Eternal God realm had only been able to turn things around because of him, Lingxi, and Yang Yu. If not for the three of them, at least half of the Eternal God realm would have died. In fact, all 5 of the dragon cities might have already been taken. The key to everything rested on Long Chen. Long Chen understood the pressure, but it wasn't important to him anymore. What was most important was his hatred for the primeval troll. His hatred for the Eternal God realm wasn't limited to the losses suffered by the races in the Eternal God realm. Yang Yu's injuries and Lingxi's exhaustion were his reverse scales. He was even crazier than a madman right now. Faced with the primeval troll trapped by the Earth Vein Sky Dragon Formation and the 40 or so seals, Long Chen didn't hold back at all. He was like a tiger that had run into an immobile elephant. He tore at the primeval troll and ate him as if he were already dead. As Long Chen crazily bit and swallowed, the flesh and blood of the primordial great demon became less and less. The great demon's overall willpower also declined. At the beginning, he could still use his willpower to attack Long Chen. But as time went on, he couldn't do anything. At the same time, he struggled with all his might. The Earth Vein Sky Dragon Formation seemed to be pulling the primeval troll out of the earth and wrapping it around him. Every time he struggled, the entire Eternal God realm trembled. If it had only been the Earth Vein Sky Dragon Formation, it wouldn't have been able to keep the primeval troll trapped for so long. The 40 or so experts had sealed him. The primeval troll roared in anger. Now that he was completely trapped, he couldn't resist at all. Brat, perhaps we can discuss this. I'll give you one last chance. If you side with me, I can make you the master of the entire Devil Planet. You'll be able to lead all the demons. You'll be the #1 person under the primeval troll. In the future, we'll turn the entire Eternal God realm into demons, and you'll be the leader. In your eyes, the leader of ants? Long Chen laughed coldly. His movements weren't slow at all. Every time he bit, he tore off a large chunk of flesh. Those were willpower fragments, and he swallowed them directly. If you're willing, we can also transform you into a primeval troll. You'll have the same power as us, and you'll become a part of us. Primeval troll is comparable to the gods in your eyes. This is a chance to become a god, and it's also the biggest concession I can make. You'd better think about it. Other than this, you'll never have another chance. In the midst of his struggle, the primeval troll tried to persuade Lin Fan patiently. Do you really think that I'll be envious of your ugly looks? Long Chen paused for a moment before replying coldly. He then increased his speed and swallowed the head of the primeval troll whole. Under these circumstances, the other party's body was getting thinner and thinner. At the same time, Long Chen's willpower was getting stronger and stronger. It was now above the other party's willpower, suppressing the primeval troll entirely. Now, who's the ant here? Long Chen's eyes were filled with hatred. At this moment, the primeval troll howled out in rage. He hadn't expected this human to not know what's good for him. To think that he would give up on such an important opportunity like this. There must be something wrong with his head. Fool! What a fool! Just as he was howling out, almost 15 minutes had passed. By now, the primeval troll no longer had the strength to struggle. This time around, Lingxi had succeeded. Without any hesitation, Long Chen tore the primeval troll into shreds and increased his devouring speed. Damned thief! One of these days, you'll pay a heavy price for your actions today. The voice of the primeval troll was still reverberating in Long Chen's ears. Long Chen continued coldly, completely isolating himself from the shouts of the other party. This was the only way for him to vent his anger. Everyone was waiting for him. At this moment, he could only succeed and not fail. Just as the primeval troll was about to disappear completely, he suddenly stopped shouting. Instead, he laughed sinisterly and said, "I've had enough. This is really fun. I guess I've failed this time. However, brat, there's something I have to tell you. Do you think that we, the primeval troll, can't leave the Devil's Star without the 5 Dragon Balls? You're still too naive. We've waited for a full 10 million years. How can we not have a way? What other ways do you guys have? Don't brag until you're about to die, all right?" Long Chen was stunned in his heart, but he said with disdain, "One day you'll understand." However, when that time comes, you, your race, and all the living beings on this land will suffer. Consider it as paying a heavy price for your ignorant actions today. Of course, I can also give you a hint. My hint is Mo Xiaolang, the demon of devouring. After saying the last word, the primeval troll didn't give Long Chen a chance. He immediately disappeared. Not even the last bit of his willpower left. The earth-veined sky dragon formation determined that the primeval troll was dead and naturally dissipated. The other seals did the same. All light disappeared, leaving only Long Chen floating in the air. When they saw Long Chen's figure, everyone couldn't help but cheer loudly. The pinnacle experts closest to Long Chen fell to the ground one by one, looking up at the sky with tears in their eyes. The entire eternal celestial realm was cheering. They had won. It was a miracle that they had survived this disaster. Everyone had tears in their eyes, especially those who had lost their loved ones and friends in this riot. This riot had left a deep impression on them. Although it was only a short period of less than a month, the soul-stirring experience within this month was even more than many people's entire lives. Rejoicing, cheering, trembling. There was nothing else that could express how they felt right now. Everyone from the 5 great dragon cities also returned to their original positions. They used the 5 spirit light formations to teleport back to their respective dragon cities. Long Chen was the only one who knew what the primeval troll had said in his final moments, and he had to bear it himself. The primeval troll will return, and this time, they'll be relying on Xiao Lang to break the Devil Star. He was Long Chen's most important brother. He was incomparably important in his life. If all this was true, then Long Chen didn't know how to face it. It's all my fault. I allowed Xiao Lang to enter the Devil Star. It's a pity that I didn't know the secret of the Devil Star back then. Otherwise, I would have had to fight against that blue-haired woman. Even though they had won this time, the primeval troll's words had left a huge knot in Long Chen's heart. Forget it. When the eternal celestial realm is settled, I'll discuss this with Anti-Netherworld. Let's not spoil everyone's mood for now. Seeing everyone celebrating, Long Chen couldn't bear to tell them that the primeval troll might come again, and that it would be much more violent than this time. The Dragon Emperor and the great monster lords were all exhausted. This time, the only person who was still awake was probably Long Chen himself. Boss, you've already won. You're in high spirits. What are you worrying about? Kitten suddenly appeared behind him and chuckled. In fact, he had also contributed to the seal. From the beginning, he had fought alongside Long Chen. It was just that his movements were a little strange. I'm just a little absent-minded. Long Chen turned into human form and looked at Yang Yu and Lingxi in the God Nation. They were now surrounded by the flames of life. Yi Shui and Dream Scar were also here. They felt very wronged, because they knew that this time, Long Chen might not let them go so easily. You guys stay here for a while. I have something to ask you. If you answer well, I can let you leave. Long Chen said. He wanted to ask about the devouring demon. Also, if the primeval troll came again, it definitely wouldn't be used to control peak experts. There was also no need for Yi Shui and Dream Scar to organize it. With their current strength, they wouldn't be of much use. Sure. You're our benefactor. Of course, we'll tell you everything we know. Yi Shui shrugged and smiled gently. Yang Yu and Ling Shi's conditions were improving. Yang Yu had a strong recovery ability, so it was estimated that she would be fine in a few hours. Ling Shi, on the other hand, had only used up a lot of energy, so she would wake up in a few hours. At this time, the 15 Dragon Emperor, the 16 Great Monster Lords, the 5 Ocean Emperors, and the 8 Holy Sorcerers gathered together. The first Great Monster Lord said, "Brothers and sisters, this matter has finally come to an end. We're considered lucky that 3 people turned the tide and saved everyone. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to the 3 of you. There's nothing I can do to repay you. For the next 100,000 years, the monster race will be the human race's friends." The 3 people he mentioned were naturally Long Chen, Yang Yu, and Lingxi. Chapter 24:34. Everyone expressed their sincere gratitude to Long Chen, and promised that they would not do anything unfriendly to the human race for a long time to come. This kind of gratitude was the most sincere of all. It's all thanks to everyone's hard work. Without everyone, the three of us would not have been able to accomplish anything. Now that the world is in chaos, there are all kinds of demons emerging. If disaster befalls us again, I hope that our four races can unite and fight against the common enemy. What do you think? Long Chen knew that Primeval Troll would return. Therefore, he needed to prepare in advance. No problem. The human race has a new Massacre Dragon Emperor. Just like the Eternal Dragon Emperor. As long as you say the word, the demon race will not hesitate. The 9 Phoenix transformed into a colorful woman and said with great generosity, "Yes, the fully deserving of the title of Massacre Dragon Emperor. Even in terms of strength they are quite close." They had seen Long Chen's battles, and knew that among those present, besides Yang Yu, no one else could defeat Long Chen in a head-on battle. Or perhaps, Long Chen was already above their level. In this battle, Long Chen had displayed many miraculous techniques. According to everyone's estimates, he seemed to have inherited at least 4 types of inherited blood essences, and each one was a supreme dragon. This was everyone's guess. Other than the human race, the other mighty ones did not know the key, but the Dragon Emperor knew. Inherited blood essences would conflict, and it was a miracle to inherit 2. But Long Chen had inherited 4. This must be Long Qinglan's handiwork. If all the suspicious points were attributed to Long Qinglan, the heaven-defying genius, then everything could be explained. Now, Long Chen's merits and reputation surpassed Long Qinglan's. The only thing he lacked was strength, but it seemed to be about the same. Therefore, he was only 1 step away from killing the Dragon Emperor. Of course, in the eyes of others, he was already safe. But the situation in the Eternal Celestial Domain is a mess right now, and a large number of Yao, ocean folk and shamans are still in the Dragon God Domain. We have to evacuate the Dragon God Domain and return to our homes. At the same time, the human race needs to rebuild their homes, so we can't stay here any longer. If there's a chance, let's meet again next time. This battle had, on the contrary, increased the friendship between the 4 clans, which had never been imagined before. Also, who knows where that peerless hypocrite Ling Huang is? Who knows if he will take advantage of the chaos to occupy our land? Therefore, we still need to act quickly. The Rock Wizard said angrily. The Astrals had gone too far this time. The Eternal Life God Domain was in such dire straits, but they hadn't done anything. Not even a single person had shown up. This was obviously Ling Huang's idea. Aren't they all like that? Do they think that just one Ling Huang can dominate the Eternal Life God Domain? They should have gotten used to it long ago. Everyone laughed disdainfully. In reality, the Astrals did have a sense of superiority. They thought of themselves as the best in the world, and disdained to associate with humans and Yao. After chatting for a while, they prepared to leave. They were going to mobilize the Yao, ocean folk, and shamans to evacuate the Dragon God Domain and return to their homes. The 15 Dragon Emperors also had to rebuild their homes. The other 4 dragon cities were fine. As long as they returned to their original positions, the people gathered in the dragon cities would gradually return to the ancient cities of the demigods. However, because much of the northern territory had been destroyed, they might have to move to a new location. Fortunately, Slaughter Dragon City was not damaged, but some of the commoners might have to leave their homes and move south. After all, their homes had been destroyed. These were not things that the Dragon Emperors should worry about. Naturally, there were people who would take care of it. Now, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. The Dragon Emperors returned to their respective dragon cities to cultivate. Long Chen temporarily stayed in Slaughter Dragon City, waiting for Yang Yu and Lingxi to recover. During this rare period of peace, he could ask Yi Xue and Dream Scar, "Do you want to know about the devouring demon?" Yi Xue and Dream Scar had just come out of the God Nation when Yi Xue asked. In the past, Long Chen had also asked them. Long Chen nodded. Yi Xue said seriously, "I told you before that he is a devouring demon. He can devour fire to advance. He is an anomaly among all of us. You should know that demons do not have the 18 levels of calamity. This means that as long as he devours, as long as his body can endure it, he can advance infinitely. It is very terrifying. He also has many other magical abilities. His appearance has brought hope to our Devil Star. Why? First of all, his cultivation will one day surpass all the demon masters and reach the level of a god. It will even be endless, reaching the level of Primeval Troll. I think Primeval Troll also noticed his heaven-defying ability. Second, his devouring magical ability is really unparalleled. Part of the Devil's Star Seal is the power of fire, but he can actually find the fire in this incomparably complex formation and devour it, causing the formation to constantly have loopholes. The last time there was a loophole, the people on Devil's Star used it well and sent us 2 sisters out to find the 5 Dragon Balls. Long Chen roughly understood. Dream Marks, who was silent at the side, said, "The devouring demon wants to collapse the entire Devil's Star Seal, so it will take a certain amount of time. It will definitely be longer than obtaining the 5 Dragon Balls, but it should not be too long now. At most a year or so. At that time, the Devil's Star Seal will open. Whether it is the group of demons or Primeval Troll, they will all come out." However, Primeval Troll may be more anxious, so he directly condensed a will avatar to find the 5 Dragon Balls. Although he has failed, as long as the devouring demon is here, the Devil's Star Seal will eventually be undone. And now that Taub has awakened, your brother is 100% under his control. Xueqi sighed helplessly and said, "In short, the undoing of the Devil's Star Seal and the reappearance of Primeval Troll is irreversible. It is only a matter of time. He must have told you that as long as the devouring demon is here, he will come back to settle the score with you one day." After listening to all this, Long Chen's head hurt. With Xiao Lang's help, the Devil's Star Seal will be broken sooner or later. It is only a matter of time. About less than a year. At present, Long Chen still had no solution. When Yang Yu and the others' injuries were better and the Dragon God domain stabilized, he decided to discuss it with the others. As for Xueqi and Dream Marks, Xueqi said in a sweet voice, "If you are worried about us, you can let us stay by your side. But I am afraid that your woman will be jealous." This woman was very scary when she softened. Long Chen hurriedly said, "You can go. However, I may go to the Devil's Star in the future. At that time, I will use the Star Talisman to contact you and lead the way. Is that okay?" "You want to go to the Devil's Star?" Xueqi and Dream Marks were stunned. That was a place where one could enter but not leave. After going in, it was almost impossible to come out. Of course, they did not know how Long Qinglan did it back then. Long Chen shook his head and said, "I am not going. It is just a thought. And I think it will take some time." To be honest, other than going to the Devil's Star and stopping Mo Xiaolang, he could not think of any other way. However, this method was very risky. He was not his young and impulsive self anymore. Everything needed to be discussed. Xueqi nodded and said, "All right, you have saved us twice. We will repay this kindness. If there is anything you need our help with, just let us know. We will leave first." They could not help but be shocked by Long Chen's boldness. They were even more grateful that Long Chen could let them go so easily. This showed that Long Chen still trusted them. Then, in the peace, time passed quietly. Everything was getting better. "Have you really decided to go to the Devil's Star and save the black puppy?" Kitten walked around him and asked with a smile. "What else?" Long Chen looked in the direction of the Devil's Star and clenched his teeth. He had thought that the disaster was over. He did not expect that it was just the beginning. Moreover, he did not dare to tell the Dragon Emperor the news. He was afraid that it would scare them. But he could not hide this kind of thing. "All right, then I will risk my life to accompany you. I will also go and see this black puppy. Haha, I have been bullied by him for so long. This time, I will definitely beat his butt until it blossoms." Kitten put her hands on her hips and laughed proudly. Long Chen stood at the highest point of the Slaughter Dragon City and watched people leave the city and return to the Dragon God domain to rebuild their homes. Although everything was broken, everyone's faces were filled with happiness after surviving a disaster. At the same time, their eyes were filled with the power of faith. As they walked, they laughed and chatted happily. After experiencing the calamity, everyone helped each other. Everything was so beautiful. Long Chen couldn't bear to tell them that the current beauty was just an illusion. There would be a day when an even greater disaster would come. He felt very sad. If father encountered the same thing as me, what choice would he make? Long Chen looked at the vast sky. His thoughts were a little messy. Although he was young, no one had as much pressure in their hearts as he did. With his personality, he would definitely give everything to protect his home. Dragon God Domain. The last home. Now, like his bloodline, he had already merged with this land and the bloodline here. He had become a part of the human race. They were all descendants of the dragon god. Long Chen faced the strong wind and looked at the countless happy people in his field of vision. He swore that he would protect this place. No matter what price he had to pay, he would fight bravely. When a person was strong enough, his life no longer belonged to him. Chapter 24:35. Before Yang Yu and Lingxi recovered, Long Chen came to the central palace. Now the dragon warriors of the whole Slaughter Dragon City were busy sending people from the whole northern territory back, and then pushing the large pieces of land scattered in the starry sky back to the dragon god domain. The whole Slaughter Dragon City was in full swing, but Long Chen came to the 3 dragon emperors. Now, the 3 dragon emperors were quietly recuperating. From their faces, it could be seen that they were very happy at this time. "You're here." The 3 dragon emperors opened their eyes almost at the same time. From their incomparably gentle eyes, it could be seen that at this time, in their eyes, Long Chen was simply a treasure, something more important than anything else. The 3 dragon emperors' lives were not as precious as Long Chen in their eyes. Long Chen thought carefully. For such an important matter, it was not a good idea to hide it. He must let the 15 dragon emperors, Big Demon Lord, Sea Emperor, and Holy Sorcerer make all the necessary preparations. At least, it would not be as hasty as this time. Before Primeval Troll disappeared, he said something to me. "Now, call the other dragon emperors together. There's something we need to discuss." Hearing Long Chen's words, the 3 dragon emperors' faces turned solemn. They used star talismans to inform the other dragon emperors. After a quarter of an hour, the 15 dragon emperors surrounded Long Chen with solemn faces. At this time, Yang Yu seemed to have heard the voice and came out of the divine kingdom. "Chen, you can tell us now. What's going on?" Long Chen nodded. Without hesitation, he told them everything about the demon star seal and Mo Xiaolong's devouring demon. At the end, the dragon emperors' faces turned pale again. "No wonder, I felt that the demon star seal has been weakening." Yang Yu sighed and shook his head helplessly. The eternal dragon emperor's face was full of sorrow. He sighed and said, "I thought we had escaped this disaster. I didn't expect this to be just the beginning. I think the heavens want to destroy the human race. The primeval troll will definitely come out, and none of us can stop it." His words brought the other dragon emperors into an atmosphere of sadness and despair. Everyone lowered their heads, finding it hard to accept the news. Long Chen also recalled the phrase, "Within 100 years, the dragon's sacrifice will perish." Regardless of the time, this sentence was an incomparably heavy pressure on him. However, this was his personality. Even though this crisis was so terrifying, he did not yield, let alone the next crisis that had yet to befall him. Long Chen took a deep breath and said, "Don't be too depressed. At least we still have time to make arrangements and take more precautions. We can work together with the monster race, the sea race, the sorcerer race, and even the spirit race to resist this disaster. With such a long time to prepare, there is still hope." What Long Chen said was the truth. Preparing to resist was the only thing the dragon emperors thought they could do. Yang Yu suddenly said, "I can go into the demon star and kill the devouring demon." Actually, she wanted to say kill, but she also knew the relationship between Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. She definitely could not kill him. However, other than killing him, Yang Yu could not think of any other way to solve the problem. After all, at this time, the primeval troll might have already awakened on the demon star and freed himself from the seal thousands of years ago. Going in basically meant death. There were many strong people on the demon star, and they had the terrifying ability of being almost immortal. It was almost impossible to kill Mo Xiaolang. No. This was something Long Chen had decided himself. He absolutely could not let Yang Yu go in, so he said, "Even if you go in, it will be very difficult to do it. Maybe it is impossible at all. This is the most helpless method. Before that, we can think of more ways, but we also need someone on the Sky Dragon planet to watch the movements of the demon star. If it is slowly undoing, at least we can see the pattern of time." This was the first time Long Chen had been so resolute in front of Yang Yu. The two of them looked at each other. When Yang Yu saw that he was so resolute, she also knew that he was concerned about her. She felt very happy, so she did not mention this for the time being. Indeed, as Long Chen had said, they could think of other ways. Then I will go and watch the movements of the demon star. Don't worry, I will not go in alone. After all, at this time, everyone has to discuss everything, right? Yang Yu said. In fact, it was more to ask for Long Chen's opinion. Long Chen said, we can send a few more people. Let the monster race send 1 or 2. There is strength in numbers. For now we can't spread this news, lest it causes a disturbance. Then we can bring this news to the monster race, the merfolk, and the witch race. As for the spirit race, we definitely need to talk to Ling Huang and see what he thinks. The Dragon Emperor nodded. Although everyone was very anxious, this matter could not be solved in a hurry. What an eventful time. There are so many dangers. It really seems like the human race has reached the end. Tens of millions of years worth of legacy. Now, it's practically on the verge of destruction. Before this, there was still a glimmer of hope. However, if the primordial great demon were to truly break the seal of the demon star, that glimmer of hope would be gone. For Long Chen, it can only be said that fate is playing tricks on people. The devouring demon had fought side by side with Long Chen from the beginning. He was a brother who had sworn to follow Long Chen, but he did not expect to become the sharpest weapon of the primeval troll at this time. If the eternal sacred realm was completely controlled by the demon star in the future, then Mo Xiaolang would be responsible for at least half of the crime. Long Chen clenched his fists, and his eyes were about to turn red. He had to stop this from happening, to give himself an explanation, to give his father an explanation, and to give Mo Xiaolang an explanation. It was indeed quite difficult for him to be caught in the middle. Once brothers, he did not expect to meet in such a way. Things like fate were like pranks, and he hoped that there would be a good ending. Anyway, now, other than entering the demon star, Long Chen could not think of any other way to stop it. Back then, Long Qinglan had entered the demon star. But in reality, Long Qinglan was likely to be much stronger than Long Chen had imagined. At that time, he had already inherited the blood essence of the void cosmic dragon, and was also an ancestral dragon warrior. Now Long Chen had just passed the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm, and could already defeat the Dragon Emperor, who was in the late 9 palace tribulation realm. Long Qinglan, who was also an ancestral dragon warrior, had reached the late 9 palace tribulation realm, and was even at the half-step divine spirit realm like Ling Huang. His true combat strength should be able to fight a primeval troll head-on. He had entered the demon star under such circumstances. Long Chen was far from having this kind of power. As for the time when he fought against the 15 dragon emperors in the battlefield of the gods, it could only mean that although Long Qinglan had been hit by the ancient spirit assimilation technique, he was still resisting and controlling himself, and did not injure the 15 dragon emperors. Otherwise, even if the 15 dragon emperors joined forces, they would not be a match for him. At that time, the eternal dragon emperor, at his peak, had the strength of a divine spirit, although he had not become a divine spirit. But he still died. How many secrets were there in this world? Long Chen was lost in thought. At this time, Lingxi woke up from her exhaustion. After a period of recuperation, she was much better. Chen, Chen. In a daze, she kept calling out to him. Long Chen hurriedly let her out of the divine kingdom and held her in his arms. Now, Lingxi's face was rosy, and it seemed that she had almost recovered. However, she was covering her lower abdomen with one hand. Long Chen hurriedly looked at her. He keenly noticed that Lingxi's originally flat and smooth lower abdomen was now slightly bulging. It was just a little, but it was already a big change. Yang Yu was faster than anyone. Her hand was already stroking Lingxi's lower abdomen. She, who had a cold expression before, suddenly smiled, as if she was relieved of a heavy burden. She said, "That's great. The fetus has already begun to grow. Although it is still a little, it can already be considered a small life. This could be considered the only happy thing in this disaster." The dragon emperors looked at each other and also smiled. Everyone congratulated Long Chen. The young man was going to be a father. This was a huge psychological transformation. After becoming a father, he would understand how important the so-called responsibility was. Long Chen was a little stunned. He was not ready, so he was a little sluggish for a moment. This was like a very magical thing to him. Suddenly, Lingxi's lower abdomen had a reaction. That slight bulge indicated the birth of a new life, a new soul. The dragon emperors were also old and frivolous. Dragon Emperor Tianyun smiled and said, "The fetus has begun to grow. From today onwards, some things will have to be done less. Haha, Everyone laughed, which made Long Chen very embarrassed. No matter how capable he was still a young man in front of the dragon emperors. Having so many people think highly of him might be a kind of happiness in life. She still didn't know about the matter of the primordial great demon. She leaned against Long Chen's chest, her face brimming with a happy smile. She had chased after her love for so long and had put in so much effort. She didn't give up, didn't abandon him, didn't complain, and had no regrets. This child was the most perfect repayment to her. Back then, the lively and adorable young girl in Lingxi's sword had changed a lot. She had become a very charming woman, which showed her true nature and growth. Only occasionally would she be mischievous in front of Long Chen like a child. In this calamity, the super-large Qianquan teleportation formation and the Earth Vein Heavenly Dragon formation were the key to victory, and she had done it. Just when everyone was excited about the news of a new life, Yang Yu suddenly looked outside and said, "Since you're here, why are you hiding?" Everyone stopped smiling and looked outside. Hee. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a white robe walked in. He was unbelievably handsome, and it was hard to tell if he was a man or a woman. His entire body was like a gem, and he said with a gentle and elegant voice that made people feel very comfortable, Yang Yu, you're still as graceful as before. I came here today because I have a request." This person. Long Chen had never seen him before, but he knew that he was from the spirit race. Ling Huang, you're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.